1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening and welcome to DBN's coverage of Whipping 2021. I am Brandon Fogel and I am joined by Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome to tonight's coverage.
Hi, Brandon. Good to be here.
Siobhan is the one of the tournament directors for one of the organizers, I should say. I don't know if you're officially a tournament director or not. You can tell me that, but definitely one of the organizers for Whipping 2021. Why don't you tell us a bit about the tournament and its history, and then also how things are working this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So whipping and the Bay Area diplomacy hobby has been around since the 90s, really, but whipping the early 2000s. Eddie Brisson used to run it out of a random game store in Fremont, which we were not allowed to go back to the next year. So he found someone else who was willing to take us in. The name whipping, I will allow Adam Silverman to tell that story again. He told it at our social hour last night. It's very entertaining. It ends with Eddie Brisson buying a whole slew of not very appropriate awards for a diplomacy tournament, at least not family friendly. There was a little bit of a break. A lot of people moved out of the Bay Area, but back in 2017, I took over organizing for the Badass Club here in the Bay Area, and I brought back whipping to downtown San Jose. And this time last year, we were the first tournament to close our doors due to the COVID pandemic, which was very, very sad. But I'm glad to be here a year later and to be doing this with you on DBN.
Yeah, this is really full circle for us in the face-to-face community. Those of us who were used to going to tournaments, traveling, and having diplomacy face-to-face. This was the first tournament that had to get canceled from the pandemic last year. And while we've had basically a full season of virtual face-to-face play, we haven't had any face-to-face play. And so this tournament moving into the virtual setting represents sort of like the full circle for those of us who were the travelers. I've heard great things about the tournament. I have not been able to go yet. I hope to go the next time that you guys have it in face-to-face. Do you remember who the last whipping champion was?
That would be Doug Moore.
All right. So, DBN's own Doug Moore was the 2019 whipping champion. Doug is playing tonight to try to defend his crown. We have an interesting lineup. There are lots of people that are familiar names from last year. So for those of us who are just joining us after the Invitational, this is the first premier tournament of the virtual face-to-face season that we're going to be covering. The winner tonight will win automatic invite to the next year's DBN Invitational. We have had one person qualify already. That is Cyril Savant, who won the French championship. And we hope to cover that at some point on some sort of future broadcast, either on one of these Game Day Live nights, or we might have a separate broadcast just for that where we recap the whole thing. But so we already do have an invite being earned already for next year's Invitational. Tonight we will grant another invite. Tonight's tournament is taking place in 2 rounds. Round 1 was played earlier today. That round had 6 boards in it. So 42 players. Tonight's round has 5 boards of players, so 35. And it was an exciting set of games earlier today. I can't wait to hear about it. So you are going to be helping us out with that. I'm also going to bring on to the broadcast our other 2 analysts, main analysts for tonight. The first is Karthik Kanath. Karthik, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi, nice to see you. Nice to be here.
We also have Mr. David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
Much better now that you're here, David.
Oh, boy.
I do mean that from the bottom of my heart, the very, very bottom. All right. So each of you has been tasked with recapping 2 of the games from round 1, and I'm going to bring you guys on one at a time. And I believe we're going to start off with. Do you guys have any thoughts, first of all, before we jump into the recaps about whipping, about the start of the new season? Anything? I'll leave it up to you. Karthik, we'll start with you.
Sure. I think as a native Bay Arean, now in San Diego, but originally from the Bay Area, it is very cool to see that whipping is back. It's also cool to see, its first appearance as a virtual tournament, since it's been a year, as Brandon mentioned, since the pandemic forced us off of face-to-face and into the virtual play. So I'm really curious to see how people play in this tournament.
Now, Karthik, you never played in a whipping, right? You came to Diplomacy after the last in face-to-face whipping?
Right. I've never played in a face-to-face tournament before. I've only played in virtual face-to-face games. But I've been an extended deadline online player for 10 years now, I think.
Oh, is that right? So you just got into face-to-face with the virtual
Correct, yes.
World last year. Okay, got it. All right, well, we look forward to playing face-to-face with you at some point in person.
I'm very excited.
And David, you as the director of DixieCon started the virtual movement last year. And so, now this is a full slate's worth of tournaments going virtual. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'm really glad that whipping is happening this year virtually. I was scheduled to go last year before it got canceled. As Siobhan knows, my daughter lives near her. So that gives me an excellent reason to come to her tournament. I was there for 2018 and loved it a lot. So I'm really glad that whipping is back. Can't wait for it to be back live, but I'm really glad that it's here virtually.
All right, and we will hear about DixieCon later because that's one of the upcoming tournaments. So David will actually, why don't you give a little plug right now, and then you can tell us more later too if you want.
All right. Well, DixieCon takes place at the end of May 28th through 30th. Unlike last year when I did sort of an abbreviated version because it was the first time anybody had ever tried a virtual face-to-face tournament, so we were just learning. This year I'm actually going to do it like I would do a regular face-to-face DixieCon in terms of the timing. So there'll be a round on Friday, a round on Saturday, and a round on Sunday. It's going to wear DBN out, but they'll be fine. The players, I hope, will enjoy it. We'll have opening ceremonies, we'll have a closing ceremony, and we'll have virtual barbecue. How could you possibly miss that?
Virtual barbecue.
Virtual barbecue.
Look forward to hearing. Look forward to seeing and eating and hearing about it, I guess. All right, and then so that is at the end of May. That is Memorial Day weekend, and then before that, we do have another tournament that is called Carnage in May, I believe, and that is being run by Dave Maletsky, and that is taking place. Oh gosh, is that the first
April
weekend of May?
30th and April 30th and May 1st.
Great, thank you very much for that. All right, let's dive into the games at this point then. So David and Karthik, we will bid you adieu for now, but stick around. I think, one of you will be back very shortly. All right, and Siobhan, let me get this hooked up here. I missed a little bit of homework. Otherwise known as technical difficulties.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while you're figuring that out, I've got technical difficulties of my own over here. My second monitor decided to stop working, so I don't have my notes, but we're good to go. I just wanted to say a huge, huge thank you to Adam Silverman, who put in literally all of the work to make this happen this weekend. I just get to take all the credit, so thank you, Adam.
Yes, thank you, Adam. And we miss you. Come back. Yeah, I should also add that we have VDL coming up next week. So in terms of previewing the upcoming events, the Virtual Diplomacy League, for those who don't know, is a monthly league, meets monthly, and the games all count towards standings that are tabulated over the course of the year, and there will be a championship game in January, and it's a lot of fun, and Adam's one of the analysts for VDL. And I'm playing in VDL. I don't know about you, Siobhan. Are you going to join?
I think I'll try and join it for a few games this season.
All right, that'll be fun. All right, with that, let us first of all have a look at who are the top players according to the DBNI rankings. These are last year's rankings. We don't have new DBNI standings yet. Those will come out after a few events are in the books, probably after DixieCon. We haven't decided that 100%. So the ranks here are according to last year's final DBNI standings prior to the invitational tournament itself. And still lots of familiar names played in this round, in round one. You know, the one at the top of the list, Morgante Pell, stands out, very strongly. But Ed Sullivan, DBN's own Ed Sullivan, Nicola, Tommy, Maxime, Hunter, these are all names we're really familiar with. It's good to see them back on the board. All right, let us jump back in then and check out how things went. Here is, if I can get it up, game A. And here, oops, little sneak preview of Spring 01 moves there. This is No Valley.
No Valley.
Valley, thank you. Coming to us in playing Austria is JP Gralty, and he is playing from Cleveland. In England, we have Katie Gray playing out of Indiana. In France, we have Brian Ilana coming to us from the Philippines, Manila. In Germany, we have Wes Ketchum playing from Chicago. Italy, we have Douglas Kent, the purveyor of the Diplomacy World, the flagship publication of our hobby. Glad to see you on board, Douglas. He's playing from Mesquite, Texas. In Russia, we have playing from Ireland, Matt Lynch. And in Turkey, we have Jonathan Frank coming out of Baltimore, Maryland. So this is a cool board because we've got 4 players who did not play in any of the qualifying events last year for the DBN Invitational. So they don't have any ranks. And the other 3 players only played a few events, and so weren't able to get high ranks. So, all right, why don't we dive right in here? And Siobhan, tell me about how this game went.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the first things that jumped out to me in this board was just seeing the player list. 3 names that I'm completely unfamiliar with. I was really interested to see how that dynamic would be. Doug Kent coming out of a retirement to come play with us. Really appreciate you being here. So we get into Spring 01, and a couple of players make some very decisive moves right off the bat. England goes full north with the move to Edinburgh, and the move to Tyrolia and Venice from Doug Kent in Italy really jumped out to me. We see a couple of other things that are of mild note. No bounce in the Black Sea, but there is a bounce in Burgundy and Galicia, both of which I have to presume are planned here. So as we push forward into fall of 1901, we see Doug Kent just continues marching those armies north through the middle of the board. He's now in Bohemia and Tyrolia. The English player, on the other hand, has taken this opportunity to take Belgium and convoy to Norway, which is not something I think Matt in Russia is particularly happy about. So good to have a friend in Turkey, even though you are getting bounced out of Sweden here. Keep an eye on those Italian armies, though. They've got quite a journey ahead of them. So moving forward, we see, interestingly, Doug Kent in Italy chooses to build another army, which you don't see very often from early builds from Italy.
This is the classic Crusher, isn't it? The Alpine Crusher, whatever.
I think it's the Alpine Crusher. That's correct. So I haven't seen it in a long time. It's really fun to see something new. And the other thing that jumped out to me in the builds is the English player, despite the first initial signs of going full north, has decided to build Fleet Liverpool and Fleet London. So we'll see which direction Katie wants to go here. And we see, of course, the fleets are just jumping into the Irish Sea and the English Channel. The French don't seem to be moving against that at this point. So I don't know what that negotiation period was like. But in the meantime, the Italian armies continue marching through the middle of the board, now in Bohemia. And
doesn't attack Austria. Fascinating. Okay.
Does not attack Austria, makes no play from Munich, just keeps marching them through the center of the board. I think he was listening to Doug Moore on one of our broadcasts and about Silesia as the place to be or something like that. And elsewhere on the board, Russia and Turkey are figuring out how to work together as long as they can. And finally, the Italian armies get out from that little center line, taking Austrian support into Galicia, which, that works for now. And what I really thought was going to happen next is that they would pop the Austrian unit in Warsaw and allow him to retreat to Moscow, because the Russian retreat went to Prussia and there's no way to cover it. However, as we move forward, you see that the Italian armies go back to the center of the board. That's where they're comfortable. That's where they want to be. So elsewhere on the board, the English player is making slow progress against France, has a good friend in Germany. The EG just seems to have figured out what's what faster than the East did. So as we push forward one more time, the EG marches forward. England starts to make progress in MAO, and a lot of red arrows around the Italian peninsula, except he does lose the Ionian Sea, which is that early army build shows you that does leave you very, very weak to a Turk if they're going to come in the middle of the board. However, the Russian, who had a friend in Turkey, looks like that might not be lasting all that much longer. So as we push forward one more time.
Whoa, Austrian fleet.
An Austrian fleet. Yes, I always love to see an Austrian fleet here. I had lots of questions about who it was there to help. And so we get that answer in short order. It goes the one place it does. It seems clear to me that he didn't talk to Doug Kent about this, however, because Doug does cover Venice. Silesia goes back to Bohemia, just wandering around in the middle of the board, trying to figure out what to do with that army as France starts losing more and more position against England. So we move back, and now we've got a bounce in Trieste, which I have to imagine is arranged, but seems kind of a waste of an Austrian fleet because it'll just be stuck there in perpetuity. Doug does take this opportunity to snag Vienna for himself, as well as the Austrian taking Sèvres, so I have to imagine that's arranged. They've been lockstep, this AI, for a while. So let's go ahead. And we see the Austrian now disband both of his fleets, which is a little bit rough. So now the Austrian says, oh, my friend in Italy, not so friendly. Thanks, Doug, for coming out of retirement just to be a thorn in my side. The EG is just marching on. They're doing great. I feel for Brian in this situation, but, and as we push forward, we start to see some lines begin to set up. IT decides to take out Austria. He's not going to be long for this world. It's unfortunate. We push forward into winter again.
But that move into the Aegean is hilarious for an IT, right?
Yeah, which is, I haven't played with Doug in many, many, many years, but I have to imagine it made him giggle.
Yeah.
So as we push forward into 1906, England seems to have France on side for a little bit, not defending Portugal or Spain here, as England opts instead to move for positioning in the Mediterranean. I love to see it. Meanwhile, we're taking out what's left of the Austrian as, the Italian and the Turk march forward. But the German comes into the middle of the board. So
it's hard not to like the German position, I have to say.
At this point in the game, the German position is absolutely my favorite. If I had to step into anything, it would be this right now. I just love, really the whole theme of this game for me is how quickly the EG decided that they wanted to do this and how well they were able to execute it before the East could figure out how to stop the chaos. So at this point in the game, we're down to 4 players, and it kind of just becomes a matter of who can get to the line first. And as we push through, you see the positioning coming, everyone around the Med supporting the things they need to support, IT versus EG. So you'll see a little bit of trade in the centers. Germany's currently in Warsaw. As we push forward into 1908, it's more of the same.
But Katie has passed up the stab opportunity. That stands out as well. Katie,
she absolutely did.
Yeah, there was that moment where Katie got 2 builds and Wes only got 1. That was a moment where things could have really turned, but Katie has clearly passed it up. So it ends here. So Katie does get the board top though. Okay.
Yes, Katie picks up Tunis for the board top in the end, and you can't fault the results. And we've seen a lot of Alliance play this year, and I think it's becoming increasingly popular. So to stab the ally or not stab the ally, would you have done it, Brandon?
If you can get the board top and keep the ally, you definitely do that. I think 100%. Yeah. And it looks like, Wes is a very savvy player. I know him from Chicago and the Windy City Weasels. And Wes probably recognized that he couldn't get the board top. And so he probably told Katie that he was fine with her topping since he couldn't do it. He just didn't want her to take his dots. And once, if she was convinced that if I were her and I was convinced that I could get Tunis and finish with the board, and board topping does matter in this system, I would definitely do that. What about you?
I think she made the right choice here. Keeping an ally for future games. At this point, it's round 1 of the tournament. A decent board top puts you in good position moving into round 2. I see no reason to stab here. It's, we say we love to see people go for it, but you can't fault the result if you can get the board top. Yeah,
I mean, the win is what you want, and she got that and kept a good alliance. That's the best of all possible worlds, I think. The question is could you have a bigger board top? And could that matter later on? It's tough to say in round 1. I think a lot of people are happy with, even a medium-sized board top in round 1.
Yeah. I mean, so for me, the takeaway from this game all around, there was a lot of interesting play. I love to see some alliance shifting in the East as priorities changed and they realized the danger from the EG. I think this was fantastically played both on Katie's part as well as Wes's. So credit to everyone who made it to the end of the game, and congratulations to Katie for the board top.
Congratulations, Katie. All right, we will see after we finish recapping all of the round 1 games where Katie's board top puts her in position. But for now, we will say goodbye to you, Siobhan. And oh gosh, am I bringing on Karthik or David? I think it is David. All right, and he's waving at me in the green room. All right, Siobhan, we'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
All right, David, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good.
David, you are fuzzy, so we're going to get off the big screen here and let us pull up the player list for B.
Okay.
There we go, right there. All right, on the mission board, I know how to pronounce that one. In Austria, we have Dave Roberts coming back out of retirement. We hadn't seen Dave for a little while here. I think since that the VDL Championship game in January, I believe. Dave Roberts is still playing from Snohomish, Washington. In England, we have Morgante Pell, the heavy hitter from Vermont. In France, we've got Chris Wardy. I forget, Ward is his last name, I think.
Yes.
Coming out of Chester in Great Britain. In Germany, we've got Andre Janeko coming to us from Lisbon. I always get that wrong. In Italy, we have Marcus Edholm playing out of California. Russia is played by Maxime Popov out of Ames, Iowa. Wow. Maxime pulls Russia randomly. Maxime is a Russia specialist. Won Best Russia in several tournaments last year, and here he is going for it again. Great to see that. And in Turkey, he's got Nikola Sahugay, former world champ Nikola, and most recently seen in the DBN Invitational Championship game coming up just short. David, this is quite a board.
Yeah, absolutely stacked board. I mean, Wardy is probably the most new name to us, and even he's been playing a lot in the last several weeks. Lots of gunboat, lots of regular games. Marcus is a diplomacy commentator on a different program. I mean, this is a big time stacked board. And then Maxime lucks into Russia, his favorite country to play. This is we'll see if that helps him or not as we go forward.
And Nikola in Turkey, which he played on the DBN top board. That's great. So Marcus Edholm is he? He's the partner of Marcus Zelstra on Diplostrats, right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Great. Well, great. So you can see everyone here did participate in some way in the invitational qualifying events last year, so they all have a ranking. That's great. All right, let's dive right in, David. Here
we have a theme. The theme for this game is Norway. We don't need no stinking Norway. That's the theme of this. That's the theme of this game. Spring of 01, you see England jumping to the Channel and Wales. Man, that looks like an anti-French move, doesn't it? And the other thing I would point out is the Turkish opening, where the army goes to Ankara, but it doesn't really go there, has become very popular in the last few months, particularly on in the gunboat circuit. We'll see if that helps Nikola as the game progresses. But I think the thing that really jumps out at you here is the sort of the whole hog attack of England against the French until we get to the fall, and then you realize, wait a minute, that's not what this was. The English convoyed to Norway and bounced the Germans in Holland, not even bothering with Norway. You know, when Maxim Popov is Russia, why worry about that? I'll just leave Norway alone. I'm sure that'll turn out just fine if I'm England here. In the east, anything interesting there? Not really. You can see that the Italians borrowed Trieste and then moved the fleet to Eastern Med. Sometimes the fleet here goes to Aegean. In this case, he went to Eastern Med. Presumably so that they can, well, you'll not just presumably, you'll see what happens as we go into O2. Are they going to use that as a springboard to support into the Aegean? We'll see. Yes, they try to, but as you can see, it's bounced. But look at what's happening in the West. England continues the offensive against, in the North. And the French built armies. Did you notice that? They built 2 armies, no fleet. So they have really thrown themselves in with the English here, the French have, even though the English are sitting in the English bloody channel. So in O2, is anything interesting happening in the East? Not really. It's really an RT versus AI situation that we've all seen many times before. We get to the fall, you'll see that the English actually take out Denmark. They're making progress. Who takes Norway? Maxim. Because England doesn't care about Norway. We don't need no stake in Norway. We don't care about that. We're giving it to the Russians. So let's go into O3. What's happening in O3? Answer, nothing good for Austria, who gets completely blitzed in the spring of O3 and knocked out of all 3 of their centers. It's just complete devastation for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. That should work out just fine for Italy. It always works out fine with an RT, and Italy helps take down Austria. That always works out just fine. Germany, look and see what Germany's doing. They've taken Sweden because they have decided to go, I think, full Janissary here, knowing that they are being crunched, and the Russians weren't overtly helping them. They just sort of, okay, fine, I'll take Sweden. And you can see that the French and the English just continue to get position there. And the Russians tried to take Trieste from the Italians in fall of 03. That's what the Italians got for helping take out the Austrians in spring of 03. Maxim tried to take his Trieste. Let's go into 04. You can see when 04, Germany is in complete Janissary mode as we get into spring of 04. He's just going east, realizing there's nothing he can do to survive in the West. So he's looking to see what we can do. England now decides in fall of 04, I think I might want to take Norway. While he does that, he loses Denmark. This is what England gets for trying to take Norway. They actually lose a center. So they should have gone with their earlier plan of Norway. We don't need no stake in Norway to top this board.
I just have to say, great turn by Andrei Janeko. Like he is bouncing back and forth, and he gets a build here. That's fantastic.
He does get a build, which is surprising given the fact that it looked like he was going full Janissary, and then he comes right back and gets a build. Now, it may not last for poor Andre in Germany. And when I say may not, it will not last for poor Andre in Germany, because EF continues to work together. They're not going to hit each other. They've got position. The Russians can help some, but you can see the Russians actually take Sweden here with the help of the Germans, probably trying to bounce the English or something. But what it really does is kill the Germans, who lose Kiel and Sweden here. In the east, you can see that the RT continues to fight. Yeah, the RT continues to go after the Italians. The French had intervened in the south to help the Italians, I think, but the Turks still took Ionian.
But what? So, I see. They used Adriatic to try to keep Trieste rather than protect Ionian. Yeah, got it.
They did. Which they were able to keep Trieste, but at the price of losing Ionian. There was, by the way, a 3-way bounce in Sweden, which is fun in 05.
Okay.
Go into 06. You'll see that the French now go into Rome. The French really haven't benefited much from the Leviathan, the EF alliance so far. But let's go into Holland and Rome in spring of 06 and see if that helps the French. The Russians, go into Berlin. So they're really the Germans, as you can see, are on their way out. In the fall of 06, the French leave both those centers. Again, I don't want Holland, I don't want Rome, I'm just going to leave. So at the end of 06, when we get to the winter, you'll see that the center count is now 9-6 for the EF alliance. And I obviously it would have been interesting to know what the negotiation was there to leave both of those centers to his friends, but he does. He leaves them both for his friends. Russia is trying to establish a line against the English here, but is it going to be too late? we'll see as we go into spring of 07. The Turks, Nicola does a cool convoy to Apulia. Now, that's the kind of thing you want to pull off if you're the Turks in this situation, is getting some armies into the Italian boot. And you can see the Russians have gotten into Vienna. Maybe the RT is beginning to make some progress here against the Italians and their French help. But is it going to be enough time? We get to the end of fall of 07. France is finally going to get a build out of all this. They're going to take Munich from the English while the English take other stuff. So, or actually, I think they stay the same. So the French actually go up a little bit here. The Italians have now completely lost position in the Balkans against the RT, who are desperately trying to race to see if one of them can do better than England or France is doing with the Leviathan. But it may be too late for the East to coalesce here. Let's go into 08. The Italians, we get into the fall of 08. The Italians are in Silesia. They actually get to retreat to Berlin. Which it's always fun when you get kicked out of something. Wait a minute, look what I can do in a fall turn. I can retreat to somebody else's center. So the Italians do that. But St. Pete is gone. I mean, the position is basically gone for the East. The EF has really gotten the jump, as you can see. It's a little bit like the game, the EG that Shaban and you talked about a minute ago, where the West just pick a target, went after it, got some progress. The East was just too slow to respond. And that's something, of course, a story that we've all seen before. France has gone up now to 8 in relation to England's 9. So a little bit more of a fair EF alliance, I think, going into 1909. Going into spring 1909, you see what I call a triangular reposition. You see the 3, or actually it's 4 units going in some kind of big rhomboid in the north. But that's just good positioning. The England's getting their fleets and armies a little bit better into the right spots, at least in his opinion. And the French get into Piedmont. I mean, things are really, and the Italians, who of course are a vassal of the EF Leviathan, actually kill the Turkish guy at Apulia. So RT just not getting there fast enough to make any difference. You get to the fall of 09, the the Italians take Naples from the Turks now, the French taking Rome behind. So really just continued benefit for the EF going into 1910.
But Morgante is 3 ahead of France at this point. The question is, but then there's all these units on the line. Okay, now I'm interested to see what happens here. I mean,
England actually took Munich from the French last turn. And when I first looked at it, I thought, wait, what's going on there? And the French actually respond. They build a fleet in Brest here, and you look in the winter of it, and they build a fleet in Brest. The English build an army in London, saying, okay, I'm sure there was some negotiation going on there, I guarantee you. So is this a turn in the EF alliance? Is the Leviathan going to fall apart? Go to spring 1910, you'll see that the answer is no. Wardy stays with Morgante, Morgante stays with Wardy. And they continued to, basically tell the East, we've got position and you don't. As you go into fall, the fall of 1910, there's the cool convoy for the French. It's always fun to convoy armies into the boot if you're trying to take out Italian centers. And now they've convoyed from Gascony to Tuscany.
But it's hard not to see those English units heading back west now.
It's true. And the French have also taken Apulia. So the French have position now in Italy, but have they lost position versus their erstwhile English ally as we go into the winter? Wait, no, that's it. Wardy had some potential here, but of course it was too dangerous to keep going because of England's position. So England's at 11, Wardy's at 8. And, basically Chris Ward got behind earlier in the game, really would not have an opportunity to catch up. Morgante wasn't going to let him catch up. And maybe Wardy said, fine, Morgante, you can take the board top. I'll take my second place.
Wow.
Although it's a tied second with the Russians, because Maxime, surprisingly, does know how to play Russia.
Yeah, impressive job by Maxime, I have to say, before we turn to Morgante. Impressive job by Maxime to sort of get Nicola to allow him to be bigger in their alliance the entire game. There's that point in 03 where, I don't know if they were allied at that point that so clearly, but
I think they were somewhat allied at that point, yes.
But he's at 9 and Nicola's at 4.
Well, Nikolai never really was able to change that equation. The Russians are the ones that needed to take Trieste because of the way the units were arranged there, and they could have gone back and taken Russian centers. Yeah, but Russia was on the line. You know, this was an EF from the beginning and a really strong E in the EF from the beginning. So Russia really needed the units way more than Turkey did, from an alliance point of view.
Yeah, it's well done by Maxime to stay up that high and give himself, keep himself within shooting distance of the top at the end. But, this looks like Morgante just being a really good diplomacy player and managing this game really well, managing the alliances so that he ended up on top sort of indisputably. As you mentioned, there really was no other, especially with Morgante's moves back west, he left Chris no other option but to end the game here and accept the result.
But I do want to, and I was, of course, joking with the Norway, we don't need no stinking Norway. But my point on that was that Morgante is a very creative guy. You don't have to do things the way everybody does them to succeed in diplomacy. You can do new things. And this was a new way to play the English position to a significant board top. The bouncing, the Germany was its target. So that if that's your target, you want to take them down, which, as you know, is my play style. Pick a target, destroy them. That's exactly what he did by bouncing Holland in fall of 01. Germany couldn't afford to build a fleet because they had too many enemies around them. They had to build an army for defensive purposes, which meant the Germans were never a threat to the English. They only had one fleet.
Do you think there's a chance that Morgante watched Russ Dennis's video on how to play England on Legendary Tactics and said, I can do something better
here? He probably watched it, although I think Morgante already knew how to play England before he watched it.
I think so too. All right, congratulations to Morgante Pell for topping this board. We have 4 more boards to cover, and then we will see where that places you, Morgante, as far as the entire leaderboard goes. But now it is time to bring Karthik Kanath onto the stream. Welcome back, Karthik. David, we will bid you adieu for now. All right, Karthik, let us dive into board number C, which is Potero Hill. I'm sure you're going to tell me now how to pronounce that properly. Let me see if I can bring it.
I'll save that for, it was close enough.
Potrero Hill. Okay, yes. Missed the extra R. On Potrero Hill in Austria is John Jameson, the legend, the myth, the man himself, coming to us from Vancouver, Canada. In England, we've got JJ Raymond out of Santa Monica. In France, we've got Tommy Anderson coming to us from Massachusetts. Welcome back, Tommy. I think I saw him say that he was going to take a break. I guess that break is over. Good for us. In Germany, we have Evan Sweeart coming to us from Cincinnati. In Italy, we have Trevor Coleman making his debut in a tournament setting. He, I think, just joined for VDL and topped a board, I think, at VDL a few weeks ago. He's coming to us from Toronto, Canada. In Russia, we've got DBN's own Ed Sullivan out of Houston. Ed, welcome back. In Turkey, we've got Huckam Horns, I guess. In Turkey, we've got Yaromir Sulya coming to us from Georgetown, Ontario. All right, Karthik, this looks like a fun board. Tell us about how it went down.
Sure. So, spring 1901, we see most openings are pretty standard here. We see bounces in Galicia and in the Black Sea, which leaves the East very open in terms of strategic alignments. The Trevor Coleman's moves in Italy to Apulia and Naples suggest that he has strong hopes for an AI alliance, Lepanto. In the West, we see Tommy Anderson, though, signal of very, very strong anti-English intentions, probably hoping for an FG, maybe Sea Lion. So we'll see what happens there. If we go to fall 1901, in the fall, we can start with the West. Here, JJ chooses not to defend either London or Wales, opting to go for Belgium instead. Presumably here he expects support from Evan Sweeart in Germany. However, Evan actually bounces him out and lets Russia into Sweden, signaling his intent to join in on a Franco-German alliance. France picks up London, which leaves JJ without a build and Tommy in a very, very strong position. In the East, Ed Sullivan, aka Gilhorn's Go, as Russia chooses to put a fleet in Sevastopol and an army in Galicia. Austria and Italy like to have an arranged bounce in Trieste, while Italy convoys the army to Tunis, suggesting an AI is very, very much on the books. Whether it will be an AI versus RT or an AIR versus T remains to be seen. But I hope for the sake of my early season prediction that the AAR will finally die and that Turkey will finally perform well, that we do see a juggernaut here. If we go to 1902, In the West, we see an aggressive FG moving on England as expected, though Ed Sullivan seems determined to save JJ with the first St. Petersburg South Coast Winter 1901 build I've seen in a very, very long time. In addition, we see the fleet rotation putting the fleet in the Baltic Sea and it bounds in Silesia, putting a lot of pressure on the German. The AI I expected seems to fall apart early as Italy convoys into Albania. Turkey forces Romania, though it's very possible this is just a planned demolition of the Russian Southern Fleet. In fall 1902, in the West, we see Tommy Anderson in France making a ton of early progress as he picks up Liverpool and takes back London from the English, while his partner in crime, Evan Sweetheart, seems to get bogged down in the ER. Losing Denmark creates a major setback for the German attack on England as his choice of defense results in the forced destruction of Denmark, which means he loses his second of 2 fleets and puts him in a very, very poor position. In the east, France moves further and further into the Italian seas, while Italy heads east in the war against the Austrians. This attempt by Italy to take Greece is stymied by the Turks tapping the Aegean, while we see a clear juggernaut form in the east to deal with the very early FG we saw in the west. In 1903, we see France continue to churn out fleets as they get to wage a 2-front naval war against what is left of the English Empire and the out-of-position Italians, setting Tommy Anderson up for a big early lead. On the other hand, Germany chooses to build an army in Kiel, signaling a possible abandonment of the anti-English attack and maybe the end of the FG. The end of the alliance is even more heavily suggested by the move to Burgundy by the Germans, which will guarantee Paris in the fall if Germany wants it. Russia and Turkey continue to gain position in both the northern and the southern theaters. Austria makes an interesting move here to support hold Venice while sending Tyrolia to Venice. Whether this is just a misorder or an odd trust but verify order set due to some unknown diplomacy I don't have access to, the fact of the matter is at the end of the year, Venice is sporting an Austrian red. In 1904, it turns out that the taking of Paris may have been arranged, as Tommy seems to be unfazed by his capture, as France focuses on taking all of England and Tunis as he solidifies his position. On the other hand, in the east, we see the RAT solidify as Austria moves on Germany while also trying to kill the Italian. Russia gains significant position here as they take Prussia and Silesia. And then in the fall, we finally see Munich fall with the Austrians being put in by the Russians, and Berlin fall as well, with the Russians taking it themselves. In 1905, we see France and what's left of the Germans stick together against the RAT, as France and Russia seem engaged in a war for the top. As we go on from 1905 to 1906, we see Russia get a lot of German gains, while France stays on 9, a center ahead of Ed Sullivan in Russia. In 1907, tactical back and forths, but we see the dynamic switching towards the RAT picking up huge amounts of progress on the FG alliance, and with Germany very, very much on the ropes. In 1908, 1907, we slowly see the French position in the south collapse as the Austro-Turkish alliance in the south runs through the southern seas while the Russia continues to grow in the north. And then, as we come into 1908, we see with the taking of Norway and Edinburgh, which eventually gets forced out, we see that Russia begins to start to take the top away from Tommy Anderson as Ed Sullivan jumps up to 9 and Tommy falls to 8, with the RAT just completely taking control of the board, and Ed Sullivan takes a solo board top with Austria and France both on 8 apiece. What is interesting to note is that this game draws in the fall with the Austrian army in Romania. So it's interesting to see whether or not John thought he could maybe get a share board top, or if he was convinced, look, you're taking a second place to Russia, just stay where you are. But I'm not sure why he just chose to end the game there.
Yeah, what do you think? I mean, do you think he gave up too much there?
I wouldn't think he gave up too much necessarily. I mean, there is definitely moves that Turkey could put on Austria to gain back territory in Rome, for example. That was likely that Bulgaria would follow this turn. And it's possible that there would likely be retribution from Russia, possibly, to ensure that he gets a solo top. But yeah, I think it's possible that John Jimson had some more play left here.
Especially with France that powerful, it's not like Russia could just dive in on Austria at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's an interesting sort of three-way balance. Well done from Ed Sullivan, though. My goodness.
Indeed. He just seemed to puppeteer the entire board exactly the way he wanted it. And did an incredible job of managing all the alliances. I mean, that's classic Ed. Some great alliance play from him.
Yeah, but usually, he would take a game like this into a shared board top. I think last year that's probably how this would have ended for him. So it's interesting that he engineered this for a lone board top.
That's true. There may be we may see Ed get the heart of the champion this year in the virtual scene.
We've seen a little the tip of the killer instinct has now shown itself.
Exactly.
It's hard not to feel a little bad for Tommy Anderson here, though. He had this moment where he sort of ballooned, and maybe it was a bit of. Do you think it was early leader syndrome that got him there, or do you think he made a different mistake?
I think it was. I mean, when you have an RIT going up against an FG, you sort of need Germany to act as a strong bulwark against Russia and Austria to make sure that they basically don't want to see Turkey getting too big. But with all of them growing continuously, none of them had any reason, I guess, to be really upset with how the board was going, which allowed AT to really take control over the seas. I mean, France just really never got the units necessary to be able to defend the southern seas and create a line there. And then in the north, with Russia and Austria both rolling through it, there was nothing France could really do to prop up Germany. Maybe the best solution there for Tommy would just have been to mercifully kill Evan, take his dots, pump up some necessary units, and put them to use. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything he could have done against the RIT once it started performance in 5.
Well, in any case, it's nice to see a triple coming out of the East that is not AIR. So
agreed. Very cool to see the RIT here.
Thank you, Potrero Hill players, for giving us a different story here.
Long live Turkey! You're the Turkey. I called it.
Well, Turkey didn't come out on top here, but at least Turkey wasn't vanquished the way it seems to have typically happened.
Considering how bad Turkey was in the last year's circuit, I call that a success.
All right, indeed. And we're going to hear, I'm going to give our viewers a little preview. We are going to hear more about defense of Turkey from a special guest we have later on in the program, so stay tuned for that. But for now, we're going to bring back Siobhan Nolan, and we're going to say thank you. We got a little get some background noise over there. Karthik, thank you very much for recapping that game. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, Siobhan, are you all right?
I'm all good now.
The situation has been taken care of.
Yes, it has. So I just wanted to say, did I see correctly that JJ Raymond survived that board with no units for a while there? There were no units on the board, but he was alive?
Let's have another look at that.
Because if that's the case, he has unlocked the extra special teddy bear award that has been floating around for about 3 years, waiting for someone to win it.
So let's see. Evan Sweetheart? Oh, JJ you're talking about is England.
JJ, he owned Denmark.
He owns, that's his last one.
All the units are gone.
No. In York. He still has the...
okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, but it's piffed here.
Yeah, but Denmark is...
Okay.
Oh, but Denmark's not taken. You're right.
Exactly.
Oh, so 1908. He owns Denmark, but has no units. All right, so what does he win?
There is an extra special teddy bear, a camouflage bear, entitled I'm Not Dead Yet, which has been waiting about 3 whippings now for someone to win it.
Congratulations, JJ Raymond, for winning the I'm Not Dead Yet award for whipping. It's not awarded every year, but you have done it by surviving in the game for at least a year with no units. Well done, sir. All right, let's head on over to board D, the Castro. In Austria, we have Stephen Hogue out of Lexington, Kentucky. In England, we have Claes de Graaf out of Alkmaar, Netherlands. I'm sure I'm not saying that one right. I only pronounced one A in a row, and there are 2 in a row. In France, we've got Hunter Catcher out of New Haven, Connecticut. Germany finds Hal Schild out of Alexandria, Virginia. In Italy, we've got Ben Kellman from Philadelphia. Russia, Jason Massbaum, Siobhan's favorite player, coming to us from Los Angeles. And in Turkey, we have DBN's own Doug Moore playing out of Portland, Oregon. Doug, of course, 2-time world champion and defending whipping champion from 2019. Siobhan, let me just get this out of the way. My goodness, this is a board.
This is absolutely a board. You know, there's a board just about every round of the tournament where the TD calls out the lineup and everyone in the room is just like, oh, that's painful and I'm glad I'm not on it. This is just, it's a stacked board, first of all. Great players all around. Every single one of them has a DBNI ranking from last year. And Jason and Doug in the East.
In Russia and Turkey.
That's what everyone was watching.
All right, let's dive in. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
Yeah, absolutely. So right off the bat, you see a couple of fairly standard things here. A bounce in the Black Sea. England is fairly standard. You know, France supports himself to Burgundy. Not that big. We do not, however, see a bounce in Galicia. So I don't know what magic potion was sold to Stephen Hogue by Jason Massbaum, but he will learn never to listen to Jason ever again. Moving forward into the fall, we start to see some early signs of cooperation in the East. You know, Doug is bouncing the Austrian in Greece, preventing that, well, any build, because the Austrian walked out of Serbia to cover both dots.
So brutal.
We talk about this all the time, these guesses of, do you leave something open? Do you cover everything? And this is one of those moments where you see the moves and it's just painful. So Steve does not get to build in 1901. Elsewhere in the East, we see a convoy, or in the West, we see a convoy to Norway. England gets Belgium. I think it's the second or third England I've seen get Belgium so far today. And Germany decides to walk into Burgundy behind the French. So we will see where that's going. I also want to point out that the opening to Piedmont is now pivoting back to Tyrolia as the Italian maybe gets wind that things are not going to be so great for the Austrian. So as we push forward into builds here, there's not a ton that's too surprising here. We got 2 builds from the French and the English, an Italian fleet, a Turkish fleet, and 2 armies from Jason Massbaum in Moscow and St. Pete. And then in 1902, what you really see start to form is just fantastic cooperation between Doug Moore and Jason Massbaum, which I just want to say, Doug, I am incredibly disappointed in you. I'm sure you're only doing this to annoy me, so thank you for that. Meanwhile, the German who built his fleet in Berlin, not Kiel, signaling his intents to move east, has moved to make play on Sweden, and later, maybe, we'll see where that goes. However, the French have said, hey, look, I can just slip into NAO, MAO, push my armies north, and he does it. And so Klaus is going to have some issues from Hunter very quickly. And pushing forward again into winter, we see some stuff that you'd expect. Just, you know, another Italian fleet, a Turkish army. I think Doug is in a great position. Thank you very much, Stephen, for leaving the fleet, because I think that's the interesting and fun one. And it's the one with the most diplomatic play, I think, here, which is actually very smart. So we get one more year with Stephen Howe with his fleet, which is trying to take back Trieste. So I imagine in these moments, he's frantically going from person to person. Someone, I want to help you. Just keep me alive. I can be there for you. But it doesn't look like he's found that person. Doug and Jason just march forward. You know, we're taking Greece, we're mopping up Austria, and it's only kind of a matter of time there. Meanwhile, in the West, the English and the French are kind of all over the place. You know, the French go into Clyde and then walk right back out. They bounce themselves in Brest. It's just an interesting, and I don't know what's happening here, but we do get another French fleet, so we'll see what happens with that. Meanwhile, Jason, you're just being cute here. So Sebastopol and St. Petersburg try and swap places. This game doesn't work like that. Someone please give Jason a refresher on how these units move. And the French fleets just surround the English peninsula, or island, sorry. And that's just dominating as the Germans decide to move east. Again, Munich to Berlin, Ruhr to Kiel. And, you know, we just see the French fleets changing position. Again, we surrounded the English island and we're going back into MAO. And Doug, not shockingly, just keeps making progress in the Eastern Med and Ionian. So at this point in the game, Jason and Doug are just lockstep. And I kept looking for a moment, but I don't think either of them has a stab opportunity. They never left each other one.
Yeah, this is sort of the juggernaut of dreams, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And there's no reason for either of them to break it. They're both getting things out of this. Doug is just mopping up the rest of the Austrian home centers along, you know, thank you, Stephen. I think possibly he's just tired at this point and just says, you know what, I'll walk out of Vienna. It's fine. And Jason is allowed to walk directly into Norway unopposed and then into Sweden with the English help. But, you know, mild problem with the retreat to Finland, but he's going to get builds, so really who cares at this point? And so as we watch this juggernaut just march and march, that's the theme. At no point, well, at one point, I looked at Doug's position and I said, there's a moment here. It was a moment to stab Jason Maspom. But Doug
We
chose.
we haven't gotten there yet, have we? Or
Well, no, if you go back to last season.
Here. Okay.
Given Jason trusting him, he could have walked into Budapest and Romania. He didn't want to, though. You've got a great ally in Jason, which is not something I get to say very often. So with that, play it back to me.
Must have made you so uncomfortable to watch while you were recapping it.
I was so ready for Doug to just be a good friend and kill Jason Maspom with the rest of the board just for me, but it hasn't happened. And so I just kept clicking forward and forward as the seasons went on. And as we come into 1907, you know, Italy's losing a few more units. We've got one lonely little French fleet down in Naples there. I guess he's got Tyrrhenian Sea to back him up. But at this point, the Italian Ben Kelman, thank you. It seems like it's only a matter of time. So as we push forward into the next year, I do love seeing everyone supporting that Austrian in Munich. It's always nice to feel loved. Stephen Hogue, it turns out, was not tired of the game and was not done playing. I love to see it, even with one unit. You have so much to do. And, you know, just, as we say, convoying onto the Italian boot, well done by Doug, getting into Apulia there as we mop up the remainder of what remains of the Italian. Love to see a strong Turkey after, I don't know, months of just Turkey getting clobbered in the corner of the board. Of course, it's Doug Moore who brings it back, and maybe he'll show up on Legendary Tactics to tell us how to play Turkey next time.
Maybe. Well, he already did Germany, so.
He might as well do every power for us. It's Doug Moore. But yeah, more of the same. Another army from the Turk onto the Italian peninsula as Jason just mops up Scandinavia, puts himself into a position to take Denmark in the fall, which, as you push forward into the fall, we see.
Oh, hell. Tough one, man.
And there she went, because I believe it's the Austrian who supports Jason into Kiel here, and possibly also the French.
Yeah, and it looked like Hunter and France supported Doug's army into Naples here. So it looks like they are setting up for some sort of agreed upon result here. You know, Doug's not putting armies in Rome and Naples for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a dominating position for Doug here as Turkey. He grew 3 in the last season and built, count them?
1.
Which is just a power move by Doug Moore.
Oh, man.
And so, I mean, go ahead.
So I assume this ends at 11-11.
It does indeed. Doug chooses never to build those 2 pocket builds, I believe. And, oh, no, he does. He has a moment here.
Oh, so actually, here's the stab moment that he could have, that he passes up. Okay, so this ends at 11-11, 11-1. Doug, okay, so the obvious question that comes to mind here is, could Doug have gotten a better result? Or if he stabs Jason here, does it just mean that Hunter gets the huge board top and possibly even a solo?
Well, and that's absolutely the question here. And something to point out in this moment, they took a draw vote when 3 players were tied for the top. And I don't know that we've talked about this yet, but Whipping is using public draw votes this year. And what that means is that the player who proposes the draw must publicly vote yes or no for the draw first, before anyone else can vote. Then it goes by power size. So let's say in this moment that Hunter or Jason is the one proposing the draw. They get to vote first. Then it goes alphabetically with the remaining powers. And everyone knows if you're the one voting it down. So does everyone else decide, okay, Doug, you've had enough if you voted this down, or vice versa if it's Hunter. So how does the public draw vote play into this? And that's really curious here because, you know, on the one hand, could Doug have gotten a larger result? Probably. But 125 points, round 1, not bad.
Yeah, it's really not. And again, there's that question of whether he even could have done it, or whether it just would have meant Hunter, solos. I mean, Jason could pretty clearly throw a solo to Hunter. I think the question would be: does Hunter have the units to get across the? He doesn't need to get across the line. He just needs to. Yeah. Hunter could easily throw Jason could easily throw a solo to Hunter.
And, I just want to say, great, Stephen Hogue, you held on to the very end in Munich, and I love to see it. So thank you for not letting any of them officially board top after that.
Yes, well done, Stephen Hogue. Right, so because there is a bonus that that is only awarded if a player board tops alone. So, and it's, I think, twice the 2 points for every center that the board topper has.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
So not a huge bonus, but could be significant, right? The centers themselves are worth 10 points each. So, if you get a 10 center board top, that bonus is worth another 2 centers. But so not a huge amount, but something that could swing the tournament if it's very close. All right, congratulations. I don't know whether to say congratulations. This was a
congratulations to Stephen is what I get out of this.
Yeah,
that's the best result I have here.
Congratulations, Stephen, for surviving in that game. And congrats to the other 3 for tying and doing that. Okay, Siobhan, thank you for recapping board D. We will say goodnight for just the moment. So I guess not really good night. We'll just say bye for now and bring back David Hood to the stream. Welcome back, David.
Hey.
All right, you got a little board E to tell me about. Here is the player list. Board E, SOMA. I don't know what that stands for. I'm sure it's some sort of acronym. In Austria, we find Gary Sturley out of Macclesfield in the Great Britain. Gary is a tournament director. He's one of the organizers of the Tour of Britain, so it's nice to see him on a board getting to play. In England, we have Mikolas Kamaridis. I hope I'm saying that one right. Coming to us out of Brighton, also in the UK. In France, we've got Matthew Krill, fresh off of his appearance on the top board of the DBNI, playing out of Everett, Washington. In Germany, we have a new player from a country we haven't had a player from before, from Israel, Roni Mordvinov. I hope I'm saying that name correctly. In Italy, we've got Dave Smith out of Connecticut. In Russia, we've got Sabi Ahuja out of Chicago. Sabi is a player that has just joined the Weasels recently. I played with them on board in March, maybe early March, and a really interesting and sharp player. This is somebody to keep an eye on. Might have a little bit of growing jitters, I think, growing pains, but also I think capable of putting up a good result. I should say, and I should add, by the way, Sabi was my ally in the game that we played together, and Sabi stabbed me. So thank you for that. In Turkey, we've got Michael DiMichele coming to us out of Seattle. All right, David, this looks like a fun board with new players and some players who haven't played that much but know the game. Tell us how it went.
Well, the theme of this game is, did you not take a shower? And we'll see which player I'm talking about in a minute. So we get to spring of 01. Bouncing Armenia, I think, jumps out at me in the East. You see that? That's a form of RT alliance building or something that you sometimes see. Obviously, nobody goes to the Black Sea for that reason. Otherwise, do you have anything surprising? You've got the Bouncing Burgundy, obviously a range, but otherwise, nothing really jumps out at you for the spring of 01. So let's go to the fall of 01, where again, is there anything about this that's terribly surprising? The Italians borrowing Trieste. The thing that jumps out at me for fall of 01 that's surprising is the army from Apulia not being convoy, but going to Rome. Going to Rome. They're going to get 2 builds, which means they're going to have to build in Venice and Naples. We'll see in a minute what that's going to mean. But the English, as we've seen very often tonight, the English are actually the ones that take Belgium, this time through a convoy. So the English get 2. The Russians, smelling the Germans were going to bounce them in Sweden, the Russians instead say, all right, fine, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to Baltic and Silesia. Boom. So this is the one where I'm like, Germany, first of all, how did you let the Russians know what you were doing? Did you tell them you were going to bounce? Don't tell them you're going to bounce. What happens when you tell them you're going to bounce? Or maybe the Germans told somebody else, or that person told the Russians, but that particular move is going to be critical to the game. The fact that the Russians have jumped on the Germans, and the Germans are somewhat out of position. This forces the Germans to build 2 armies, or at least they think so, defensively, which is going to limit German options going forward because now they only have 1 fleet. I think I said that in the last game. that I talked about, where the fact that the Germans had one fleet mattered. So let's go into spring of '02. What happened? First of all, before we do that, look at what got built in Venice.
A fleet. Oh, how did I miss
Fleet
that? Oh my
Venice.
gosh.
Fleet Venice. How often do we see Fleet Venice? How often do we see Fleet Venice work out, Dave Smith? Not this time either. Not this time either.
Oh, man.
All right, '02. You've got the EF, again, another Leviathan, working together against the Germans. Of course, the Russians are also working against the Germans. So the Germans are like, man, did you not take a shower? What's going on here? Nobody wants to work with you. The French, by the way, when you get to the fall of '02, the French have already plowed into the Mediterranean. So they're in Western Med, they're in North Africa, because the EF knows that Germany, their intended target, is going down the drain, considering the fact that the Russians are attacking the Germans instead of bolstering them. So there's no reason for Matt, who is very good at this game, to know, it's time for me to just go in the Med then in '02, which is what he does. I wonder if picking a target early and destroying them might be a good way to play diplomacy. The second game that we've seen EF do this against the Germans. We'll see if it's going to work out for EF as we go. By the way, there's a nifty convoy here where the Turks take Greece by convoying around the Austrians. Now, obviously, the Austrians are taking Bulgaria, but it's still nifty that they're putting that army into play in Greece, I think. So let's go into 1903. The French, of course, take Tunis because they have 2 units on it. They've got another fleet coming into the Lyon. So Matthew's really pressing his advantage there. The English go into Skagerrak and North Sea. They're pressing their advantage. Again, EF making tremendous progress. Now, Sabine realizes at this point that they need to really help the Germans. So they try to help the Germans here. But is it going to be too late for that? I don't know. But you know who could be coming to the German aid? The Austrians have gone to Bohemia. The Italians are in Trieste. The AI is apparently working together. Maybe they're there to bolster the Germans. We'll see, because everybody loves the Germans in this game. So you also see in spring of '03 that the Italians take Greece, forcing the Turk to retreat. So we've got AI versus RT here again, although the Turks are taking back Bulgaria. So let's go into fall of '03 and see what happens.
But I have to look at this one. Michael puts the fleet back into Smyrna for some reason.
Well, that's true.
Interesting.
That's a good point.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail you. Continue.
No, it's quite all right. I mean, he may have been trying to make the Italians feel better to try to defend themselves against the French attack. Maybe what he was sort of a diplomatic move. All right, fine, I'm not going to threaten you with Ionian. I'm not going to threaten the Ionian. Please defend against the French. Maybe that's what was going on there. Who knows? But in the fall of '03, instead of helping the Germans, the AI takes out Munich. If Germany's going to go down, let's take our piece with them, because there's no way that could be bad for us. There's no way that speeding up the EF move to the east could possibly be bad for us, Eastern powers, right? Right. So let's do it.
I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, because
I think so.
I'm sure you're being totally.
Would disagree? Who would disagree with that? Nobody would disagree with that. All right, let's go into spring of '04. Yet another French fleet gets built and goes into the Med. Wow. Now the Turks at this point do come out to the Ionian to try to help, I think. Try to slow down the EF. The Germans, of course, are getting completely destroyed. The Russians realize, I'm next. So they're up there trying to hold some kind of line, Norway. The Germans, of course, have taken Berlin back in the spring. And in the east, it's just, as you can see, mostly red arrows and supports. They're just trying to keep Matthew from making any progress in the Mediterranean. Germany, though, you can just tell, is going Janissary, just like in the last game where Germany went Janissary. They know they're going to get killed. They might as well go forward to help the EF. That's what's going to happen in this game, too, as we go into the winter of '04. The English in 1905 have repositioned their fleets, of course, to maximum effect, and the German army go east. The still stasis in the Med because there's nothing Matthew can do to make more progress in the Med. But the Austrians have lost Munich. The English take Berlin. So EF just continues to, the Leviathan just continues to be completely dominating. And you can see that the Germans have convoyed to St. Pete, because that's what you do with a German Janissary, is you convoy them through English fleets to St. Petersburg. And that's not going to be the end of German Janissaries, by the way. They're only getting started. They're only getting started.
Doesn't make any sense, but go on. Yes, please.
1906. I have in my notes blah for 1906, blah for 1907, blah for 1908. I really do. Those are my notes. Because all it is EF going pow, pow, pow. And you know what the tip of their spear is? The German Janissaries, who now have Warsaw and Moscow by the time we get to the end of 1907. Could you see a more dominating EF position that it actually ends at the end of 1907? I don't think so. You've got a 9-9 board top shared, which under this system is not terrible. Would have been a little, obviously there was more points that could be got if you went and got more centers. But who's going to stab who here? Apparently nobody. Matthew's a good alliance player. Michalis Comaritis knows how to stab because he's currently leading the Tour of Britain based on a big stab in one of his games back in March. So he knows how, but he sure didn't do it here. So we've got an EF that stops here at the end of 1907, even given the complete chaos that the Eastern position is in terms of armies.
Wow. What do you think, David? I can see an opinion already, but what are your thoughts about how this game ends?
If I've got a shared board top at 9, there are very few situations in which I'm going to accept that. Honestly.
Is this one of them?
No,
isn't one.
I really don't think so. No. I can't. I'm actually having a hard time picturing one I would accept. If I know I'm going down the drain, of course I would accept it. But neither of these guys is obviously going down the drain. There's clearly position against the Eastern powers, at least as a matter of armies. Now, Matthew is a little stymied in the mid. So one could argue that Matthew, unless he decides he's going to figure out some way to stab, is not really going to make a lot of progress here going forward, at least quickly, whereas the English are the ones that could take out the German vassal states and get a couple more centers. So if you're Matthew, you might want to end the game here, maybe. But if you're Michalis, unless you're really just trying to keep your head down, get a decent result for round 1, and then go into round 2 as a little bit of a sleeper leader or something. You don't want to be the complete leader of the tournament, so you take this result. It's not the way I would have ended this. I would have kept playing. I think that the position is just really dominating. If I were Michalis, I think I would have kept going here.
I'm with you. I think if I'm Matthew, I might take this draw because the growth opportunities aren't there, and also Dave Smith has the potential to move on me if I'm Matthew, and if I have to move units away, Dave is in position to take some dots from behind me. On the other hand, Michalis, I don't see any downside for him on either taking out the German centers there in Warsaw, the German Russian centers in Warsaw, Moscow, or just moving on Matthew here. He's not going to get
look at Michalis is making some comments in the chat about this, in which he's saying that the reason he had to vote yes is because it was open draw voting, and if he'd have said no, then Matt would have realized that Michalis had it in for the board top, and that might have affected their ability to work together. So this might be a result of the fact that we have open draw voting.
There we go. Michalis, not a fan at all. This game shouldn't have ended, but I couldn't veto it without signaling to Matt that I wanted to get the lone top. But what's the downside? That's the question. So look, the worry that you often would have in that situation is like a strong Russia would benefit from, behind you, from you getting mixed up on another front on the other side. But in this case, it's perfectly set up in the East. All 4 powers are still alive, and the ones that are nearest to you are all stuck on 2 units. They just don't have the ability to take advantage of chaos that you might create. So I think you could get it. This is a case where the public draw vote, you actually, I think, could get away with publicly vetoing it and still come out on top.
Well, maybe, maybe Matthew was saying you can't do that. You must end this game, or I'm going to pull away from the East and send my fleets to the West. It's not like his fleets couldn't redeploy. So maybe that's what he was thinking. I don't know.
Well, let's just play it out a little bit longer. What's the downside? Like what can Matthew actually, what punishment could Matthew actually inflict on Michalis?
I don't think he's going to inflict anything. He's going to try to slow Michalis down And what McCallus is arguing in the chat is that that Turkey benefits from that, eating up his, the rest of the Eastern powers from behind. I mean, it's hard to know what to do in these situations, and public draw voting is not normal, and so you don't really know exactly how the player interactions are going to work out. We're all more used to private draw voting. I'm not saying public draw voting is not something worth trying, but it's just something that we're new to, and so it may be that people just can't quite figure out what that's going to mean from a player interaction point of view.
Yeah, it's a fascinating experiment. Interested to see how this works out. I will say that that there were only 2 draw votes that didn't pass in this first round. One of them was on board A, which we covered as well earlier, but the other one was here, and it happened in the fall of 2006. Russia in Sibi had proposed a draw, and England was forced to make the vote first. And England and Mikolas is actually the one who turned down the draw in that case. So maybe there was something in that experience which suggested to Mikolas that they couldn't get away with doing it again. Interesting.
It is an interesting result that, it almost looks like a carnage scoring result where the top, the shared board top's perfectly fine at 9 centers. This one's not perfectly fine, but it's something that McCallus felt like he had to accept given the dynamics of the game. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how this score plays going forward. The average for the scoring system, the average result is about 60 points. So this 98.6 normal body temperature result is it's a pretty mediocre result as far as a board top goes. So we will see. We'll get to look at the standings after round 1, after we cover one more game. But that'll do it for this game. Congratulations, muted congratulations to Mikolas and Matthew for a 9-center shared board top. And let's see. That means that it is time to bring back to the stream Karthik Kanith. Karthik, welcome back. Oh, you are muted, my friend. We'll give you a second to undo that while we say goodbye to David Hood. David, we'll see you in a little bit.
Hi, thanks. Pleasure to be back.
All right, Karthik, welcome back. You are going to tell us about the last board of round 1, board F, which is Sunset. And here is the player list. In Austria, we have Windy City Weasel, Corey Nesland, also a commentator on DBN with the League Night crew. We'll see her and the others next weekend for the coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League. In England, we've got Natty Schaefer, a DBNI player. In France, we've got Saren Kwok out of London. Natty's out of Salt Lake City, I should add. Saren is playing from London. Saren made a lot of noise early on in the virtual face-to-face scene last year, then sort of took a break from the face-to-face part, but has still been really active in Extended Deadline and Speedboat. So it's good to see Saren back on the face-to-face circuit. Germany, we've got Eric Silverman, who is the brother of Adam Silverman, the tournament director. And Eric is coming to us from Minneapolis. He's part of the Minneapolis crew, which is a new league from just a couple of years ago, really active. In Italy, we've got former world champ and DBN's own Chris Brand playing out of Vancouver. Russia, we have Craig Mayer, also in the DBNI from Billings, Montana, the big guy from Big Sky, as we like to say. And in Turkey, we've got Seva W out of California. Seva has been active online. I think this is only the second time we've seen Seva on virtual face-to-face game. It's a fun board. Lots of a good mix of players and skill levels.
Great board.
All right, Karthik, tell us how it goes. Or it went.
Sure.
There we go.
There we go. So in spring 1901, we see Saren go for the Burgundy self-bounce, likely an attempt to signal extreme friendliness towards the German. And Chris Brand in Italy, a classic combination if there ever was one, sends Venice to Tyrolia. Turkey has Smyrna effectively hold, allowing for the possibility of sending the fleet to Constantinople in the fall. But other than that, we see very standard openings from everyone, people just keeping their cards close to their chest. In fall 1901...
The very common Smyrna to London or Smyrna to Liverpool.
Yes, of course. They're very, very close to succeeding, but just didn't have the fleets necessary for the convoy.
Just one short.
Just one short. In the fall, Russia is let into Sweden. So Craig gets Sweden, and he also puts the army into Romania, signaling his desire for a juggernaut, and picking up 2 bills. While Seva in Turkey goes to the Black Sea and Armenia in a delayed Sunstrom, while also trying to go to Romania, signaling there is some sort of breakdown in the relationship between Seva and Craig. Italy walks into Trieste while also sending Ionians to Tunis, which suggests this capture of Trieste by Chris was not arranged, leaving Corey and Austria with only one build. In the west, Eric Silverman was forced to pull Army Ruhr back to Munich to defend against Tyrolia, which gives Nadia Schaefer in England unimpeded access to Belgium and Norway for 2 builds. If we go to winter 1901, we see that Saren's overtures to Germany may have been for naught, as Germany builds 2 armies, though at least she manages to avoid Fleet Liverpool from the English. Italy builds 2 fleets, likely in an attempt to patch things up with the Austrian and give them a reason to stay on side, even if they didn't appreciate the move to Trieste. In spring 1902, Saren avoiding the fleet in Liverpool seems to mean little other than delaying the inevitable, as the Germans and the English come hard after her, despite the move by Saren suggesting she expected yet another EF, a very common alliance in this tournament. Austria is working against the Turks, while the Turks work against the Russians, while the Italians move their fleets around this turn, showing some nice little chaos in the east, but also suggesting, unfortunately, there will be an AIR. In the fall, we see Chris Brand make it very clear to Corey that there is no AI, as he taps Greece while moving towards Vienna. Saren and Chris bounce in the western Mediterranean, while Russia takes Norway from England, suggesting there may be a little bit of weakness in the EG, and could potentially stall out in France if Saren can play this right. However, in 1903, we see things go a very different direction. In the spring, we see Saren voluntarily becoming a janissary for the EG. I guess she figured, that there was no chance for survival against it in the long run, and instead becomes a tip of their sword as she moves from Spain to Lyon and from Mount to the Western Mediterranean, proving a very strong thrust against the Italians in the Western Mediterranean area. Also, she sends Marseille to Piedmont, while Germany sends Piedmont to Tuscany, setting up the Italian and Chris Brand for a very, very dangerous position there. We also see the East evolve into a chaotic AIR once more, as the AI try to figure out what they're doing with each other while working effectively to kill the Turk.
My God, Corey walks out of Trieste and loses Greece here. This is
yes,
that is
exactly.
difficult.
So Corey walks to Tyrolia, leaving Chris Brand with Trieste, and loses Greece, which will allow Chris Brand to pick up a build. It's possible that this is still arranged. Maybe Corey says, "Hey, Chris Brand needs to build way more than I do right now to defend against a French-German attack." But oh man, this is an unfortunate position for her. As we see in 1904, we see a continuation of this sort of Western triple, this unholy alliance between them as they keep rolling. There's some defense put up by the Italian against the FG, but we see that Venice falls as Venice goes to defend Rome. Tuscany simply just walks in. Serbia walks into Trieste, while Greece goes to Albania. Constantinople is taken by the AIR, which seems to suggest at least the Austrians, the Italians, and maybe the Russians will pick up some builds there, which can help defend against the EG. In the north, we see Russia facing severe trouble from the EG alliance, as Norway and Sweden both fall, with England taking Norway, an army from Edinburgh being convoyed in, and Sweden returning to Denmark. If we keep going into 1905, we see more and more of the same, as we see now St. Petersburg fall to the English. Presumably, Craig and Natty worked out some deal where, in exchange for not putting Norway in St. Petersburg, Craig would just let Natty take it with the fleet in the Barents Sea, which then allows Natty to send the fleet in the Norwegian southwards, potentially to help defend MAO against the little raider fleet of the Italian that has made it into the Western Mediterranean. We see also the Baltic Sea fall, which means that one of the best avenues for Russia to make a potential offensive against the EG and create some chaos there falls, which suggests that the EG is just simply going to roll the board, especially in the face of the chaos we see in the East. The Eastern chaos results in some pickups in Turkey, but just a failure to manage resources in most cases, as England and Germany just continue to roll, with Saren providing useful service as a janissary. We also see Austria walk back from the border. Presumably there's some issue she had with the Russian there, which caused her to move back to Galicia. And maybe she wanted to stab, maybe she just wanted. There was nothing that I saw there that suggested to me maybe I missed something. But she ends up retreating.
Probably covering in case Silesia went there.
Oh yeah, probably that Silesia depletion was a real issue there. That's what it was, right? So if we keep going into 1906, we see Galicia support hold Warsaw. We see a clever convoy by Craig to Finland in an attempt to potentially cause some chaos there. But England seems to have sniffed it out by sending Baltic back to Sweden, which should allow for a complete defense of whatever he wants to, with Denmark supporting hold Sweden and Norway supporting hold St. Petersburg. In the south, we see the Turkish unit in Smyrna finally fall as Seba is eliminated. So we bid Seba farewell. Thank you for playing. And we see now this redistribution of forces by the English, as the English also seem to think that Serena served her purpose and seems to be taking those dots on the backside. We see Natty building up a very, very strong lead there with 8 centers to the close competitor's 6. And then Germany going up to 7 there, puts them at 8-7-7. And if we go to 1907, we'll see the game ends before we can see anything.
Wow.
So Natty picks up a solo on top. Presumably Germany was looked at the fleets and the units that were on the board there and said, there's no way I'm getting anything off of Natty. I can't stop him here. He also probably looked at the units that Natty had in positioning on Portugal and Marseille and said, if he wants to, he can take Saren's dots. He can go up to 10. This is a decent way to keep my position, keep an alliance, get some solid points. You think he gets 80 points from this? So that allows him to get some nice points going into round 2, keep an alliance with Natty. And if he believes that there's no chance for him to get the board top, it makes sense for him to draw here, I think.
Yeah, I don't see a way for Eric to top this board. I think your analysis seemed just right to me that that Natty has avenue to growth, and there's Paris as well, right? Which Eric can't. And then Craig is still perfectly viable. So he might be able to. You could conceive Eric working with Craig to push back Natty some, and actually Craig still has that fleet in Bothnia, so it's not outrageous. Actually, there's a path here for Eric. Now that I think about it, it involves.
I guess if we work with Craig, then there's a possibility. But yeah, I guess they chose to end it.
But on the other hand, there's also Corey, right? Who could provide a potential problem from the south. But Corey also has some growth if she were going to stab Chris. This is a funny game to watch from Chris Brand's perspective, right?
Yes, indeed. I was just watching the game, like looking at him, and I was like, oh man, this is an Italian creating so much chaos in the east that would, I think, have worked out very, very well for him had Saren not agreed to become sort of a Janissary in a Western triple and head south, which kind of just blew up all his plans. Because if you look at his position in 1902, 1903, 1904, without those pesky French fleets there, he's in a great position to kind of roll the east.
Yeah, but it looked like he just had a sort of schizophrenic relationship with Corey. Just couldn't decide whether to fight or ally, or couldn't get on the same page with Corey. And I'm sure I can imagine, I can hear Corey's frustration. I played with her a bunch at this point. I can hear her inner monologue actually. Just wonder what Chris is up to.
I think that schizophrenic, chaotic relationship between Austria and Italy is part of the reason why the EG was able to roll so heavily. Was without the Austrian units feeling safe to march up, through no man's land into Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Silesia, Germany was was very much easily able to operate without any fear and had no reason to turn on the English, and was able to help the English get into Sweden, get into Norway, just show France, hey, there's no reason not to work with us here, because either we eliminate you now or we eliminate you later. Whereas if there was a credible AI threat, or at least a credible Austrian threat against Germany, maybe Saren can say, hey, I have reason to not just throw everything to stay alive.
Yeah, that makes sense from her perspective. All right, in a moment we'll bring Siobhan and David back on to have a look at the standings and sort of wrap up round 1. But let's give some love here to Natty Schaefer, who by all accounts played an excellent game here. There was a lot of tricky work to be done managing both Saren as a Janissary, but also how things were working with Eric and Craig in Germany and Russia in the north. And Natty, after a bit of a setback there in 02, sort of really did this expertly, I think.
I would agree with that analysis. I think Natty did a really good job of managing his alliance with Germany, especially, and making sure that Germany always felt like they were growing well, while England got some really, really nice position in the north. But getting Norway, Sweden, and St. Petersburg is fantastic, and he was able to give Germany the dots necessary to make him feel like he had a viable path to growth, while creating a position to guarantee that he would be able to take a solo top if it ever came to that. And then in the South, I once again agreed, he really managed the relationship with Saren well, making sure that she felt comfortable as a Janissary. I mean, like, the position that they had on her basically forced her to do it if she wanted to live.
But
realized that there was no way turning either P or G on each other.
Yeah, and he did a great job of staying, ahead, right? So
exactly,
took some of Saren's dots, but had the opportunity to take more and decided not to. Figured, the 8 was enough. So, all right, congratulations to Natty Schaefer, who gets the board top here. That's 106 points, which we will now get to see how much is good for her. But first, let's bring back onto the stream Siobhan Nolan and David Hood. Siobhan, David, welcome back.
Thank you, Brandon.
Hey, glad to be back. Glad to be back, man. Natty Schaefer has been a solid player this whole past season. It's really good to see him get some good results.
Yeah, and it's he made the DBNI, didn't make the top board, and he's a player who seems to be very sort of consistent, flies a little bit under the radar, doesn't get the big flashy results, and hasn't won a tournament yet. So I think that would be a thing that would sort of elevate Natty to the next level. All right, well, why don't we check out the leaderboard and see how things stand after one round? Here it is. Sitting atop that leaderboard is somebody who has definitely made a splash, and that is Morgante Pell. Morgante is the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic champion. In second place is Katie Gray, a relatively new name to us, sitting there in second with 135 points. Behind Katie is a group of 3 who shared a board top together and a bottle of Chianti. Some very familiar names to us, DBN's own Doug Moore, Hunter Catcher, who has won tournaments and has a big name on the circuit, and Siobhan's favorite player, Jason Massbaum. Behind them, we've got DBN's own Ed Sullivan, the aforementioned Natty Schaefer, Jonathan Frank, and Wes Ketchum, who shared a board top together. And then there's that guy, Matthew Krill, who I think is tied with a few other people, or just one, Nicholas Camaritas. So, we've got a nice leaderboard here going into round 2, I should say. Well, do you guys have any thoughts you want to share on this leaderboard?
I'm just going to say one thing. One of these days, people are going to realize that Morgante Pell knows how to play, and they need to really pay attention to him. But it hasn't happened yet.
But today was not that day.
Today was not that
day.
No, I just want to say there was a lot of fantastic play in round 1. I love to see some new names up there on the list, so I'm excited to see what round 2 has for us.
And Karthik.
I was going to say, I saw some fantastic play from Natty and in the games I covered, and based on the coverage from Siobhan and David, we saw some incredible games from Doug, Hunter, Jason, Katie, and Morgante. So I'm sure that they're going to have more phenomenal games in round 2, and I'm really excited to see what that has for us.
All right. Well, we are going to dive into round 2 in just a moment. Let's see. Let me pull up my schedule. We have some special guests, I should say, for round 2. 2 rookies to the broadcasting crew. The first one is a guy named Adam Siegel. And then our second is going to be Riaz Varani, who will be joining us a little bit later. But Adam's going to join us very shortly. And before I do that, I'm going to bid adieu to Karthik and David for the moment. But please stick around. We will bring you guys back on for some coverage in round 2 very shortly. So enjoy the break, you guys. And now let us welcome to the broadcast, Mr. Adam Siegel. Adam, welcome.
Hey, everyone.
Adam, you are a longtime face-to-face player. When did you get started?
Oh, man. 2000. Yeah, right around 2000. I started playing in some local tournaments out in California, actually, which is it's really nice that Whipping could be my DBNI debut. Siobhan and I used to play in the local tournaments that Eddie would run. He would And those big tournaments, he would set up a table, and he would, everyone who came over, he would invite and teach them how to play, and that's how I got started.
But so you were just at a gaming tournament, a gaming convention rather. What were you there to play?
Whatever I could find, but found diplomacy. So here I am now.
And how old were you?
16.
Wow.
And met Siobhan there. We used to organize house games. We roped some of our friends into play one time. It didn't go nearly as well as we thought it would.
Wait, Siobhan and Adam, you guys didn't know each other before that?
Not before we met playing diplomacy, no. My dad was a board gamer, and Adam Siegel also played lots of board games, and we just got roped in by Eddie at one tournament. And the very first game I played, Adam Siegel was on my board.
And who topped that board?
We'll say Siobhan.
So Adam, what hooked you to the game? Like, what was it that struck your fancy right off the bat?
I've always really enjoyed board games, and I think for me, it's a good combination of the social side and the strategic side, and I think it just really spoke to me on a skill set level.
So you have been playing now for how many years?
About 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah.
And what are the highlights of your career so far?
I think for me, actually, the thing is that for a long time, I was really, really bad at diplomacy. I was playing tournament diplomacy for about 10 years, where my average results, all told, when I looked at my board, were like less than 1.5 centers. And so I just showed up and lost and lost and lost. And somewhere around 2008, 2009, I managed to like turn it around and figure out how to win. And I don't know what changed, honestly. But yeah, no, it was that for me was like a real big highlight in that period of time.
Well, I know when I joined the tour back in 2016, you were highly regarded. You were considered one of the best players on the tour. So it's funny to hear you say, that you like couldn't win at all for a long time.
Years and years. I was just doing so badly. But
I played with you in my first real tournament game. It was at the World Championships in 2016 in Chicago. And Chris Martin had put together profiles. He was getting really into making videos, and he put together profiles on individual players, like 15 of them or something. And you were one of the people he profiled as like one of the top players on the tour. And I remember like I had watched some of them and I'd seen your name and I recognized it. And I remember you were so unhappy about that. You were so mad.
I think that we played together in a later round in Chicago, and he had said some things about like how to get under my skin when I play. And I think everybody who I sat down with really took it to heart. And I just had a really bad tournament. I didn't place very well. I had no boards where I could find anyone to really work with. And I think I blamed Chris a little bit that weekend. So Chris is like a close friend of mine. We hang out a lot outside the hobby. And so, I'm not actually mad at him, but it really did sink me on that one.
It was, I'll tell you though, that you and I played in the first game of the tournament. I remember it really clearly because it was my first real tournament game ever. I had just been playing with the Weasels for like 6 months up to that point. And, I'd been playing with the same people over and over again. And then this was a chance to play with basically complete strangers. And the game you and I sort of butted heads. I think I was like Germany and you were Italy. It was something like that where we weren't right next to each other, but in the mid game we got entangled. And I remember after the game, and neither of us topped the board, but we didn't get eliminated. But after the game, you and I sat at the board for almost 2 hours talking about the game. And I convinced you that you had been the aggressor improperly or something like that. Like, what was amazing, and it was really begrudging on your part. And I have actually since learned that was probably the only, like, my greatest accomplishment that whole tournament was just convincing you to admit that you had done something maybe a little bit slightly wrong. But just sitting at the board talking for like 2 hours was such a great thing for me as a new player, because like it just showed me how much people were interested in engaging about the game and how friendly and open they were in talking about it afterwards. It was perfect for my first game.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that you had that experience. And I could say that if anyone ever sees me at a tournament, I still attend a lot of tournaments and I don't always play all the rounds, but I'm always happy to sit and talk to people or play other board games or anything like that. And if, generally being social is having a positive experience in keeping people in the hobby, I think that's something that everybody should be committed to. And I will say this in a situation where I'm not playing diplomacy, which is that I tend to play aggressively. And so it is actually the case that I tend to aggress on a lot of people nearby and who are sitting next to me. And that's just sort of a thing. So I don't doubt, Brendan, that if you're saying that I was, encroaching on your territory or your position, it was probably accurate.
Oh, I don't know if I was right. I just think I got you to admit that maybe you shouldn't have done it.
I just love that Brandon's favorite memory from that tournament is gaslighting Adam Siegel.
Yeah, my favorite memory is convincing someone else that they should have listened to me. Yes, thank you, Siobhan, for that. Actually, but quick sidebar: my favorite memory from that tournament actually is Eddie Bursan throwing a solo to Chris Brand with one unit.
That checks out.
Yes, Chris Brand, who won that tournament and became world champion. All right. So Adam, we are tickled pink.
Just to clarify though, sure. Is Chris Brand being world champion Eddie Bursan's fault?
Yes.
Yes, I think we can say that.
Okay.
Yes.
Glad we've come to that conclusion. Sorry to interrupt.
100%. I mean, Eddie Bursan must be blameworthy for like 90% of what's happened in the hobby. Is that true?
He's blameworthy for 2/3 of this broadcast.
It's pretty much true. He takes credit for it too. And I'm sorry, everyone. Now we're here.
All right. Well, thank you, Eddie Bursan, for gifting us 20 years later, Siobhan and Adam. Adam, we are, like I was about to say, tickled pink to have you on this broadcast. Ever since I've met you back then and started these broadcasting, I thought that you would be great for this. So now's your chance to prove me wrong. Stink it up.
Thanks for having me.
Sure thing. All right, so this is your rookie game. I don't know if we have any hazing rituals yet, but maybe we'll make some up as we go along. Siobhan, you are welcome to invent them as we do. Here's your first one.
Glad I'm here, Adam.
All right, I did not when I switched share the screen, so here we go. Here is the first board. It is Nob Hill, the first board of round 2. In Austria, we have Diplomacy World's Douglas Kent coming to us from Mesquite, Texas. He is sitting in 18th place in the tournament. In England, we have Chris Wardy out of Chester in 12th place in the tournament. In France, we've got Siobhan's favorite player, Jason Massbaum, out of Los Angeles and sitting in 3rd place in the tournament currently. In Germany, we've got Matthew Krill, fresh off that top board appearance at the DBNI, coming to us from Everett, Washington. Italy finds Craig Mayer, the big guy from Big Sky out of Billings, Montana. In Russia, we've got Jaromir Sulja out of Georgetown in Ontario, Canada. And in Turkey, we have Carl Ronenberg making his first appearance today, playing from either Seattle or New York City. We don't know which. All right, Siobhan, you are familiar with at least some of these players. How do you feel about this board? Any thoughts?
I love this board. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how the dynamics in the West especially play out with Jason Massbaum and Matt Krill, who obviously I'm more familiar with. And then just slapping Craig Mayer right in the middle of the board in Italy has the potential for some really interesting balance. So I want to see where that lands.
And Adam, you probably only know a few of these players, correct?
Yeah, I really am only familiar with Craig and Jason.
And so they're in France and Italy. Any predictions of fisticuffs happening in the early game?
Nah, I have nothing.
Yep, fair enough. All right, let's dive into the play then. The way that we like to do this is that one of you starts off commentating primarily on the East and the other on the West. Typically, we would have Siobhan in the West since she is on top. Why don't we switch this up since and then we'll switch after a couple of years, so you won't be stuck in the West the whole time. But all right, let's dive right into some commentary here. First spring of 1901 orders. Here they are. Siobhan, we'll start with you in the East. Tell us what you see.
Sounds like a plan, as is becoming increasingly familiar these days. There's no bouncing Galicia. Russia decides to just hold while Austria sends everything south with no fear. We get very standard from the Turk and the Russian, a bounce in the Black Sea, and Craig there in the middle of the board, also very standard.
And over in the West, Adam, how does it look to you?
I love aggressive play. I love people jumping out there and saying, give me the tempo. I'm going to set the pace for this board. And Jason Massbaum says in 1901, here I am. I'm in the English Channel. I'm in Picardy. I'm ready to go. And, we have some standard openings from England and from Germany as well. But Germany is in position to follow up with the Sea Lion. So it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. Does Jason use his position to take Belgium? What does he look for builds in the fall? But it's a very flexible position still. I don't think he's pot committed at this point.
Yeah, Burgundy being DMZ, that's a big hint that F and G are possibly working together here, isn't it?
I do think that it is. I think it's a conversation, or it's an indication that at least that they're talking. But it doesn't necessarily. I think the bigger indication to me is that there's a single army that's going to Iberia that's going to live there for to the end of 1902 to take the other empty dot. So if you're playing France and you're really looking for long-term aggression against Germany, you really want that fleet down there so that at least if the army is down there to pick up the second dot, you can be coming back in 1902 to be covering places like Burgundy and supporting. So.
I think I counted in the first round games that in 5 of the 6 of them, England got Belgium. And I think we can be pretty confident that's not going to happen here.
It seems unlikely, but I don't know. England could trade Belgium for London. See what happens with the ball.
All right. Well, we also have Galicia being DMZ'd, which is interesting to have both Burgundy and Galicia DMZ'd in the same game. Let's see how it works out. Here are the orders for fall of 1901. And Adam, why don't we start with you in the West? You had wondered whether we would see a Sea Lion opening, and
yeah, we do. Look at that. English Channel supports Denmark to the North Sea as the traditional follow-up for the Sea Lion. France gets Belgium, and Germany gets Holland. This is extremely stereotypical. I don't blame Chris for his defense here. I think the cover of Wales was good. It's sort of a coin flip. By ordering to Belgium? It gives him the opportunity to potentially really devastate Jason if he's able to either bounce in Wales or bounce in Belgium and stick him on one. It just doesn't look like it works out for him here because, or is that North Sea supports Ruhr to Belgium maybe?
Ruhr to Belgium. Yep.
Ooh, I really like that order, but it's just not working out for him because it looks like France and Germany just sort of had it in for him. I think long term it'll be interesting to see whether or not Chris can get some support from the Russian in order to stabilize his position because losing North Sea in 1901, losing North Sea at any point is just bad.
I have to say, though, I really like the move to Wales there. He had to take a risk of some sort, and covering Wales, he's anticipating that Picardy might get convoyed over to Wales. That's the purpose of it for those who might be wondering. But he had to, risk London being open and had to, in negotiations, really not give away what he was going to do, lest, Jason think that he could get away with taking London like Tommy Anderson did in that one game. So, it may not, his defense may not ultimately hold up very well, but I still like that one move. All right. Sorry, Adam, you got a follow up?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that this is it really shows the mentality of a player who I don't know, which is to say that he wants his 1902 position to be the absolute best possible. And I do think that it was an optimistic set of moves that didn't work out for him, but he really set himself up in 1902 to really have a good outcome. And when I see somebody order something like this in 1901, I'm looking at all their tactics for the rest of the game and saying he's going to choose the order that really gives himself the best possible outcome if he is faced with a coin flip again in the future.
Yeah, because now he gets to build that fleet in London, right? And he's got 2 fleets facing the North Sea, so we can guarantee that, and he doesn't have to worry about a French unit on the island.
You think he goes fleet? Okay.
Oh, well, in any case, he can build a unit in London and doesn't have to stick it in, say, Liverpool, where it would be very awkward. All right, Siobhan, tell us about the East.
What jumps out to me in the East is the beginnings of something breaking down between Russia and Turkey here. The attempt to bounce the Russian out of Romania while also slipping into the Black Sea. We'll see where that's going. It's possible that was all arranged, like, oh, I'm just going to pretend to be bouncing you out of Romania. That's not going to work. That'll fool the rest of the board, and this could flip right around into something else entirely. Elsewhere, the Italian and the Austrian, we see a convoy into Tunis. Austria takes Greece. It's all pretty bland.
Wait, have anything to say about that? Venice to Trieste.
I mean, I think honestly at that point, that doesn't mean anything. It's just like I'm going to tap Trieste because I can. They may or may not be working together. They may be talking about setting up some sort of Lepanto. We'll see what we come into next year.
All right, so here are the builds coming in. We've got Carl with one build, and we'll just see what the builds are.
I just want to add in one
Sure.
small observation about the East, which is that if Turkey was really interested in attacking Russia, Smyrna to Constantinople instead of Smyrna to Armenia was really a missed opportunity.
Yeah, which is what tells me that maybe it's just some clever ruse to fool the entire board and be like, look, we're fighting.
Interesting. All right, we will see. If that were the case, you would expect to see Fleet Smyrna, I assume. If that were not the case, if this really was meant to be anti-Russian, what would you expect to see from Carl?
I build Fleet Smyrna either way.
I think, yeah, I don't see any reason to build an Ankara right now.
Okay, and then maybe Convoy Con over to Armenia in order to get the jump. All right, if you are, let's see here. So for Chris, Adam, you wanted an Army London, is that right?
I don't know. I mean, he's the guy who sounds like he's going to be ordering pieces into the best possible position. So Fleet, but an army says, "Go away, leave me alone. You're not getting anywhere." I think they're both good.
All right, Siobhan, any predictions there?
I think it'll probably be a Fleet, but either way, we'll see something in London, and either is fine.
All right. I'll add here as well that Yaromir has the option of building a fleet in St. Petersburg. And I think we saw 2 Russias do that in the previous 6 games. And that's just fun. And one of those was South Coast, which, as Karthik noted, we don't see very often. Here are the builds for winter of 1901. We do get that fleet. It's on the North Coast. And that is paired with an army in Moscow, which is an interesting choice. I think if you were... oh, no, I'm sorry. It's not the fleet is not anti-German. So, all right. Elsewhere, we get 2 Austrian armies. No surprise. We get an army in Ankara. So we definitely have our answer for Carl as to whether he is intending to be anti-Russian or not, presumably. I assume that what the heavy drawing of breath in was about.
For me, at least, it was.
It wasn't for me. Mine was just a sort of a. I really, given Chris's bold follow-on moves, I really wanted to root for him here. But that fleet North Coast, St. Petersburg, is just bad news bears.
That's rough times. Let's see. Elsewhere, we get Jason dropping 2 fleets, which is a pretty strong FG play or signal to Germany that is what he wants. And Germany, Matthew puts down a fleet Kiel in Army Berlin, and that fleet Kiel can go either way. But the Army Berlin definitely says to Jason that I'm your friend. So lots of love here between F and G. All right, let's keep on going here into spring of 1902, and we will keep Adam in the west and Siobhan in the east. And Siobhan, why don't we go back to you here to start off with for spring of 1902?
Yeah, we see right away that army in Ankara is moving over to Armenia, presumably to jump on Yaromir's southern flank. We'll see how far that goes, but the Austrian is coming in to help by supporting himself to Galicia, so an AT coming through. Meanwhile, it looks like Craig is trying to set himself up for some sort of Lepanto, but gets bounced out of the Ionian by the Austrian. So there's some, again, breakdown in communication in the east. It's a different 2 people every time, but this time it's the Italian and the Austrian.
It's a fascinating possible situation here in AstroTurk, which is not off to a hot start, right? This was a conservative set of moves from Carl in particular. They could have gotten Romania here and opted to do something very conservative instead. But yeah, that bounce out of Ionian, that's just really tantalizing. So let's see what happens there. All right, in the West, tell us about it, Adam.
Chris, I like your defensive moves here again. Supporting the fleet out from Norway back into the North Sea, knowing that that fleet doesn't have a lot of places to go, and knowing that fleet in North Coast St. Petersburg is not going to be very friendly. You have to, in this situation, you have to choose who you're going to defend against. He's not choosing to defend against the Russian. He's not choosing to defend against the French player, and he's just saying, "Here I am, Germany. Maybe you're the one who can turn around because Jason only has one army even remotely near you." But that being said, Jason looking really good here. He's going to have 3 fleets in an amazing position by the end of 1902, whether that's North Atlantic, whether it's a convoy into a place like Wales. I really like Jason's position. I think it's great.
And it's nice with Craig, being mired in muck down there too. I mean, Jason just really doesn't have any, potential problems on even the distant horizon.
Yeah. It's not even that Jason is mired. It's that, or that Craig is mired. It's that Craig is heading east. He's trying to get further away from Jason.
All right. So fall of 1902 dawns for us. Here are the orders. And Adam, why don't we stay with you in the West? And some interesting activity here. What do you see?
Yeah, Jason picks up Spain and gets his fleet into position. There's a whole lot of coin flips here, and I don't really know what the right or wrong series of moves were. Jason doesn't make any headway this year, but that's only a matter of time if everyone's going to stick together. Matt Krill recaptures the North Sea, which, with Norway supporting him in, was basically going to have to do. I will say, Jaromir, Sweden definitely could have been supporting the St. Petersburg fleet, either into its attack on Norway or to hold in Norway. There was some risk there, but obviously not needed with the 3-on-1 there. Poor Chris getting the brunt end of this stick. I would have said I'm surprised that Norwegian didn't support Helgoland out to the north. I feel like it would have been a stronger position, particularly for trying to capture Edinburgh in the fall. But I wonder whether that was Yaromir's price, actually, for helping Matt back into the North Sea, and then the sort of the long-term conversation of I'll help you, I'll support you, because maybe you see long-term conflict with Jason.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear Yaromir's thoughts about why that fleet in Sweden hasn't done anything for 2 consecutive turns. It on the one hand, it's kind of like a sign of ultimate confidence that he knows he doesn't need it either turn. But I love your way of putting it. It's that Norwegian being the mover here is Yaromir's price for the support, and if so, it's savvy for slowing potential competitor down. All right, let's head back over to the east. Lots of black arrows over here, Siobhan.
Lots of black arrows, and not such a good time for Jaromir down here in the southeast. Just leaving Romania and Sevastopol to be taken, which he had to know would happen here. It's not a lot of great choices, and this was the one he made. And Craig, for his benefit, I think seems mildly irritated with the Austrian and has moved back to the Aegean instead of Eastern Med, which, I see Adam shaking his head, and I'm kind of right there with him.
What would you rather do if you were Craig?
I mean, support yourself to the Ionian if you want to be there. If you think you're not going to get Smyrna, fine. But I mean, what's the point of being in the Aegean right now? You've got an AstroTurk who isn't going to work with you, and they're just going to string you along for a while. But
well, plus, with Turkey getting a build here as well, there, obviously there's going to be a fleet in Khan. So, you're just going to be pulling the Aegean back into the Ionian, presumably, anyway.
Yep.
All right, then here is where things stand as far as the builds go. It's a pretty sedate set of adjustments, in fact. What do you do? What do you put down if you are Jason?
Oh, man. Jason has... I think that this largely depends on your relationships, right? If you are confident that Matt Krill is going north into Scandinavia after Chris dies in 1903, 1904, Fleet Marseille. Because that's just a very dominant position right now for Craig, over Craig, who is already embroiled. And you can say, oh, I'm coming to your defense. Wouldn't a fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea be so helpful to you? But if you think that you're going to just sort of stay north of the stalemate line and given the scoring system, just go for a huge board top and plow into Matt using Jaromir as the sort of the other side of the hammer anvil situation, an army.
And army where?
I think Brest is the least offensive to Matt's position. So I would probably argue Brest and then push that I need a convoy to Wales this year.
Siobhan, do you agree with that?
I agree with that. And I think at this point, Jason builds an army.
All right. The answer is Army Brest. So certainly headed for the British island. And I believe actually now Wales is guaranteed. So just support that in. I'm sorry, send it right into Liverpool. You don't even need to support it in. Yeah. Interesting disband by Chris there. Maybe that is a play for Janissary. An offer to be the tip of Jason's spear. if he will turn. Does he turn? I don't know. All right, why don't we switch you guys up here? Give Adam a taste of the dipsy do we like to do. And here is spring of 1903. And Siobhan, we'll start with you in the West. That is highly active. Tell us about it.
We see the convoy right away into Liverpool. Jason just moving his units. We get a convoy as well into London. And oh goodness, so many arrows as Matt repositioned some of his armies into Kiel and Berlin. This is just, you gotta feel for Chris in this moment. That's just rough.
Yeah, the English Channel Fleet actually supports Holland into London. That's why it succeeds. And it looks like Chris supported, did a triple support of English into North. So
yes,
that would have worked. But yeah, so Chris clearly made a bid to be the Janissary here, and thought that he had convinced Jason and did not.
Yeah, but I mean, I always love to see a multi-fleet convoy through MAO and Irish, leaving English open to support the move into London at the same time. I don't say it often, but nicely done, Jason.
So, okay, so you don't think Jason might have made a mistake by not taking Chris up on his offer here?
I think that Matt Krill is such a solid alliance player, and Jason is coming into this at a higher rank than Matt Krill, and if he can keep a solid board top, I think that sends him a long way toward being in a good place in this tournament.
All right, and Adam, take us a tour on the East, if you will.
See, I actually, just before we get there, I want to give just one other different viewpoint on Jason's orders here. I think that Jason is a tempo player, kind of like me. I think he likes to push faster than the people on the board, and I think he missed an opportunity. I think that if his goal here is to grab up as many English centers as possible and part different ways with Matt while Matt goes north and he goes south, I think MAO should have gone to Western Med this turn. I think he's going to be behind a season that he's going to need to be supporting Craig against the AstroTurk. If, on the other hand, his job, he's trying to capture as many of the Western centers as possible, and he's planning on plowing into Matt Krill after Chris dies, I think he should have convoyed Brest to Wales and Spain to Liverpool, get 2 armies on the island and say, all these dots are mine. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Matt. You're not getting London. You're not getting anything. And on top of that, Chris is willing to help me out in the future. If I want to, I can keep him alive as long as I want. I think he had an option to go either way. And I think he split the difference here. And I think it's to his detriment.
Wow. All right. That would have been insanely aggressive. I mean, because Belgium would be clearly gone in that case, right? Like, you have to, if you're going to attack Matthew, you have to go to north here in order to protect Belgium.
Why? You still have English Channel support Belgium in the fall, and then you're building at least one, and it's a new army. Oh yeah, good point. I take it back. All right, and on top of that, North Sea's cut in the fall anyway. Oh, assuming that there is an English. Assuming that Chris is still friendly with you, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so moving on to the East, I gotta say, I'm very impressed also with Matt Krill's prescient move of Denmark to Kiel to Berlin, which saves him from this Bohemia Silesia situation, because the AstroTurk has made peace with Jaromir. Whatever Jedi mind trick Jaromir has done, I'm very impressed. Jaromir, we don't know each other, but kudos to you, man. The ability to convince the two of them to move around you, to say enough is enough. You don't need my 2 other dots in the south, Warsaw and Moscow, is great, considering the fact that they do have you over a barrel. And the Bohemia Silesia move is a move on Munich, because that was an open and free dot which Austria could go and grab. And it looks like Matt has put himself in a defensive position. It's really impressive. Meanwhile, in the Mediterranean, the Greece and Constantinople fleets are working together to push up. There is a 2-on-2 fleet situation, which is not great for the AstroTurk, but quite frankly, they don't really need to be making so much headway this year, because they're still making headway in the north against Russia, or I would have thought maybe against Matt Krill, but it looks like Matt has sniffed that out. So it will be interesting to see how they're able to get one more fleet into position in order to push through against the Italian. Yeah, I'm with you on Matt's moves here being really surprisingly prescient. It's really smart. That combined with getting Jaromir to move Sweden to Bothnia so he doesn't have to worry about covering Denmark, that just feels like really skillful diplomacy to me. Yeah, I wonder actually if I was in one of the AT, I probably would be blaming Jaromir here, because I'm guessing, given the moves, that there was a conversation about breaking off hostilities, calling it a day. And I wonder if Jaromir was like, hey, Matt, if the two of us are going to be working together long term as the smaller alliance, you need to be moving south. I will say that if Yaromir thought that Warsaw-Moscow was his defensive line, I think that he should have given up Ukraine. With the rotation, the way that it happened, there's a potential here that he has to now guess in the fall between either defending Warsaw or defending Ukraine, and having a PIF in Ukraine and a rebuild in St. Petersburg in 1904 would be terrible for his position, and having an uncuttable support in Livonia would have been much better. So, he has short units to defend. He's not in a great position, but I think that there's sort of slight strategic move he could have, or tactical move he could have made to make that situation better.
Yeah, it's an interesting set of positions for the fall. Were it not for that army in Berlin, then the AT could guarantee Warsaw here. But now they can take a good swing at it, and it will preventing it will require a guess over Munich. So Matthew has to decide now whether to cover Munich with 2 or tap Silesia. And then Ukraine going to Galicia and Berlin going to Silesia will guarantee that Warsaw is held here, but at the risk of Ukraine, like you said. This will be a fascinating turn here.
That's a risk on Munich, and I don't think Matt Krill likes Yaromir that much. I think that he defends Munich, and I think Yaromir loses Warsaw. I think that if Yaromir had rotated to Livonia, he would have been safe.
Well, but so the thing is, though, that Matthew's a good enough player. He's not a big risk taker, right? So in Matthew's case, I think the odds are strong that he'll cover Munich. But a risk taker would know that that Douglas would assume that he's going to cover Munich, and if he really wants to slow down Austria here, tap Silesia. I'm just saying, it's fun to watch and see what happens.
Oh, I'm excited.
All right, here is the answer here for fall of 1903. Does Warsaw fall? The answer is no.
Oh.
All right, Adam, we'll stay with you in the East.
I like it, right? AT has all the time in the world, and what's the most important thing to do is to guarantee both dots next year. It's not bad piffing the unit in Ukraine and getting the extra Turkish army up. I think that from an AT perspective, it also, Austria needs to keep Karl bought into this process. And I think that if you make the argument that I need to have Warsaw right now, I'm the one who needs to have a new unit down, the risk is that Karl hits you from behind because you're the one who's making all the gains. And that is part of the problem with the AT. And so it's possible that Douglas is just being savvy to sort of the AT dynamics. And it's particularly true while Turkey has 2 fleets and one is stuck in the black, because if Turkey was gaining momentum against Italy, he might be a little less inclined to stab. And this way, at least he's guaranteed something next year.
Yeah, what do you make of what happens down here? So Greece, let's see what Greece actually supports here. Supports black to the Ionian.
It's
misorder.
I'll say this. I think that they never expected that it would have been a functional support. I have to assume that it was a real misorder, and that this is a real missed opportunity, because Apulia to Naples is pretty unfortunate. But I also, it's possible that the AT is saying, hey, Craig, why don't you go and defend against Jason? Jason's coming, because I'm not trying to encroach on Siobhan's territory. Look at those fleets, those black arrows into the Western Med. And I'll point out that if Jason were there 2 seasons beforehand, this would have been a totally different situation, if that was the game plan in the long run.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West.
Yeah, so let's talk about all those black arrows that Jason is moving. He's decided that, we're going to mop up the rest of Chris here in the English island, and I don't need to be there anymore. I can get the jump on Craig, who's got many other things to worry about. And there he is, dropping into Western Med, MAO, down to Burgundy. He and Matt, they're still good. And Matt, as predicted, uses the support to cover Munich.
I mean, wow, right? So England going out in 03, that's very fast for England. We now have a situation where Yaromir, despite having, his southern flank being, really collapsed here, he's in the North Sea in 1903.
Just love to see it.
I think actually the interesting thing in the West that we also didn't talk about was Liverpool supports North Sea to Edinburgh. Yep. And Jason, despite the fact that Matt could only build one, gives both builds to Matt Krill.
Yeah, you don't like this at all, do you, Adam?
I don't know. Jason is such a great aggressive player. To see him go on the back foot, he could build 2. I mean, I don't understand why he anyway. Yeah, I don't understand this.
I hear you, Adam, and I think it's wrong, but I think at the same time that Matt Krill is looking at this and saying, no, I need to be even with you. And if that's what the ally is pressuring him into, that's what Matt is pressuring him into. I still think it's a mistake to waste a build in this instance. If you really truly are allies, give the build to your ally, get as much momentum as you possibly can, and keep moving. But Matt somehow doesn't really trust Jason Massbaum. I wonder why that could be.
Well, I mean, in this situation, Jason is committing so hard against the Italian, right? That I don't understand why Matt would care if there were more fleets on the board.
I mean, I think that you and I are in agreement here, Adam. I'm just saying that, Matt can be cautious, and he's a very solid alliance player. And I think this is the moment where he says, no, we need to be even. I need to be with you. I need proof that you're in this with me.
That's fair. I mean, there's a couple other moves here I really don't like, right? I don't like Irish Hold. I think that would have been better in the North Atlantic or in the English Channel, either way, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason for that.
Why is the Irish a red circle? What happened there, Brandon?
Yeah, let's look at that. It convoyed Irish to Irish, so he couldn't think of anything else to do with it, and just wanted to have some.
There were better things to do with that.
I also don't really understand why Helgoland isn't in the North Sea.
So this is a real curiosity to me, is what Matthew has in mind by helping Jaromir advance the fleet so much. I'm racking my brain here trying to figure it out, and maybe he wants to try to start something between Russia and France. I don't know. But
you also see Bothnia to Baltic.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was saying you see Bothnia to Baltic at the same time, and that's not great for Matt here.
Yarmir is going to be putting a unit down here. Presumably, it's going to be Fleet St. Petersburg. Wouldn't it be fun if it's Army St. Petersburg? Wouldn't it be fun if it's a Fleet South Coast, just for the hell of it?
And that's one way to tell the Austro-Turk to not attack you, right?
Right. I'm of no threat, really. Another fleet. All right. If you are Jason, what do you put down here?
Fleet Marseille.
100%.
And Matthew, I assume, is an Army Kiel here. Yarmir, Army St. Petersburg. Yep.
I think that the really interesting move, the long-term move here, would be Fleet Kiel. I'm just going to put that out there, Matt Krill. I know that this is in the past, but Fleet Kiel says to AT, I'm here with you. Let's mop up these dots.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so look, if you're Germany facing an AT, like you have a lot of potential discussion with Austria, a lot of opportunity here to convince Austria that fighting between the two of you is only going to benefit Turkey. So there's a diplomatic mission, I think, that Matthew has here. Putting down a fleet might actually do it, right?
It's possible. It depends on your relationship, right, with Doug. And I haven't really played that much with Doug. I know him as reputationally as an alliance player. I don't know how much he's likely to switch, but Bohemia could be useful in Tyrolia. It's not like the piece needs to be locked up on the German border. They don't need it. They don't need any more armies against. Silesia is actually important against the Russians, so there's other reasons for that to be there. It's totally possible for them to disengage.
Yeah. It's Bohemia is the problem, right? If it wasn't for that, then
but Bohemia to Tyrolia. I mean, pressure the Italian position.
Yeah. All right, let's see if it happens. As far as these builds go, and we do get the two armies for Russia and Germany, respectively, and the Fleet Marseille, as predicted. Mm-hmm. All right, let's head on into spring of 1904. We'll stick with you guys in the east and west as you are, and Siobhan, let's start in the west and tell me how it goes.
I mean, we start with starting to pull everything away from the English homeland. Germany takes the North Sea back from Edinburgh. Jason starts dropping his units further and further south. The army drops down. It's possible they'll both leave an army on the homeland, or those all might get convoyed away. We'll see what happens. He's everywhere down in the south. NAF, Western Med, Lyon, Marseille, Mid-Atlantic Ocean. He has committed himself completely and fully. And meanwhile, Matt commits himself completely and fully to the east as he shifts everything over to Prussia, Berlin, and, keeps the French army in Burgundy to support him in Munich so he can't lose it.
That's really interesting here, the FG versus AT shaping up. Adam, tell us about the east.
I'm sorry. I'm still just lamenting the fact that Jason wasn't one season faster. The east actually is really interesting this turn. Doug supports Ukraine to Warsaw. and then they follow up Romania to Ukraine, which puts the Turk in the position to gain both Russian dots. And I think it's really savvy for Doug to keep Karl on board, because Karl's going to gain both. I mean, it's actually a little bit risky here, right? I don't know if I really like it, but it's savvy to keep him on board, because the position here is that the Turk is getting those armies up and moving them forward, and maybe it's because Doug is safer actually having those armies out of position, but you can also see Black Sea is moving up to Constantinople. They're getting that third fleet out there and I think also crucially here, Aegean makes it to the Ionian. Mm-hmm. So you actually have a really forward momentum by the AT on all fronts. It's looking really good for that Austro-Turk.
I appreciate you trying to find a logic here for Doug and Austria. It's hard to see. I mean, look at this Turkish position. Like,
well, I will say, take a look at this though. Trieste goes to Tyrolia. Bohemia supports Trieste to Tyrolia. Mm-hmm. It's clear that the AT is trying to work it out with Craig. They're saying, look, go fight Jason. He's the bigger threat for some reason. I don't really understand. And we're going to go push our armies up into Matt. Honestly, if I'm Craig here, I'm ordering Venice to Trieste in the fall. Gotta say, I really, I think that that there's an argument for that.
And if you're Karl, I mean, I don't know. Help me out. Why don't you take Serbia and Romania here?
Well, Romania is a wash, right? Because you're getting Moscow. If you do stab the Austrian, you're never holding Warsaw.
Moscow's not guaranteed, though. He's got Yarmir has 3 there, and AT only have 3 on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what's interesting was the fleet in Baltic, which we were concerned about from a German position, ended up supporting Berlin to Prussia in last season. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So having that army in Prussia, which I wasn't expecting, really does make it a lot harder on the AT. So now Moscow, you're right, isn't as guaranteed. But if I were in their position, I would probably do 2 supports Silesia or 1 support Silesia into Warsaw to Livonia. I don't know, St. Petersburg supports Moscow. Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough position. Maybe they're kind of stuck there.
Yeah, I think Karl stabbing Austria here is a little bit premature, but it's hard not to see that army just sticking around in Bulgaria, right? Like, if we see Bulgaria move back to Khan here, then we'll know that Karl's in it for the long haul.
Yeah, but Doug's the one who needed the build. That's what's driving me nuts about this.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. All right, and Doug is 1 ahead of Karl, but that's how it usually works in the AT. So. All right, here we go. Fall of 1904. And all right, so my eye is drawn immediately to what you had predicted. You said you would do, Adam. Let's stay with you in the East.
Oh my God. I love it. Thank you, Craig. And the thing is that Craig owed no loyalty to the AT. And it's true that AT could have kept Tyrrhenian Sea, but they didn't. Right? I mean, the way those moves worked out for reasons, I guess Ionian was holding Tunis. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. So in the long run, I mean, he can't hold Tunis anyway against Jason. This way he gets another piece down. I love it. Everything else is red arrows. There's no movement like we talked about in Russia, and Constantinople comes down to Aegean. I think what's interesting is Brandon was pointing out, does Bulgaria go move back to Constantinople? It doesn't. It holds. No stab yet.
But the option is there, and now Turkey's dropping a unit, and Austria's pulling one, right?
Yeah. If I'm Karl in this position, or if I'm Doug in this position, I'm probably insisting that Karl wave.
Yeah, and you probably pull the fleet here, right? The fleet in Greece, if you're Austria.
Yeah, probably has to, but it's an ugly decision either way.
That's the poll where you're sitting over the board like, sorry guys, I know the timer's going, but I need a minute.
That's ugly.
All right, let's hear about the West, Siobhan.
Yeah, a lot more black arrows from Jason Massbaum. Taking Tyrrhenian Sea, love to see it. Like Adam said, how beautiful would it have been if you'd just been there a season earlier? But here we are now. I do find the move Wales to Yorkshire a bit interesting as Matt Krill convoys away from the English homeland. I love to see it. I'm curious how arranged some of it is. Is Jason just saying, well, you're going to get all your gains. You're already one build down. Why don't we do some trades here? So I'll be curious to know after the game's over how arranged this was, or if this just sets Jason up for a tense conversation with Matt next time they swing.
I mean, it doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's that much, there's not much point in risking the relationship with Matthew at this point, is there? You just think it's in Jason's nature. Is that right?
I think it's 100% in Jason's nature.
See, I think it both sets up the stab well and also sets up a conversation about how to get that army home. Because if you're not in Yorkshire, North Sea can't convoy you back to Belgium.
Yeah.
But being in Yorkshire and also being the key army in Burgundy really helps set up a potential stab on Germany, because now it's not just a question of whether you're picking off Edinburgh or London. It's also a question of whether or not you can help someone else take something off of the German. And a home center loss is certainly going to be more of an issue to Matt than losing something in the far reaches of England in the corner.
Interesting. It'll be, the moment for Jason's going to be after he takes Tunis. Presuming he does it in a way that leaves him in position to keep it, right? It's easy to take Tunis in a way that where you lose Tyrrhenian Sea and you get outflanked. So let's see if Jason can do that. Craig is presumably putting down a fleet in Rome, and it's possible that he may give Trieste back here, and this was an arrangement with Austria in order to convert that army into a fleet. So it'll be interesting to see.
I find that fascinating, Brendan, because if I'm Craig, I'm going to build an army, and I'm going to go to Jason and say, look, take Tunis, that's fine. What else do you need? If you're going for a solo on this board, all you need is Tunis. You've got enough to lock it down. I'll build an army. I'll go the other way, right? You're not threatening me anymore if you send west to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. You don't need 4 fleets down here to hold Tunis. Let's just call it. We're fine. You got other things to do.
Siobhan, what do you think?
I mean, I see an argument to be made for that, but I think more likely we're going to see the fleet dropped and that, this was arranged with Doug and just said, hey, I could use this fleet more than you can use that army. So
I love it, Adam, though. I love the idea that it's like that there is this sort of bold, counterintuitive strategic opportunity here that just most people wouldn't see. Most people would say, okay, my back's against the wall. I got to hold France back. I'm just going to do the thing that enables me to set up a good defensive wall.
Well, I think that this is part of the problem of commentating on a game where we don't know the relationships, because really the question is, what is Craig's relationship with Doug? Why did he move to Trieste? Is he feeling pressure from both sides and he's just like, screw everybody? How is he feeling? Because I think that the nature of those relationships will inform the best move more than the strategic position on the board, which is all we can see at this point.
All right, let's find out here as far as the builds go. And the answer is Fleet Rome. Carl drops a fleet in Smyrna, which Douglas had to be feeling good about. We do lose it's better than an army, I think, for him anyway. Douglas does pull that fleet in Greece, so be it. And Jaromir pulls a fleet in Norway, so we say goodbye to a couple of really fun fleets. Bye, fleets. We do also welcome an army in Kiel to the mix. And that brings us to the end of 1904. And I think this is a good stopping point for us for this game. Before we go, though, I'm going to ask you guys, who do you think has the edge at this moment in the game? And Siobhan, let's start with you.
I think it's still Jason. If Matt had built a fleet here, I might have said Matt.
All right, Jason, I'm going to make a note here. Does that hurt coming out?
It does. It does.
Yeah,
Feels wrong.
All right, and Adam, who's your pick at the moment?
I don't think you can underestimate Carl's position because of the stab opportunity, but I don't know Carl. I can tell you who I think is in the worst position, and I think that's Jaromir. I think if Jaromir's on anything more than 2 centers by the end of 1906, I think that'll be bad. I think that that Matt's growth opportunity in Scandinavia is explosive.
All right, Adam, thank you for joining us for your first run around the board. We will bring you back for round 2 on this game in round 2. Very artfully said. So we'll see you in a bit, yeah?
Thanks for having me.
All right, Adam. All right, that was Adam Siegel's first half of his introduction to being a commentator. And now we bring to the stream Mr. Karthik Kanath. Oh, actually, it's going to be a little double switch here. We've got Karthik coming in, and David coming in, and Siobhan, we're going to give you a break here.
Thank
See you in a bit. All right, David and Karthik, you guys are both muted, so unmute yourselves while I bring up the player list. Welcome back, Karthik.
Thank you.
Dave. All right.
Glad to be here.
Let's dive right in. I think we went slightly leisurely pace on that first game. Let's see if we can pick up the pace a bit here. With game H, Bayview. In Austria, we have Evan Sweart from Cincinnati. In England, we've got Hal Schild out of Alexandria. France has Natty Schaefer, board topper from round 1 and Salt Lake City. In Germany, we've got Miles Holcomb coming to us from Canberra. In Australia. In Italy, we've got Kevin O'Kelly out of Chicago. In Russia, we've got Trevor Coleman out of Toronto. And in Turkey, we've got Chris Brand, former world champ and DBN's own Chris Brand out of Vancouver. This is a fun board. All right, let's into the game. And we'll start with Karthik, in the West and David in the East. And here are Spring 1901 orders. Karthik, what do you see?
So in the West, we see some relatively standard orders. We see Brasco and Mal. We see Marseille going to Spain, Paris Picardy from France. We see England opening to Edinburgh. That's the one notable difference from the standard English opening, which should give them some strategic flexibility to deal with Russia. That would be very interesting to see what they do there. And we see some other friendly moves from the German as well. Could it be a Western Triple? Maybe. We'll see what happens in the fall. Though I would say, whenever we say, is there a Western Triple? Almost always one of France or Germany dying in England.
Right. At the very least, I think we're not going to see England getting Belgium. Maybe I shouldn't speak too soon, but a French army in Picardy usually signals that England is not getting Belgium. David, how about the East? Tell us about it.
Well, we've seen some games tonight in which there has been a DMZ in Galicia, not this time. And there's also a bounce in the Black Sea. So the places that usually get bounced in this game. The Italians do that Tyrolean walkabout adventure. And so we'll see if that means a stab or a foray into Munich, or does that mean something else? We'll see in the fall.
Are you a fan of that, by the way, going to Tyrolia with the one unit while following, Rome to Apulia?
Yeah, yes. If you're not going to do hey, Austria, let me have Trieste or Budapest so I can build another fleet, then going to Tyrolia can make sense as opposed to holding in Venice, which is obviously boring. So I think as an adventuresome person, I like to put a guy in Tyrolia and see what happens. I have been known to go after Munich, not because I'm expecting to hold it or because I particularly want to hurt the Germans, but I need to transform that army into a fleet. So Italy really needs 2 fleets and not 2 armies in the beginning of the game.
All right, let's move on into the spring into the fall. And here are the orders as they work out. If I can press the right button. And Adam, why don't we stay with you? I'm sorry, David, why don't we stay with you in the East and tell us what you see?
Instead, what we have is an AI because the Italians go into the Aegean. And so they've been given Trieste to allow for that tempo move. And you can see that the Turks are at least trying to signal to the Russians, yeah, I'm your best buddy. I'll put you in Romania with support while you support into Galicia. So we'll see how that goes. By the way, I'll take the Black Sea because, we might need that in the RT alliance. Well, I might need to have that fleet there, which is possible. I mean, sometimes that can be a really good defensive position there if you think there's an AI coming.
Boy, that's a tough position for an RT to be in, though. I mean, they get into Galicia, which is nice, although at the cost of losing Ukraine, not having an army in Ukraine. But then the fleet in Romania is going to make it awfully hard for them to make progress, isn't it?
Yes. Although sometimes the answer to that is you're going to kill the fleet, which is why you go to Black Sea, why the Turks go to Black Sea, so they can put a person to kill the fleet in the spring so it gets rebuilt, which is another way to play the RT. But when you've got the fast tempo Italy into the Aegean, it really prevents a lot of that kind of move.
And, it's bold here by Kevin O'Kelly to risk not getting a build at all. So often you see this sort of play happen with Austria opening to Trieste rather than Tyrolia. So Kevin made the strategic risk and got away with it. All right, let's hear about.
We should say DBN's own Kevin O'Kelly.
DBN's own Kevin O'Kelly. Thank you. And in the West, Karthik, tell us about it.
Sure. So we see France getting into 2 easy builds in Portugal and Spain. And seem to see some sort of Western Tripoli action being suggested by the fact that both France and Germany support the English convoy into Belgium, but it seems like there's some misorder by the English, since the convoy seems to be a red arrow.
Yeah, so North supported Edinburgh to Belgium rather than convoyed Edinburgh to Belgium.
Or did Brandon sabotage the move so he could be right that the English weren't going to get Belgium?
Maybe so. Hey, Karthik, looks like you're having a bit of Karthik, you're having a bit of a connection problem. Why don't you drop out and restart your browser and come back in?
Sure.
All right, David. Anything else in the West for us to talk about?
Well, the Germans not bouncing the Russians in Sweden is always worthy of note.
Yeah, interesting. Trevor, it's already a sort of wheeling and dealing game on Trevor's part. Be interesting to see how it develops. All right, here are the builds for winter of 1901. Let's see, we find Trevor dropping 2 armies, so feeling good about the relationship with the English, not covering St. Petersburg up here. We have Chris Brand in Italy putting down the fleet in Smyrna. Kevin puts down the fleet in Naples, as one does. You know, the only real interesting action here are from France and Germany here. Germany puts down the fleet in Kiel and the army in Munich. So the army in Munich signals possible anti-French positioning here. Whereas Natty puts down fleet Brest and army Marseille. David, let me ask you first here. Does the army in Marseille tell you anything versus, say, Paris?
I don't think so. It just gives you more options. I don't think there's anything wrong with that build at all. You know, it would if you were trying to decide if the German, well, let's put it this way: if the Germans didn't build Munich, then when you've got that guy in Marseille now, maybe you feel comfortable doing something other than going to Burgundy with it. In this situation, you got to go to Burgundy with it. But either way, you know, it's going to help you defend, and there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, let's push ahead into spring of 1902. Karthik, looks like your connection has improved. So let's go back to you in the West to start off with. Lots of black arrows. Tell us about them.
Sure. So we see some very nice moves from the French getting basically everything they wanted, as well as the Germans. What I was going to say is I think the move to going back to the discussion about whether or not it was right to build in Marseille, I think it was the right decision there. If you assume that Germany is getting Belgium, because then you have the army in Picardy to do whatever you need to for convoy purposes, while giving Marseille, various options if you want to go to Venice, which, as David mentioned, not really as doable with the army being built in Munich, but putting the army down in Marseille gives you flexibility. We see, the potential threat on Liverpool being very, very present but the army in Yorkshire will be able to defend against it. We see a move against Germany here with London going to North Sea go to Norway, and Norway going to Skagerrak. That'll put a huge amount of pressure on Denmark and allow some very, very nifty play from the English if they can pull it off. For now, it seems that the Russian will probably try to prevent that, though, with the move from Moscow to St. Petersburg. That like to suggest that Sweden supporting St. Petersburg to Norway could be coming in. We'll see what happens there. As for the German, they get into Helgoland. They'll likely be trying to put some pressure on the North Sea, but the fact that England was able to rotate those three fleets around will potentially cause some issues there.
This feels like a very tenuous position for the English to be in, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
It's it looked like Miles's build in Germany was a potential anti-French notion, and it has not worked out that way. Not only did Miles not attack Burgundy, but vacated Ruhr, moved Holland, instead of moving Holland to Belgium, moved Ruhr to Belgium. This is very, very friendly from the French perspective. And now France has the option of stealing Belgium here or getting position on the English. Now tell us about the East, Mr. Hood, if you would.
Hold support, hold support, hold support, failed attack, hold support. There's very little in the East except for the Italian fleet going to the Ionian, which the question there is going to be, are you going to take the tempo move to the Eastern Med, or are you going to take Tunis in the fall? That's going to be the question. The Russian army moves make perfect sense since you're allied with the Turks. Sav can go to Ukraine, and that'll freeze Moscow enough to go to St. Pete to intervene in the West as needed. So nothing surprising here. It's an RT versus AI, which has been seen before.
So this was a guess here, actually, that the RT won. whether to risk Romania here or hold it. And I don't know that moving the unit from Sevastopol to Ukraine gets you a major boost in position, because you're still going to use it to support Romania here. But now I guess it makes it harder for, say, the AI to try to outflank you by getting an army into Bohemia and then taking.
It simply gives you flexibility.
Yeah.
And at the cost of what? Losing the possibility that the Turks might dot you at some point. If the Turks are going to dot you, they're going to attack you. There's nothing you can do.
If I may, I think the reason why you would do that there is even if you lose the guess and Romania gets sent back to Sevastopol, it becomes you give the retreat possibility there, and you allow yourself to put Ukraine into Romania, which gives you some actual powerful position to move moves against the Austrian.
Yeah, that's totally right.
Got it. All right, makes a lot of sense to me. Here are the orders for fall of 1902. Does the RT take advantage of the moment to get that army into the Romania? David Hood?
No, stasis, except for the move to Tunis. Trieste to Tyrolia, because it also doesn't have anything else to do, assuming the line structure is going to stay the same. So honestly, nothing much to write home about in the East. Now, there's a little bit more to write home about for a unit that used to be in the East and now is not. Over to you, Karthik.
Yes. Thank you for the nice handoff right there. As mentioned in the spring, the army in St. Petersburg does get supported into Norway, which is a nice free build for the Juggernaut. Could potentially create some nice little problems for the AI. But then we also see England trying to make an attack on Denmark that Germany is able to easily defend. French tried convoying to London. The English easy to defend that. The move to the Irish Sea succeeds. There's nothing the English could do about that, and so they have to let it happen.
Yeah, this is a moment.
Port hold. Nothing much to do in there.
Yeah, Natty Schaefer had a guess to make here with that convoy, and we saw in the previous game that Chris Ward, had a similar defense to make as England and covered Wales, and so Natty didn't see that obviously, but was probably having something like that in mind. Otherwise, he I think would rather be in Wales than still in Picardy. All right, that takes us into winter of 1902, and let's just keep on going by looking at the builds here. We find a new army in Kiel. That actually may be a little bit of a surprise there. Can make a good argument that a fleet was what you need if you're going to prosecute a war against England as Germany. Trevor, for his part, puts down an army in Moscow, which is also a little bit interesting. You could make an argument that a fleet North Coast St. Petersburg would have worked there. What do you guys think?
I agree. I don't really like either one of those builds. It's not just that the Germans needed a fleet to prosecute the war against England. You need a fleet to survive the fracas that's going to happen after England's dead. You want to have strong enough power to either go after the Russians or go after the French, or to defend yourself against the Russians and the French. And the Russian build in Moscow, unless you're getting ready to attack the Germans, which maybe that's what they're getting ready to do, and maybe that's the reason you do that. I don't know. I think I'd still build the fleet.
I suppose you could make the argument, given that move to Tyrolia from Italy, that you do need another army. You might expect to see that army going to Bohemia now. So maybe he's thinking maybe that's the move that tipped it off for him.
Yeah, I definitely prefer to see the fleet built in St. Petersburg, but I will say in defense of the army built in Moscow, that if they choose to send the fleet in Romania back to Sevastopol, we could see some movements there coming down from Romania with the army, or as you mentioned, we could see Galicia going to Bohemia, Moscow going to Ukraine going to Galicia, also is a good move.
All right, let's dive into 1903 here. I like our pace, by the way. I think we're keeping to our time goals. I'm going to switch you guys up. David, take you over to the west here, Karthik in the east. And here are the spring 1903 moves. Let's start in the west with you, David.
This is exactly why the army build's not great. Because if you were really going to do something like that, your army in Kiel can't really go anywhere. The fleet could have gone to Helgoland or Baltic or something, and the army can't. So that's why I didn't like that. The convoy to Wales, I think, is a fairly expected move here because it couldn't be stopped. That was one of the things, Brandon, you were talking about in the last game, where there was a supported convoy attack on Wales. The English taking Norway is interesting because the Germans have maybe allowed that to happen. I guess Sweden didn't support Norway anyway, just held. That might be Trevor running out of time or something. You know, if you're new to virtual face-to-face, and I think Trevor is relatively new to virtual face-to-face, sometimes those deadlines can really sneak up on you. That's the only explanation for having those units hold there. The English going to Norway, they lose the North Sea, but maybe Howe's trying to make some kind of play to be a junior partner with the Germans here.
It feels like
that. Yeah, and maybe that's why the Germans built the army instead of the fleet. Although, again, if I'm going after Russia, I think I still build the fleet.
Especially. Yeah. All right, Karthik, tell us about the East.
So in the East, we see the Russians have their fleet. I think this is largely due to, a mistake by the Turkish here. If I'm the Turkish, I'd be sending Bulgaria to Serbia here, not Bulgaria to Greece. Because unless you believe that, for whatever reason, Kevin is going to turn on Austria here, which he has very, very little reason to do with, the AI being in the position it is, there's no way that you're ever going to get into Greece, and Greece isn't a useful support to cut. Whereas if you go for Serbia, you have the chance to slip in if Serbia is the mover, and more likely you have the ability to cut a very, very useful support from Serbia to Romania. I'm sure that they'll be able to get it back at the end of the turn, but it does cost some momentum. As otherwise, they would have been able to, maybe potentially put some danger on Budapest, Vienna. They could have created some little chaos there, but now they don't have that opportunity, as some focus will be spent on getting Romania back.
But as opportunities go, you now have a Russia who got into Bohemia, probably didn't expect to. And in terms of possible strategic realignment, if Russia and Italy could get on board together, then they could transform how the East is developing.
For sure. I was about to say, the Italians have now control over all the Eastern Sea areas. They have the Ionian, they have the Aegean, they have the Eastern Mediterranean. They're in a great position to control the fate of the Austrians and the Turks here. And it will be, if I had to guess, I think Kevin Kelly will kill the Turks first and then make quick work of the Austrians, because my is he in a good position.
All right, let's keep on going into fall of 1903. And oh, wow. It's hard for my eye not to be drawn to this right away.
Oh, yes, that is a beautiful convoy. I love to see it. And then Smyrna walking out to defend Syria. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, both of these together. Yeah, I was actually focused on the on Smyrna, getting into faking out the convoy to Syria and getting into Smyrna instead, but also with the convoy into Bulgaria. Wow. So give us a tour around. Tell us about the rest of it.
Sure. So in addition to the beautiful Italian moves taking Bulgaria and Smyrna, we see Bulgaria, instead of Ukraine, being the unit that takes back Romania from the Austrians, with Galicia going to Budapest to prevent a retreat, causing the Austrian units to be piffed. I don't think it's as clever as either Trevor or Chris Graham thought it was, because Budapest is open for a rebuild, but whatever. Trieste support hold Vienna, meaning that Bohemia and Galicia were guaranteed not to be able to get it. Move from Romania to Budapest guarantees that wasn't going to happen. It's curious to see why they decided to put Bulgaria and Romania instead of Ukraine, but I'm sure there was some diplomacy there that guided that conversation. But,
all right,
Kevin O'Kelly is very much in the driver's seat with the control of Trieste, Bulgaria, and the three seas I mentioned earlier. And also Smyrna, oh my God, what a beautiful position.
Definitely advantage Kevin O'Kelly here. All right, David, tell us about the West.
Howe had a guess. He wasn't sure whether there was going to be 2 against Liverpool or 2 against London. And so what he did was guess wrong. Instead of bouncing the guy in London, he assumed maybe the supported move was going to be against London. It was instead against Liverpool, and he has lost both centers.
Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it was a guess. On the other hand, he has made friends with the Germans. And you can see that he has become a German vassal state, because the Germans are convoying Norway because the Germans are supporting Norway to Sweden. So England's theory is that he's going to live as a janissary in Scandinavia for the Germans. So we'll see how well that goes.
It feels like a nice play by Miles here, doesn't it?
Yes.
To arrange to get a build and push some troublesome units forward.
And Miles, he has armies in Belgium and Munich. It's not like he is in a bad position, even vis-a-vis the French. And he's in the North Sea. I like his position, and I also like the fact that he's got that English puppet helping him.
All right, we have some big build decisions coming up. Kevin and Natty both have them, and Miles has the opportunity to not build a fleet again if he wants to, and then Chris Brand has a disband to make here. So, sorry, Trevor had 3 to pull, which is just brutal.
Terrible.
What we get here from Kevin O'Kelly are 2 armies, one in Venice, one in Naples. I think if you're Natty, you have to be feeling really good about those builds. Natty, for his sake, puts down a fleet in Brest, which signals loud and clear that he is focused on the West. And Miles puts down not a fleet, but an army in Kiel, which really could kind of go either way here. It gives him some tactical flexibility on the mainland, but at the expense of naval tactical strength. So we'll see how that works out. And Chris pulls the army, or the fleet in Syria, I should say. All right, and Trevor just, I think, does what he can. Just has to make the hard decision and split some of those babies. All right, here we go into spring of 1904. We'll keep you guys in your positions. Here are the orders for 1904 spring turn. David, why don't we start with you?
Yes, the Franco-German War has commenced. At least, maybe.
Why? Just
do you think the Burgundy thing is? Wait, no. They got the Kiel guy. Your question was, which way does Kiel go? Yeah. Kiel goes to Ruhr. That means we got an FG war, which I think Natty realized that's why he built what he built. If Germany's help got English help, and he's already obliterated the Russians out of the north, what's left? And it's not like he was going to plow east at that point. With Natty being, I think the issue is there was going to be war, and there is war.
The curious thing to me though is that Irish goes to Mid-Atlantic here.
That's when I said we've got an FG war, or do we? I'm looking at Irish Sea, thinking and maybe that was if Natty was trying to give himself some out here. If Miles really did redeploy east, then Natty can say, well, everything we did was just a regular bounce, and now we're ready to go. Because look, he supported the move to Edinburgh, right? So he wasn't sure there was going to be an FG war.
Right.
So he was trying to give himself some out here. If there's not going to be an FG war, then I've got a fleet in the Mao I can send to Western Mid.
Now, however, there shouldn't be any doubt about whether there is an FG war. I think Kiel to Ruhr dispels that. All right, Karthik, tell us about the West, or East rather. Lots of fun there.
Lots of fun here. We see a major change in the alliance structure as we seem to see the Turks joining in as a little junior partner to the Austrians. We see the Russians still working with the Turks, and we seem to see an RAT in some levels working against the big Italians and Kevin O'Kelly here. We see Kevin O'Kelly manage to get the convoy into Greece, which would be fantastic if not for the fact that the army that he already had in Bulgaria got piffed. We also see the unit in Trieste being forced back to Venice. The Venice managed to sneak into Tiroli, which is pretty nice. The issue here is that what the position being what is unclear to me if all of the moves that Kevin made, especially with those builds being a little too telegraphed for my liking, if they really did anything for his position here. Because I think when all is said and done, it will end roughly neutral, with him maybe perhaps in a worse position to get Serbia and get other key spaces in the Balkans for him to wage his war against Austria. It's possible that he expected Chris Brand to come on side with him based off of diplomacy earlier, but I have no idea here.
I think we can be pretty confident that Kevin and Evan, that's a funny name, Kevin and Evan, that communication between them broke down in a way that was clear to both of them, because they both attack each other here. Like there was no doubt in either one's mind that they were fighting here. I just wonder what happened. Was it, something?
Well, that's the thing. When the armies were built, that was basically an Italian declaration of war. And I was wondering maybe perhaps if he built an army and a fleet, maybe Kevin could have talked himself out of it. When you build two armies, there's not even a little bit of positive reliability there.
I think there is a quick point to make for those that are watching this stream that are newer to the game, trying to learn the game. Kevin's problem here is he should have realized that Bulgaria is going to get piffed. Now, maybe he doesn't care, but I would care given the unit that far in position. The way to save it was to go to Constantinople, which almost certainly would have worked, either with 1 or 2 supports. Save that army, save your position, and maybe even still take Greece in behind if you assume that Greece is going to be the moving unit. So Kevin may have had a different plan here, but moving to Serbia doesn't, it's not as if that was ever going to accomplish anything, I don't think.
The purpose of that, I think, was just to tap Serbia to guarantee that the convoy of Naples to Greece succeeded. But yeah, losing that army
yes,
does.
But it would have succeeded without it. I think you got to keep that guy alive and go to Constantinople.
I agree. If I was coming to call here, I ordered Trieste to Serbia to cut, and then Bulgaria to Constantinople, and then you get all the same results, but you end up with an army in Constantinople denying the Turks.
And Karthik, I think the reason that he didn't do it is because of exactly what you said earlier. He thought he had Chris Brand possibly on his side.
Right.
All right, let's push ahead into 1904 or fall 1904. And Karthik, why don't we stay with you in the East?
Sure. I guess in the East, Austria and Italy were still to say, hey, we had our fun. Let's go back to everything being normal again. Basically, probably both looked at the board and said, hey, neither of us is going to make any progress on each other at this point. We both are locked into this position. Why don't we just, yes, that is also beautiful. And then, if you look there, we have these 3 supports of Bulgaria going to Constantinople, 3 supports for Constantinople to Bulgaria. Nice little cancellation, dipsy-do there. Very, very nice. But yeah,
that's a really good Chris Brand defensive move. It
right,
could have been blocked.
Very good
it could have been stopped. Romania could have gotten hit from Serbia, but there wasn't enough trust there to guarantee for that to happen.
Exactly.
I do wonder though who figured out that the other was going to do the attack first. Did Chris decide to do it immediately and the other 2 sniffed it out, or vice versa? I kind of would put my money on Chris deciding to do it right away.
I think it'd be the opposite, right? I think that based off of if Kevin and Evan wanted to secure Bulgaria, it'd be very easy to do with basic supports. But if they want to be aggressive here, this is probably the best way to counter it. If Bulgaria is going to be the mover, because there's no other really way to defend against Bulgaria being the mover other than this order. So if I had to guess, I think Chris Brand was on the defensive with Evan and Kevin being on the offensive here.
All right, David, tell us about the West, if you would.
In the West, I just want to say Miles thought maybe he had a deal with Natty to call off the war, and Natty didn't get the memo. As Miles goes Munich to Silesia, goes Ruhr to Munich, and it just holds in Belgium. Now, maybe he didn't have any choice in the matter because he was worried about what the Italians and the Russians were apparently doing. So maybe that's what he thought. But I think he might have actually thought there was some kind of deal struck. Notice in Scandinavia that the English do get their 2 government and exile centers in Norway and Sweden while the Germans take St. Pete. Poor Trevor. Just got crunched.
It happens. All right, let's move ahead into the winter here. And as far as adjustments go, anyone have an interesting adjustment decision to make? What do you do if you're France here and you're Natty Schaefer?
It obviously depends on whether there's any real chance of there not being a war anymore between the Germans and the French. I think I'm probably building an army either way.
Yeah, I think
so that I've got the ability to defend Burgundy in case the Germans are able to, put an army down in Munich and come try to take it back or something. I think I'm going to build an army there.
Part of me would love to see Fleet Build Marseille or something like that, like some super aggressive move there. But with the AI seeming to have patched things up, in the past turn, what it looked like a good build in spring of 1904, something looks like a bad build now. Because it would be so easy for the Italians to simply send their fleets back if they saw a Fleet Marseille build. I think you have to build Army Marseille here.
All right, and Miles in Germany. Now it looks to me like he should probably build an army, so he'll probably put a fleet down.
At this point, yes, build an army. You've got 2 English fleets that are your puppets and now have nothing to do but take your orders. So I think it's time for an army in Munich, maybe.
All right. And the answer is Army Munich. Trevor drops the fleet in Sevastopol, and Natty puts down an army in Marseille. All right. Let's keep on going with this game. And I'm going to switch you guys back up, east and west. And here are the orders for spring of 1905. And Karthik, tell us about the west.
Sure. So it seems like the French-German war is definitely back on the menu here. As predicted, there was really no way for them to escape it. We see that France essentially gets into Picardy. They'll be able to form that nice little army line in Picardy, Burgundy, and Munich that should be able to keep the Germans out indefinitely, especially with the Italians, not seeming to be any way enthused with the idea of knocking down the French right now, which I think is the right call for them. I think this is a very good position for France and Italy to say, hey, we're both in good positions right now. Let's focus on our sides of the board. Let us take off the weaker members of the board. Let's not get in each other's hair. Liverpool tapping Edinburgh makes it so that England and London is good enough to bounce out Denmark and Norway, which allows North Sea to remain vacant for now. Natty manages to send now to now, which should put it in position to go into Norwegian in the fall. Either that or Germany would have to risk giving up the North Sea, neither of which is an appetizing scenario for the English-German alliance. So I think this is a really good position for Natty to be in the north. And then also we see... What were you going to say? Yeah, I was going to say Germany is also making moves on Russia with Silesia supporting Berlin to Prussia. It would be enough if Ukraine was ever tapped, but with Ukraine going back, I do not think that Germany will be able to get Warsaw anytime soon. So I think France definitely has the upper hand in this battle for the time being.
Yeah, so much for. Yeah, it seems to have been a skillful job by Natty to get Germany to drop the defenses in some way, and now as an avenue to growth. All right, David, tell us about the East.
Well, the AI is definitely back on the menu, and let me say this again for people that may be watching this stream trying to learn the game. It is so important to be able to make a strategic change when it's necessary. And both A and I tried to get the jump on each other. They failed. They both realized that. Both said, all right, we're best friends again, right? Yes, which was the right answer because the Turks and the Russians were totally out of position to do anything about it. And so now the Italians go to Khan, as I was hoping they would have done before, and the Austrians take Romania, and they're sort of off to the races here. The Russians have realized that their only survival is at the Warsaw-Moscow stalemate line, so they've moved back to Ukraine, as Karthik mentioned, so that they could defend better, which will eventually allow the Austrians to get into Galicia to try to seal the breach there. So the interesting thing is going to be there's an FG war. If there was an FG alliance versus AI, we'd have one set of strategic decisions to make. If there's an FG war, what does that mean for the East? Maybe they mop things up and then attack. So we'll see if that's what AI does or not.
And also, how does how does Chris Brand scrambling for survival, Chris and Trevor both scrambling for survival, the R and the T, how does that affect Germany's ability to grab some of those centers, or does Austria come in and help? Where's the coordination going to come from in the East to do anything? And let's find out. Fall of 1905. David, we'll stay with you in the East. Tell us about it. Some funky stuff down here. Goodness.
Yeah. So, all right. I want to make sure I understand what's happening. So, Smyrna
goes to Khan, and Khan goes to Smyrna.
Okay, so that's a switch around through the convoy. That's awesome. Great way, because one of the problems with the Italians trying to make progress in an attack against the Turks is your fleets can usually they have a hard time getting around into something that touches the Black Sea. This is the way to do it with a convoy. Way to go, Kevin O'Kelly. That's really neat. Now, the Turks moving to Armenia, what's Chris trying to do there? Because he could have, of course, attacked Khan with support from Black Sea. He was trying to make some kind of diplomatic play there, right? He was trying to get the Italians to go after Bulgaria. Cutting Romania would have allowed that to work. So he was trying to make a deal, which you got to do at some point. You got to take some chances, try to make a deal. It doesn't hurt him in this situation. Could have hurt him bad if Khan had go to Ankara. Otherwise, the Russians hold Warsaw as predicted, and everything else pretty much stays stationary.
So it's worth pointing out that Austria is getting a build here, but has a little bit of a problem.
That is worth pointing out.
All of their home centers are occupied. So,
of course, again, the issue about taking Romania was not so much about getting an immediate build. It was killing a Turkish unit. Sometimes people think, well, what was the point of this? I don't get a build. You killed a Turkish unit.
Yeah, but this is,
I mean, but getting a build.
Yeah, but if you're in the AI, there's no reason to use Vienna to support Trieste here. I mean, going to Galicia or Bohemia would be much better than what happened here.
If you're in a true AI, that's why I said earlier, is what's the decision now that you've got an FG war? If they've got an FG alliance coming, the decision is you stick together and you go fight. When you know you got an FG war, what's the decision? The Italian decision is to hold in Ionia. You see, so neither one of them knows what the other one's going to do, and they're not trusting enough to do what you just said. And that's because they don't know yet what the outcome is. It may be that Kevin just plows into Austria.
And boy, this looks like it's advantage France. Tell us about it, Karthik.
Sure. I mean, with the moves we have here, we see that France has managed to get Belgium off of the Germans, and which makes an already bad position for the Germans for reasons discussed previously that much worse. This means Germany will have to take a unit off the board. And I mean, with the French unit in now, the 2 French units in London and English, the fleet in the North Sea won't be able to do too much to help out, the German cause here. And we'll start to see issues with Edinburgh potentially being weak. We'll see issues with the line of Ruhr potentially being forced to crumble due to the armies in Silesia and Prussia not being able to come back and defend quick enough. We see France in a really, really strong position. That's credit to Natty Schaefer's tactical and strategic play this game.
Wouldn't you rather have the fleet in Holland here, or would you rather have the army? Belgium. Would you rather have the army here possibly give you purchase over Ruhr?
I'd rather have the army there. The fleet there would be way too easily cut and wouldn't be able to do much in terms of securing the North Sea. Whereas having the army there allows us to affect decisions on Ruhr, on Ruhr and Burgundy much more heavily, which is something I very, very much value.
All right, we've got winter orders in the box, and here they are. We find a new army in Paris, a new fleet in Naples, and armies disappearing elsewhere on the board, all along parts of the Eastern Front. It now feels like it's a fairly congested place for this game to be. Let's just push ahead here into spring of 1906. Here are the orders for spring of 06. David, what do you see in the East?
Chris Brand trying to come back, takes Romania. You know why he's doing that? Because the Italians are going after the Austrians. That hold of a fleet Ionian to me was the key there, because if Kevin had something else in mind, he would have moved that to Tyrrhenian to make some, play against Natty. Instead, he decides his best way is to race against Natty and try to get more centers by going after Austria. Probably a good decision, I think, on Kevin's part.
Yeah, looking at these orders now, you have to think that Kevin wished he'd been able to get away with building an army in Naples to convoy over there, but he learned his lesson the first time around.
Notice he took Ankara.
Yeah, this is at the moment it's +3 for Kevin. The question is whether he can hold on to all of these, and that would depend on Austria and Turkey not coordinating against him, and that actually seems a little bit hard to believe. All right, Karthik, what about the West? Some little fireworks going on over here.
So as I mentioned previously, in the West, we see Edinburgh is in a very, very weak position and can be taken if the French want to, and they do here. They put the fleet in Norwegian in Edinburgh, which still allows the same level of threat to the North Sea. Though in this case, they choose to put the North Sea into Belgium, basically making it so that the army that Natty put in there earlier would get piffed. We also see the Germans managed to work it out so that Edinburgh would go to the North Sea instead of being forced retreat into Clyde or do any other weak position. So this is actually some very, very good play, I would say, from the German, making the most out of a poor tactical situation. They were able to get Belgium back while still maintaining the presence in the North Sea. Their position is still going to be relatively weak because of just how everything on the map has gone up until now. But this is definitely better than when they started the turn, I would say.
Yeah, a problem though for the EG here is that transferring a unit from Germany to England is a net win for France because England can't put a unit down.
Very true. Very true.
They could trade it. They could trade it if they want.
Right, but it means now that Denmark would have to go backwards away from
St. Pete to Norway. Leave the Russians alive. Leave the Russians alive. Tell the Russians to defend the south against the Italians, and go that way.
And so Norway goes to Norwegian then, and you move a fleet forward.
Plus you advance.
I would note that the English are still on 2, just as they were at the start of the turn. So it's not like Germany was being denied a build, or England was getting a unit that, like, a build that they couldn't do anything with. They're still in roughly the same place unit-wise.
And tactically, there wasn't any good choice there. That was the right decision tactically to piff that French army, even if it leads to no build by the Germans. Again, you're taking position there.
Right.
Got it. All right. Let's see. Fall of 1906. Let's see how it works out. Wow. You know, of all the permutations for the West, this is not what I expected. I can already see that the East has gone in a different way from expected. Let's start with the West. You know, I think you can characterize the theme of this turn. Karthik, what do you think?
I guess they just declared white peace. Wow. Both sides just say, hey, I'm done. We're going to walk away. We are happy here. Italy's getting really big. Let's go worry about the Italian. Let's not worry about each other. I don't think I necessarily would feel the need to do so if I was France. I think there are good German gains to make. And I think you could put a lot of pressure on Italy with a very few units. But if I'm the German, like if France offered me that, I would take the deal in a heartbeat because there's no way I'm beating the French in a battle. I mean, the main reason I think this is so bad for the French is that with all the fleets that Italy has and the builds they're going to get, it's not possible for France to break through and get any build off them, right? They're not going to get Tunis. And even if they did get Tunis, they're not going to get Rome or Naples or Venice. In a position to be able to do much here.
Right. This seems like
the Italians, which they could do with so many fewer units while still getting German builds, like German diets. Like I don't agree with this decision at all.
Yeah, this seems like a good deal for France to convince Germany to take and then not abide by it themselves.
Exactly, 100% agreed. 100% agreed there.
So, and Germany's going for the Russian centers here. Germany isn't going to hold Italy back. So, in the East, David, this is also very straightforward. Kevin got Chris Brand to join him and just take apart Austria, and now Kevin is going up the full 3 units.
I mean, Kevin's not very good, though, because if he was a good player, he would have gone Tyrolia to Trieste and take that one, too. I wish Kevin would learn how to play.
That is a little curious he doesn't do that. But in any case, Kevin goes +3 here, has all 3 home centers open for the builds, I should say. England gets a build, can't use it, has no home centers in his possession. And France does get a build. Germany's pulling a unit off the map. We're all going to be sad when it is inevitably north. And the answer is, it's not. It's Kiel.
Kiel. Yeah, had to be Kiel.
It's the right one.
Kiel. Yeah, it had to be Kiel.
All right, so Kevin, for his part, puts down 2 armies. Interesting. He'll have to work to get Rome into play. Should be able to do it, I think. All right, and then we got a fleet in Marseille as well. So let's keep going here. I'm gonna leave you guys in place. Spring 1907. Karthik, let's start with you in the West. Tell us about it.
Sure. So in the West, we see the continued French redeployment of the fleets towards the south. While, this looks like a decent position for them, we're going to see, if I had to guess, the Italian fleets that are coming in the other way. I don't want to step on David's toes too much here, but if I had to guess, France will get bogged down. We also see the French retake Belgium, getting the build from there. As England slides up into the North Sea, they support themselves in there while Germany slides into Helgoland. If I had to guess, Hal is happy to be on those 2 dots, and he's telling, hey, if you go down south and you stop harassing me, I'll give you Belgium for free. I think Hal swindled Natty here, unfortunately, because that was something that Natty would be eventually able to force himself anyways, given the position advantages he had. But c'est la vie. Then we see Germany basically making a tactical withdrawal in the western part of the north. But in the eastern part of the north, they finally do manage to get hold of Warsaw, because Ukraine chooses, instead of supporting Warsaw to hold, to go to Romania instead. Warsaw manages to bounce St. Petersburg out of Moscow, but that will eventually fall next turn as well.
All right, and David, the east, there's definitely some rearrangement going on over here.
I can actually hear from here, and I'm right now in South Carolina. Kevin O'Kelly is right now in Illinois. I can hear him screaming out loud, "Chris, what did you do that?" Because Chris, of course, has double-crossed the guy that took his centers, surprisingly. He's double-crossed him, convoyed to Armenia so that he can take Ankara back, letting the Russians have Romania. Chris Brandt, ladies and gentlemen. Italy did have an interesting decision here to make about Fleet Ionian. Do you go to Tunis and help, get a little bit better defense against the French, or do you go to Adriatic and help yourself eventually kill the Austrians faster? He decides to go to Adriatic. That might be the right decision. I mean, you got to kill those Austrians. There's nothing you can do about the Franco-Germans coming, if they're in fact going to continue to come. If the Austrians are still around, you got to kill them. So he may be making the right call there.
Yeah, but like you said, he has a big problem, which is that Turkey has turned on him.
That's a big problem.
And here we go for fall of 1907. All right, I'm just going to call this out because I think it's fairly straightforward. Kevin puts a fleet into Trieste, which ends the Austrian foray. Loses Ankara, loses Serbia, so it is an up and down for him. Is going to end up losing 1 total over there. Turkey is going to be even, but gets back one of his home centers. The big news here is that Miles Holcomb in Germany is picking up 2, and that's going to get him close to the board top. France gets a convoy into Tuscany, rearranges some other units, but loses Edinburgh, probably by agreement. So Hal Schild ends 1907 with 3 dots and only 2 units, but one of those is a home center, so he'll get a rebuild. If the game were to continue, and it does not. It ends just in spring of 1908. So the game ends with Kevin O'Kelly holding on to a 9-center board top, just 1 center above Miles and Natty Schaefer in France and Germany. Remember that Natty Schaefer came into this having topped a board in round 1, so very much in play for the title. It's hard to imagine this will be enough for him. Do you guys like the way that this game ends here?
I think Natty has missed an opportunity, but not because he voted for the draw at this point. That actually might have been the right answer, maybe. The problem was rearranging to go after Kevin. I think he would have been better off keeping his foot on the gas in the West. And maybe he didn't feel like he could do that positionally. But this, I think, was almost guaranteed to happen because he had to make such a deal that he's lost his advantage in the West. And that's why he probably voted for this.
Yeah, I feel like
this is a very precarious board. I'm sorry. This is a very precarious board top for Kevin. So I think, yes, Kevin votes for it for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I don't see this board getting much better for Kevin. I think the way what I was trying to get at when I was trying to say that France should be staying in the north and letting whatever happened in the south, happen, and just trying to force as many dots in the north as he could, while stalling Italy out with a couple units by just sending them to harass him, is that if you look at where the Italian units were in 1905, 1906, 1907, you see that a lot of the units in the Balkan areas, they were all fleets. fleets are not good at taking Balkan dots. While he had the army in Serbia, which is normally the key to the Balkans, in like my opinion, I mean, it just factually is. If you have control over Serbia, that could basically is where the fate of the Balkans lies. Because of the fact that he didn't have an army in Bulgaria, didn't have an army in Trieste, but he had fleets there instead, he wasn't able to do much with that with that positional advantage there. And therefore, I think if France had continued to press the advantage, he would have been able to get a couple of dots off of Germany and find a board top that way. Whereas by going after Italy, there was just no more dots for him to get. Like, I said at the time, there just is no way for him to beat the fleet advantage that Italy has if Italy wants to keep it.
So the game ends. I'm not going to. I don't have the scores up here. I've clearly got a configuration error here. But we do know that that Kevin is going to net somewhere around 110 points, I think. That's not going to be enough for him to win the championship. Natty, I think, will be the clubhouse leader at this point, but it doesn't seem likely that he's got enough to win here. Let's say congratulations to Kevin O'Kelly then as we wrap up Game H. Do you guys want to have any final thoughts about the game? Karthik, we'll start with you.
Sure. I thought this was a really well played game by Natty and Kevin especially, but by all players for large portions of the game. And I think the only mistake that I really disliked was Natty heading south, and also Kevin putting the fleets in areas where he needed armies. But other than that, I thought all players played an amazing game. Natty once again did an incredible job of managing alliances. He played his alliance with Germany incredibly well, just like he did in the previous game. Kevin just did a great job with that stab, getting 3 dots off of it. Trevor and Chris did a good job of surviving. Evan and Miles also played a great game. Just kudos to everyone on this table, honestly.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly underline that, particularly for the small fry in this game. How coming back from where he was to where he is now is a pretty cool thing. Chris Brand changing direction a couple of ways there to make sure he could survive to the end of this game. This is a good example of why you shouldn't give up in a game, particularly under a scoring system where surviving matters. Keep playing because there's always potential.
Yeah, and shout out to Trevor Coleman for managing to hang on in this game, which, wow, did not seem like it was likely to happen. But that's a cute little army in Romania, and that will be the pin on the button of this game. Guys, that brings us to the end of our first full game, and it means that you guys get a break. So I will bid you guys adieu for the moment. I'm sorry, just Karthik. David is sticking around. So Karthik, we'll see you again for Game J in a little bit. Enjoy your break. And that means that it is time to bring on our second rookie of the night. This gentleman hails from Vancouver area in British Columbia in Canada, and he is known by many names. One of them is Riaz Virani. Riaz, welcome to the stream.
Hey, thank you, Brandon. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the invitation.
Riaz, I have met you at Cascadia last year, and I have seen you be very active in the online communities. How did you get started in diplomacy?
I actually got started on a site called Redscape, probably about 15 years ago. A lot of play by email diplomacy, and then I thought I would take it up another level and start face to face. And I started playing a lot on the West Coast, a lot of the Pacific Northwest tournaments. Took a little break for family time, and now I'm back into it and really enjoying it. Playing a lot of gunboat diplomacy and also speedboat diplomacy as well. And tried my hand at virtual face-to-face as well, which is fun, but a different challenge all in itself.
Yeah, you played in the Invitational and had a particular experience, I'll say. Tell us about it.
All right. Well, it actually brings me to a little thing that I call cheering for the underdog, which is what I really enjoy. I've seen Turkey take a bit of a hit lately, so I thought I'd come in here with a little bit of a pro-Turkey bias and have a fez on to to show some solidarity for the underdog.
Is this the beginning of a pro Turkey campaign?
I hope so. Let's rally the troops here.
A save the Turkey, if you will.
You got it.
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Adam earlier, which is, what is it about diplomacy that you love?
Everything, really. I mean, there's strategy, but it's the social portion of the game, which is just such a treat to have and such a treat to play. I played things like Risk and Axis and Allies, and it just doesn't compare with being able to sit face to face with somebody and have your success be based on your negotiation skills versus a dice roll.
All right. Do you so how does diplomacy inform the rest of your life?
How has diplomacy helped in the rest of my life? Let me take this off for a second, be a little bit more serious. Diplomacy has helped my negotiation skills quite a bit. I'm a real estate developer, and part of my job is negotiation and dealing with diverse groups, dealing with diverse people, some happy, some unhappy, and finding a way to make a deal. That's to my benefit.
Do you think the negotiation skills that you develop in diplomacy, that they translate directly into real estate, or is there some sort of modification you have to do?
Oh, there's definitely some modification, but I think the skills you learn in diplomacy translate very well in really any field. It sharpens your negotiation skills, and life is about negotiation.
Life is about negotiation. All right, maybe someday we'll interview your partner and see what she thinks about that. All right, so we have a game to cover, and this is your introduction to it. I think that I have hopefully fixed the scoring problem, but I did not go one step further and share the screen. So here it is. All right, this is game I, The Hate. In Austria, we get Christopher Moorman out of Champaign, Illinois, playing his first game in the virtual face-to-face realm. In England, we have the infamous, the notorious, the devilish John Jameson out of Vancouver, Canada. In France, we have Sabi Ahuja out of Chicago, a new weasel. In Germany, we've got Ben Durfee out of Hartwell, Georgia. Italy finds another weasel, Mr. Wes Ketchum out of Chicago. In Russia, we have Eric Silverman, the TD's brother out of Minneapolis. And in Turkey, we have Stephen Hogue out of Lexington, Kentucky. Stephen, I do remember had a rough first game. Let's see if he can improve on that in the second game. Of these, Wes Ketchum is the highest currently placed after round one in 8th, so very much in contention to win the tournament. All right. Anything stand out to you guys about this game? David, let's start with you.
Fascinating collection of people who probably haven't played with each other very much, except for, Wes maybe have played with Sabi if she has, or I think Sabi has played a couple of games in the in Chicago, right?
Just one, as far as I know. Yeah,
just one. Okay.
Yeah.
And so some of these other folks may have played some together, but I'll be, of course, looking at Sabi and see how they do in France. That's going to be an interesting situation to have Jameson on one side with all of his craziness and Wes Ketchum on the other side, who is a very solid sort of cerebral player. That's just two different things to deal with. Not that John Jameson's not cerebral in his own way.
He definitely lives inside his own head. How about that?
There is a head involved, and that's about all I'm going to say there.
And Riaz, you live near John and probably played with him a bunch of times.
John's a great guy. He's a fun guy. We have our skirmishes quite a bit when we play face to face or in any diplomacy game. But he's a lot of fun to play with, and I think that the dynamics between England and France are going to be very, very interesting because I know Sabi as a gunboat speedboat player, and in those settings, typically England and France don't get along very well. And additionally, I know that John likes to go to the Channel, so I'm really excited and intrigued in what's going to happen there. And I also know Russia and Turkey are both alliance players, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens itself.
All right.
I should say Jameson. I love Jameson. He's the only guy that's playing in Whipping who's ever borrowed my car. So I love Jameson, but I'm still not a cerebral player.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Riaz, we'll start with you in the West so you can tell us about John. And here are the spring 1901 orders. David, let's start with you in the East. Tell us what you see.
The Austrians not going to Galicia is an interesting situation. Obviously, it's been DMZ'd. More interesting than that is where the Russian Army Warsaw goes, which is Warsaw to Silesia, which you don't see that very often, do you? Because I wonder what that's going to mean for Sweden.
Wow. Okay. And Riaz in the West.
In the West, for the most part, it's a pretty neutral and standard opening, which surprises me because just 2 minutes ago I was saying I was expecting some fireworks.
Yep.
And leave it to diplomacy players to show me that I'm totally wrong.
Yeah, seriously. Very boring, John. Very boring. We're disappointed. All right, then let's head on over to fall of 1901. If I can get this to work. What's going on here? All right. Here are the orders for fall of 1901. Ooh, some aggressive moves in the West. Tell us about it, Riaz.
Wow. Well, I think the first thing to take note of is Burgundy going to Munich. It looks like there's a Leviathan here. It looks like there's some English-French cooperation, and I think the other dangerous thing to look at there is the fact that Germany is now facing what looks like an EF and has also bounced Russia out of Sweden.
Do you think? I wonder if it's possible that there's actually a Western triple going on here, and Germany asked France to cover Munich. Do you think that's a possibility?
Anything's a possibility. You could be right. I wouldn't do that if I was Germany, but hey, you never know.
We just take the chance on guessing right on Berlin rather, that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
An argument against that is the French fleet going to Portugal instead of Spain's south coast, which it could have done. Which, if you were really going to do a Western triple, you would do that.
Right. Go Spain to Portugal and Mid-Atlantic to Spain there. All right, David, tell us about the East.
David Hood to Eric Silverman. Eric, what did that move to Silesia do for you? Well, nothing, because I went back to Munich and I made sure that Germany bounced me in Sweden. Otherwise, it was a good idea. Wasn't it, David? Eric, no, it wasn't. So after that little soliloquy, what else happens? The Russian fleet gets into Romania as opposed to the army, which I think someone's already pointed out this evening is not all that conducive to an RT attacking the Austrians. But the Turks certainly think they've got an RT, which is why they move the fleet to Caen and the army to Smyrna. Although what that does is mean where are they going to build?
All right.
And the answer is Ankara, which is not what you want to do if you really got an RT.
What about the fleet in Romania? How does that how does that inform your considerations about the strategic situation in the East?
You talking to me? You talking to Riaz?
The fleet in Romania. Talking to
fleet in Romania. Well, sometimes people do that because they want to build in Sev, which is obviously not good for Steve. Otherwise, it's not a great idea. It doesn't give you very many options, whereas Ukraine to Romania does give you options. In fact, you could go Ukraine to Romania and the Black Sea if you really wanted to fight the Turks. So it's just an interesting situation. Probably not. However, it is not the worst move that Eric has made so far this game.
All right.
And I'll say that with all love to my friend in Minnesota, Eric Silver.
If I can add one thing in the East to what David so eloquently pointed out is that Austrian fleet is actually stuck in Albania, and I don't know how helpful that is versus Turkey, versus having versus having a fleet there to help with Aegean.
That's a good point, Riaz. I totally missed that. That's a good point.
It's a really, really peculiar set of moves here, I think, sort of all around. That fleet in Albania, it seems like there is not a possible combination of alliance here in the East that does anyone any good. They're all set up to be ineffective against each other, no matter what combination you choose.
Well, AT may be fine.
Except
you got 4 units against Trieste, for goodness sake.
Yeah, except that Austria's only getting one build here, right?
Oh, you're right, because they lost Trieste. Fine, they got 3 units against Trieste. That's fine.
Yeah, that'd be enough. But if you could put a fleet down in Smyrna, then you could be really rolling with that.
It's not a great situation. You're right.
But Sabine gets 3 builds as France, with England already off in the Barents and Germany really having problems. So let's see what Sabine does with it. And the answer is 3 armies.
Wow. There's a lot of armies in the West.
3 armies, and England builds an army.
Don't do that.
Wow. Oof. Oh, that is brutal. David, why don't you build? What caused you to put your hand over your face?
I've played France a couple of times. Building 3 armies is never, ever, ever the right answer to any question. Because France's main advantage is their flexibility. They're not a fleet power. They're not an army power. They're both. They're not just a Western power. They're an Eastern power, really, given how fast they can get into the mid. The armies give you virtually no flexibility whatsoever, or frankly, even offensive potential against anybody. It's a real mistake. I mean, it would be better not to build at all than to build 3 armies. In fact, it's almost never a good idea to build 2 armies in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Riaz, what should Sabine have built here?
I believe she should have built at least 1 fleet, maybe 2. I mean, if she's pro-English, then I would say probably 1 fleet in Marseille. And the reason why is you know that Italy's building 2, and Italy's not really going to be very busy with Turkey at this point. So where are those 2 units going?
It's it's an interesting moment, right? Sabi is a fairly new player. Only played the 1 game with the Weasel so far in terms of face to face. Has played a bunch of Speedboat though, so this just strikes me as a beginner's mistake. Somebody who is still learning about how to express strategic interests and commitments through builds. And this, it's also possible this is just a misorder, right? But this feels to me like just a mistake. Maybe Sabine intended to have an anti-German focus here, but just didn't. The problem, right, is that Sabine's not going to be able to use all 3 of those armies. It's likely that at least one of them is going to get piffed or going to have to be disbanded before Munich is converted into another unit. All right. Well, let's. Sorry, you got another.
On the other hand, you could go Picardy, Burgundy, and Piedmont and say all the armies moved. I don't know.
All right. Elsewhere, we do have a Turkish fleet in Ankara, which will have to be circulated to get into use. We got West putting down 2 fleets, which may actually signal pro-Austrian bias here. This maybe suggests that was the transfer of Trieste was part of a plan here. Eric puts down a fleet for what maybe a sort of hopeless maintenance of position in the north. We will see. And the English army is fascinating. John Jameson, is on board with either a Western Triple or or an EF. Let's push ahead here and see how things develop in spring of 1902. And these are the orders. Riaz, why don't we start with you and the West?
Sure. Germany claimed Munich back, which points back to what you were mentioning earlier, Brandon. And it looks like St. Petersburg is going to be taken in the fall season based on John's orders. Everybody's getting along.
I think St. Petersburg, because of that move from Livonia, unless Livonia is used to cover Warsaw. No, I'm sorry. They'll have trouble. St. Petersburg can't be guaranteed unless Livonia isn't involved. Giving up Munich and not getting Belgium and doing a triple bounce in Gascony, this is not efficient use of units. Yeah.
Yes.
I will say this: unless you were Andrew Goff, unless you were a mind control player, Andrew might do something like this, where you're just, everyone can just forget about me. I'm going to just stick over here, and I'm just going to live forever, but I'm not a threat to anybody. So y'all go play the game, and at some point I'll come back into the game and win it. That would be something Goff would do. If Sabi is, it may be that their theory is, I'm new to this game. I'm just going to be defensive. And I'm just going to be a non-threatening person to anybody, and that's my goal here. I was not supposed to take Munich to begin with. I was covering it for the Germans. So because I'm not taking it, I don't want to feel like I'm threatening anybody. I'm just going to move on to Silesia, and the Germans and I are going to continue with the friendship that we had from the beginning.
So rather than wave, build the extra army just so you can triple bounce.
so that I can make sure that I am so defensive that nobody's ever going to want to attack me in my first virtual face-to-face tournament.
Oh, I see. So even if it doesn't do anything offensively, it at least deters. Okay, got it.
It's one of these things where the army, Turkish army goes to Syria and sits there saying, "Fine, come fight me. I'm going to defend." It's the same kind of theory. Maybe that's what was going on with Sabi here.
Got it. All right, David, then take us around the east. Not a whole lot happens, but something.
Not a whole lot, but the Italian fleets do, in fact, redeploy, as we were expecting them to the Eastern Med here, because you build fleets because you're with the Austrians, which is exactly what happened. And the Turks don't have to move the fleets around if they decide they're not going to stay friendly to the Russians. They can just go to the Black Sea in Armenia and defend Bulgaria and do it that way. So that's a thing that one could do. That army in Warsaw really has moved around a lot, hasn't it? Silesia, Warsaw, Livonia.
All right.
Although Livonia is actually a pretty decent move here, actually.
Yeah, but it's not a good situation. Garrick's guaranteed to lose either St. Peter or Warsaw here. Presumably, but maybe
we've been wrong in this game before.
I've been wrong. And they were wrong. Here we go. Eric does not lose either one and does not lose Sevastopol despite leaving it completely uncovered. Wow. Okay. Riaz, tell us about the surprising developments in the West.
Chaos in the West. That's when I looked at it when David was talking about the East, I could kind of see something like this happening because there was no guarantee on St. Petersburg. But this definitely looks like a John Jameson orchestrated move. He's very good at shifting play, and he's done it here again.
A really stunning set of moves here by John Jameson. Especially getting Ben to say not move Sweden so that John's able to get both Denmark and Sweden here, and Ben is convinced to vacate Belgium here, lets Sabi have it. So Sabi is going to stay even. And for their part, they triple bounce in Gascony again. That's for those keeping score. That is now 6 French units that have moved to Gascony in 2 turns. And that's a lot. All right, David, tell us about the East.
The East is the Italians continue to redeploy their fleets against Turkey, and the Turks who were, how did they think this was going to, Steve, this was not going to work, man. They were going to hit Bulgaria and cut the support. So, no. But maybe this was, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a good explanation for this, but really he should have just taken Sevastopol if he's going to do this. Or get away from that entirely and go to Smyrna and try to defend.
I think this was defensive on his part. I think he was just trying to hold on to Bulgaria. Because
you mean by cutting Romania?
Yeah.
Fine, cut it from the fleet and send the army to Sevastopol.
Yeah, just take a swing at it. All right, so after 1902, we end up with not a whole lot happening except that John Jameson gets 2 builds and Germany gets to rebuild. Which is a little surprising, but it happens because Sweden and Belgium, though he lost both Sweden and Belgium, didn't own them to begin with, and is actually even, but with a PIF. So is going to put down a unit here. But I still wouldn't want to be Germany in this situation. All right, what do you build for John Jameson, Riaz?
Army and a fleet. I think you need one more fleet to maneuver around and an army to get in, because as if you're playing an EF here, you need armies as England.
So Fleet Eddie to keep France happy.
Fleet Eddie, yep, and Actually, you know what? I might actually do Army, Eddie, Fleet, London, because you might want to convoy. Um, you might want to convoy something into no. I think it makes more sense to do Fleet, Eddie, and Army, London, because convoying into Scandinavia is a dead end.
Yeah, you got to go for the German home centers here, right? But you
Yeah.
also have to keep France inside. All right, and then in France, stayed even. Oh my goodness, Fleet London and Army Liverpool. That the Army Liverpool is one of the weirder things here. I guess it's a message. Any ideas?
It's John Jameson. Would you stop trying to figure out what he's doing and just admit that it's John Jameson?
I wonder if this is some sort of homage to Ariel out in California from John.
That's what I mean. This is almost nothing to do with this game and making a joke to one of his friends, which is fine. You could do that in this game.
All right, but we do actually finally get the fleet in Germany that we've been waiting for this whole round. I don't know if it's the right decision here, though, or not. Yeah, because you got defense, right? That fleet. All right, let's move on into spring of 1903. I'm going to switch you guys up, give Riaz the full experience here. And so that puts David in the west and Riaz in the east. David, we'll start with you in the west. Tell us what you see.
If I'm France and I've got 6 units and one of them is a fleet, I'm going to attack England and go to the English Channel, because it's very clear that they have been friends with the Germans from the beginning, even though they built all those armies, which is very anti-German in the long run.
Yeah.
In the short run, they have done nothing but work with the Germans. So Sabine going to English Channel actually makes sense here, as opposed to what? John wasn't expecting it. And this was the chance to get into the English Channel. The one thing about the English is in this particular game, they're not fleet heavy like they usually are.
Yeah.
So having one fleet, it's fine. Go to the English Channel. John can't even kick you out. So you get to make all sorts of convoy guesses as long as you want to, if that's what Sabine's up to here. Now, as to the Germans, you build a fleet keel because at least that allows you to go to Helgoland. Maybe that gives you some kind of strategic flexibility to have some, because again, England is not fleet heavy like they usually are. Those armies in Scandinavia look kind of cool, but at this point, what good are they? If you're not going to fight the Russians, they're not much good to you.
Yeah, and if you're Ben and you think you have a good alliance with France going, then actually that fleet keel, it's actually obligatory because France is so low on fleets.
Yeah.
And it's, he does a really nice thing here. Ben does, let's focus on this. Ben supports himself into Kiel, and that thwarts a international convoy attempt from Livonia into Kiel, supported by Denmark. So well done there on Ben's part. All right, take us around the east, if you would, Riaz.
No problem. It looks to me like Turkey here has sort of trying to make themselves as useful as they possibly can to Austria and Italy. We also see Italy convoy the army from Tunis over into Albania, perhaps setting up some sort of play on Serbia here. Other than that, basically from what I can see and what I observed, it looks like AI is about ready to steamroll through Turkey, and Turkey's abandoning a lot of their position.
I will throw out a contrary possibility, which is when the Italians convoy to Albania, that means that you were going to Lepanto and then you decided not to. And I think it's entirely possible that Wes is going to turn on Christopher here.
You could be right, or it could just be an arrangement to take transfer Greece over. That might be the other option there.
For the viewers at home, when Riaz says one thing and David Hood says the other, Riaz is almost certainly right because he outguesses me constantly in gunboat. So he's right and I'm wrong. I'm just going to say that out loud.
Shall we find out? Then the answer is
Oh, David's right.
Finally, once out of 100 times.
Oh, I'm sorry, Riaz.
Hey, no worries.
As a consolation, you get to tell us about all the fisticuffs in the East.
All right. Well, I was wrong. and Turkey seems to have talked their way out of this Italian attack. There's no longer an AI here, and that looks pretty devastating because Austria's lost Bulgaria, they've lost Serbia, they've lost Greece. Not looking very good.
Do you like this move? Do you like this move by Wes?
I do. I do like this move by Wes. The thing with Austrian and Italian alliances, I find, is that over time the alliance tends to favor Austria quite a bit more as Italy pushes west. So it doesn't hurt. You have a Turkey who really doesn't have any fleets that are out threatening you, and is concentrated up towards the Upper Balkans.
So, David, I think this is a moment, isn't it?
What do you mean?
I think there is something that's about to be released here.
It's possible that we are about to see the Kraken. The Italy-Turkey alliance that usually does not appear in the beginning, but is released later in the game.
Can I bring this out right now?
Yes.
I don't know if you can see this, but
hold on. Let's see. There we go.
Nice.
This is an attempted rebrand of the IT Alliance. You'll float too. And as Austria,
Riaz is bringing it. He's got the fizz. He's got the placards. He is ready to go tonight.
It makes me happy to see Turkey be able to recover and talk their way out of trouble.
And I mean, the sign of Pennywise was a red dot, a red nose, and now we've got two of them. Unfortunately, that is the kid that's being dragged into the sewer.
Who else is the kid that gets dragged into the sewer? Ben.
Yep.
Because that whole fleet Helgelin thing.
Well, it looks like there was an NMR here.
Yeah, I think he NMR'd and that killed him. I mean, obviously that goes without saying. When NMR, it's really bad. It's really bad in this situation because he was unable to do anything and he lost keel. Just terrible.
And he certainly would have. Yeah, he certainly would have been. He certainly would have been covering keel here. So
yes. So it's really unfortunate. So Sabih tries to. Didn't make the right guess on London, but that's okay. It was a 50-50 shot. As opposed to going to Wales, I mean.
Yeah, we've seen that guess now a few times tonight, and I think England has sort of got it right each time, if I remember correctly.
But let me just say, I did this. I did all kinds of craziness when Sabah when they built the three armies. So far, not bad position. Piedmont, Bohemia, allied with the Germans. Now that the Germans have NMR, maybe the Germans will give centers to Sabih. Who knows? So the position's not terrible for the French. It's unfortunate that the guess was wrong. Just think what would have happened if the guess was right, and the army had gotten into London. I'd be over here, eating my words about the situation.
But Sabih just would have built another army. So,
man, I hope not.
The problem I see for Sabih is where does she grow next? Because she's just moved into Piedmont, so. Italy's getting a couple of builds, so I wonder how Italy's gonna take that. And at the same time, Sabih is also actively attacking England. So how does Sabih fight those two fronts?
Yeah, Sabih's game has been interesting here. We should move on. I think we're focusing a little bit too much on this, but I do want to say that the three army builds, while they limited the strategic options. Actually, the way that Sabih played this game sort of kept growth opportunities alive. Like those armies actually would have been useful had Sabih attacked Germany. So this game would be really different had Sabih done that, and Sabih would have a clear path to the board top. As it stands, I think Sabih's position isn't that bad, but needs to do something, like you said, and find a growth path. Okay, so winter 1903 arrives. We just have a bunch of adjustments in the east. The big one is West building 2 units. Steve has a choice to make here, which will affect the strategic course of the game. Presumably an army, if Stephen actually is in the IT. And West, what do you guys think? Army and fleet?
Yes.
Probably.
One's got to be an army.
Yeah.
The other one, fleet, would make sense. Okay, and the answer is just what we thought. Army fleet from Wes and Army from Steven. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring 1904. Here are the orders. And David, let's start with you in the West.
Okay, well, Sabi goes back to Marseille because Sabi realizes that they really shouldn't be attacking Italy with one unit. The other option would be to go to Tyrolia there and try to go around. But the English convoying into Holland and the failure to retake Kiel means that Sabi has hitched their wagon to the wrong horse. So maybe it is time for Sabi to take out Munich and build a fleet and just do it that way, because the remnants of the Germans at this point aren't doing you very much good.
So maybe Munich. We'll see. Coming up. What about the East, Riaz?
We're seeing a lot of IT cooperation here. We're seeing we're seeing a Turk in Budapest, which is very impressive in 1904. At the same time, it looks like Russia is at odds with Turkey because they're both making a play for Romania here. And the other thing that really surprises me is the trust here between Italy and Turkey, because if I was Turkey, I'd probably move my army from Ankara to Smyrna, or at least find some way to cover Smyrna. I mean, it's an awfully tempting spot for an Italian to move into.
Yeah, don't you? I think if you're in this IT and you're Stephen Hogue, you demand that this fleet in the Aegean vacate, yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the fact that it doesn't, interesting. Let's push ahead and see how that percolates through the rest of the game here in fall of 1904. And we have it. Ta-da! What, Riaz, tell us about it.
All right. Well, Italy has struck, but oddly enough, they've taken Bulgaria, but at the same time, they've supported Bulgaria into Romania, while also helping hold Budapest. So that's a little bit confusing. But at the same time, they've also begun to move west. They've gone west, moving into Piedmont, moving into the Gulf of Lion. I may have gone Ionian to the Tyrrhenian Sea. But at the same time, this works pretty well as well, and it leaves Tyrrhenian Sea open. And maybe what this is telling us here is that Italy is borrowing Bulgaria right now to pick up another fleet, build another fleet, and maybe after that Bulgaria gets dislodged or destroyed.
Yeah, this feels like it was negotiated now that we've looked more closely at it. And it seems like a really savvy negotiation on Wes's part and a wise, I think, acceptance of it on Steven's part. But, Wes is in contention to win this tournament. I don't think Steven is, at least not at this point, the way that this game is developing. David, tell us about the West.
Well, Sabi does take Munich, which Ben just walked out. Ben realized his game was over. He knew he was going to lose Berlin with the two Russians there. So he just walked out and Sabi walked in. I'm not sure. Did Ruhr also hold? Certainly Belgium held.
No, Ruhr supported Bohemia to Munich.
So supported the move. Okay.
Yep.
So, okay, that's fine. But otherwise, Sabi realizes the Italians are coming and tries to rearrange and do the best that they can to defend.
Yeah, and you might wonder why move Marseille to Spain here rather than to Piedmont, presuming that Venice is moving to Piedmont. Well, the answer is to open up Marseille.
To open up a build, yeah.
And so that's actually the more efficient way to go about doing things. And presumably we'll get a Fleet Marseille build here. Maybe Seville learned a lesson from the beginning of the game. And we have John Jameson now putting down 2 units.
That's the real question: is what does John do? WWJD. What would John do?
We say goodbye to Ben Durfee. Thank you for playing this game. This was a rough outing. Certainly wasn't helped by that NMR, but the writing was on the wall. It was just a matter of time, I think. John Jameson, what's the strategic path forward here to top this board?
Well, given the position, I think that John does plow into France. I think. Now, I am biased in this point that I like to go take stuff as opposed to play the balance of power. Sometimes you got to do the balance of power, but often I would rather just race to see who gets the French centers quicker. And given the fact that France is so wide open with the just the one fleet in the Western Med right now, that's what I would probably do if I. And the alternative for John is to redirect and go after the Russians.
All right, let's see what Riaz, what do you think? What would you do if you were John here?
I don't know. I'm a little bit more contrary as a player to David. So I'd look more at balance of power, and I think what I'd see is who gets to Iberia first. If I start to attack France, does France turn around and offer things up to Italy, who's already a board leader? Maybe this is a point where you need to be a little bit patient and wait for Italy to fully commit, and consolidate your position in Germany and in Scandinavia up at St. Petersburg.
All right, let's find out. And if I can click the right button, the answer is Fleet Liverpool, Army Edinburgh. Interesting. And elsewhere, we do get that Fleet Marseille. Well done, Sabi. And West puts down a fleet in Romania, and Rome, I should say, which I think was pretty clear. And Christopher just pulls one of his units, the one not in a center. All right, let us, you know what? So that is Winter 1904. I actually want to take a pause in this game right now and give you a break, Riaz, and then we'll come back and talk to you again in a little bit. Is that all right?
Perfect. Sounds good. I look forward to it.
All right, and maybe you'll have another installment of Pardon the Turkey.
Right. Sounds good.
All right. Hang on one second. And then let us bring back to the stream Mr. Adam Siegel. And that means we're going to go back to game number 1. So I'm going to bring back Adam and Siobhan. And we'll give you a break, Mr. David Hood, and see you in a little bit. All right?
Okay.
All right. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. We didn't give Adam fair warning on that, and he's not at his computer. So I take that back. Let us go to, let's see here. Let's go to game J. Oh, no, there he is. All right. He made it. Good. All right. Thank you. David, we'll see you in a little bit. And bring back to the stream Mr. Adam Siegel. Adam, welcome back, man.
Hey, good to be here.
All right, sorry, I should have warned you about that. I just made a snap decision. Let's head on back over to game G, which is here is how we left it in winter of 1904. This is the game with Jason Massbaum, and in France, tied for the board top with Matthew Krill. And all right, let's see. Who do you guys remember? Who was in the East and who was in the West? Probably doesn't matter.
I was doing East.
All right, so we'll put you back in the West then. And all right, when we left this, Siobhan had reluctantly said that Jason was had the edge here, and Adam danced around the question and refused to really give a straight answer, but did say that Yaromir had a terrible position. I think that's what I remember.
I think there was a small leaning towards Matt Krill from Adam, but he wasn't very decisive about it, so I don't think we can officially hold him to it.
All right.
Was that supposed to be decisive? I wasn't sure those were the rules.
There are no rules in DBN.
Yeah, Adam, man, this is a free-for-all. This is Bacchanalia of diplomacy style.
Okay, I'll pick Carl then.
All right, there we go. On the record. So if Carl tops the board, then you're invited back. If not, oh well. It was a good time. All right, here we go. Spring 1905 orders. Adam, why don't we start with you in the West?
Well, I really wish I had seen that before making my guess. Okay, so what do we see? We see significant advancement by Jason in the Mediterranean. Makes it into Piedmont, makes it into Tunis. However, disaster does strike where Craig piffs the Tyrrhenian Sea Fleet, which is just awful. And I think that Jason really does commit here to being Matt's ally in the long term when he takes the convoy back to Belgium. I think that if he was going to make a stab here, this was the moment. Yeah, that loss of that fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea is really bad for Jason's position.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit. I think, it was a question of how to take Tunis in the right way. And this is, I'm not sure what other option he had, right? Like he couldn't do the triple support into Tunis. That actually would have been the worst option here. So, but having the fleet piffed is not great. Siobhan, tell us what else happens on the board.
Meanwhile, in the east, we see the piffing of the army in Warsaw for Karl, which I'm sure is what gave Adam a little bit of pain after he picked him as the favorite. But there's so much more left to Karl, open to him, available if he wants it. Meanwhile, it's just Matt marches on. Matt is putting himself in a position to take more dots, and just the absolute coordination between Matt and Jason is astounding to me right now.
All right. Let's,
do we know what kind of player Matt Krill is? Is he going to take this in the long term?
Oh, 100%. He's an alliance player, lockstep all the way.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets good results. I mean, he made the DBNI top board, but he does it by being a really nice guy. Just really not
like most of us.
Unlike me, I'll tell you that.
All right, here we go. Fall of 1905, and let's stay in the East with you, Siobhan.
All right, and as expected, Matt does take Warsaw from the Austrian who took it in the spring. I'm not shocked by this. Loses Silesia for the effort, but I'm not sure he's too concerned about that. And Karl, he went for it. Greece, Serbia, Romania.
That's great.
So, Adam, I'm guessing you're feeling a little better right now. We get to invite you back again. Very exciting for you.
Well, he's got a top, right? The game's still going.
Still got a ways to go. And meanwhile, up in Scandinavia, we see Matt Krill taking Sweden while putting, it looks like, the Belgian army into Norway. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep.
Okay. But now I'm stepping on Adam's toes a little bit. So
yeah, it's all right, actually. I mean, this is almost like those games where, it's locked up at the stalemate line and we just have one person do a whole turn. So why don't we just do that for the moment?
Okay.
And this is the FG, like in lockstep here, agreeing to stay 1-1. But wow, that although Craig is, I'm sorry, Jason is picking up Tunis as well. So Jason's actually going to go up, take the lead here.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask a question though? If you're going to split dots, why are they giving Jason Norway and not Holland?
And several things actually here. I just want to point out, Jason will have had 2 units piffed and is going up another 2, and therefore will not be able to build the 4 units that he'll have available to him at the end of this year.
Did he had 2 piffed?
Oh, he opted to go off the board with Piedmont.
Well, he couldn't retreat it right to Marseille because he probably wants to build a fleet there. So he'll have 1 in pocket here.
I gotta say, right, and this is sort of what my question is: what is Jason hoping to get out of the Mediterranean at this point? Right? What does the fleet in Marseille really get him? Is he hoping for Rome and Naples? Is that his path to 18? Does he just feel like he's going to sit and be friends with Matt until the game ends? I mean, you got Tunis. What else are you there for? It's not like with, especially if Karl's going to be attacking Doug, it's not like you're going to be breaking through that Italian position anytime soon. So why?
And it seems to me that the convoy of Belgium to Norway advantages Matthew because it's an army that he can control now.
Yeah.
And Jason doesn't have any. So do you guys feel like Jason is kind of like giving away his board topping options?
Yes. I mean, again, right? Why not Holland?
Yeah, I 100% agree. Why go there at all? That just. It feels like a trap. It's like Jason saying, yay, I get Norway, it's another dot, and I can't build all the units anyway, so why am I in there? Why am I putting myself out of position? Why am I giving Matt the chance to have better position on the continent? And also, Norway, Matt can take any time.
By the way, it's worth pointing out that, so Matthew is going up 2 here because he's taking Warsaw as well, so it is going to be 2-2. They're both going up to 9 here. But
they're both going to have to build.
Yeah, Matthew only has 1 home center open for a build, so they're both going to be playing 1 short. So, I mean, that's like kind of kumbaya. They're both in the same position now.
Sure, they'll kumbaya all the way to Karl's board top.
Meanwhile, Karl Ronenberg he's only putting down 2 units because he loses Warsaw here. So,
Still, I mean, he has the stable position in the Ionian. He's going to have new armies to control the Balkans, and he doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, unless Jason and Matthew are willing to fight, I don't see how they're going to top Carl.
All right, let's
Maybe I'm
find
wrong.
out.
I could be wrong.
Let's find out. Orders in the box for winter. We got +4. You don't see that too often on these. So I'm sorry, Carl is +3. How was Carl +3? Did he have a piff? Oh, Warsaw was piffed.
Warsaw was piffed.
Yes.
All right. Well, so that means that he can put a fleet down to help with convoying. Either this turn or in the future. But presumably 2 armies and a fleet for Carl. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think fleet goes in Ankh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, to convoy across the Black Sea.
Yeah, to get in the black. Okay,
Control the dots in general.
And then so Jason, he does still have the option here, say Fleet Brest, and Army Paris, presumably Fleet Marseille, but he does have the possibility to change direction here if he wants to.
But why do it in 1906 when you could have done it in 1905, right? Why build the Fleet Brest?
See, that's advice, Jason, and you and I have had this conversation so many times. You don't stab with your builds. Just don't do it.
See, I wouldn't have minded it, but if you were going to do it, why not make the decision a year ago, right? Jason has done such a good job this game of having such a wonderful position. I don't understand why make this choice unless he thinks he needs 5 fleets in the Mediterranean for some reason.
Which he might well think. I mean, it's Jason Massbaum. Who knows what goes on in that head of his? But
I mean, the question is, can he convince Matthew that that's what he meant? And
Army Keel.
Meanwhile, Carl, army.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Army from the Turk.
I mean, right. In the long run, better to have another army in there. But the question is, can you hold Sevastopol right now with only without a fleet in black? I don't know.
Well, it depends on your diplomatic situation. I think, is it possible that Yarmir has shown appreciation for players who have helped him out, and it's unclear whether or not Doug's hates this situation so badly that. And if he sends Ukraine to Sevastopol, then he can't defend Budapest. I don't know. He might be okay, although I think having the fleet just to control that area might have been better.
Yeah, I think we're on agreement on that. All right, here are the orders for spring of 06. Boy, it's black arrows all over the place. There's not a single red. That's kind of sweet, I have to say.
1 red arrow from St. Petersburg.
And Tunis. There's a red support order.
Oh, St. Petersburg. I didn't see that. Damn it.
You're so close.
All right. Well, let's go back to East-West here because there is a lot to parse out. But so let's define the strategic situation here from all of these moves. Let's just jump to that. What do we know about who's with whom from this? And start with the East, Siobhan.
I mean, the East, it's really hard to say. Nobody seems to really be with anyone for longer than a season or two. And here we watch the Austrian and the Turk mop up. Well, I mean, the Austrian will protect what he can as the Turk just is going to march as fast as he possibly can into all the Austrian centers. He doesn't need help. So what if he loses Sev right now? He'll get it back some other time. Big whoop.
Yeah, that convoy over to Albania is interesting. It gets the army into play. It's really nice that way. But of course, it's Trieste that it has to go through, which is Italian, and he still needs Italy to hold back France. Adam, tell me how much you love Jason's tactics here.
Well, no, actually, first I'm gonna tell you how much I love Carl's tactics. That convoy to Albania was great, and I gotta say, Shavana said that no one has been together for too long, but I actually think that Craig and Carl have been on the same page for at least 3 game years, right? Okay. After Craig moved west to go fight Jason, they've really been lockstep, and there was an offer here for support to the Trinian Sea, it looks like, from Tunis, that Carl said, I don't want that. So, anyway, I'm impressed with that. Jason, look, if Jason is convinced that his path to topping this board is by shoving as many fleets as he possibly can into the Mediterranean, then good for him. I'm looking at the tactics here. Can he force a fleet into Tuscany to get Trinian Sea? Probably no. Can he force? I mean, if he gets 4 fleets, 5 fleets, maybe he might have some play. But for what? I mean, 2 more dots. I just, and now in addition to that, he's got his armies in Gascony and Marseille. So if Germany does decide to stab, the stab is for Burgundy and Belgium. So the position is really great. I'm really liking Matt's position here as well, because now who's going to get St. Petersburg? It's probably going to be Matt, right? Austria and Russia working together. Warsaw isn't even likely in danger, even though he's in Galicia. I'm very, very bullish on that position.
Yeah, I don't understand Paris to Gascony in any way. But it's Paris to Picardy to Belgium just seems really obvious and easy to defend, especially with North hanging out.
Or to Burgundy. Burgundy seems fine too.
Yeah, why not, right? Or just send Burgundy to Belgium here now and have Paris hold or something if you want to have defensive. I don't know.
But here's the other thing, right? Which is you now have an army in Marseille and a fleet in Piedmont. So is the theory behind that you're now going to convoy to Tuscany with support? And if so, if that's the theory, then why did you disband the unit in Piedmont to rebuild it in Marseille? Because if you're going to shove an army into Tuscany, you can't use the army to get yourself in Trinity Sea. Really, you wanted the only reason to do this was to get the fleet into Tuscany so you can force your way into Trinity Sea, right? It was sort of a backwards thinking that I don't really understand.
Well, he actually can take Tyrrhenian Sea now. Now that the fleet in Tuscany, that fleet on the interior of the peninsula is accessible to be tapped, but he has to risk Tunis to do it. And I don't think he's willing to do that.
Yeah, that seems wrong.
Well,
that's why you need a good fleet to support Tunis.
Gascony gets convoyed to North Africa so that can support Tunis, while everything else does other things.
Gascony gets convoyed to North Africa.
Mid-Atlantic Ocean in North Africa.
Oh, come on. You know Jason's going to convoy that army over there.
I want to see that because it's such a terrible idea.
Jason, don't do that.
Such a terrible. I want to see Adam's reaction when that happens. All right, here goes. No.
Oh, I was so hopeful, Jason.
Oh, but he loses Lyon. Oh, wow. Oh. Yeah, he did exactly what you said. He tried to convoy. The convoy doesn't make any sense to me at all. No. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is classic.
Okay, but okay. So in the north, Norway gets into St. Petersburg, but it's followed by North. So
I mean, that had to be planned.
It's not the worst of all options, of all possibilities, except there's this cheeky move of Baltic to Denmark here. That is very cheeky from an alliance player like Matthew. Otherwise, this seems like the FG sort of moving together here. How does Turkey do in the east? Well, Turkey manages not to take Trieste, but holds on to Budapest, but loses Sevastopol. So it's 1-1 here, but with some good position. But again, I think if you have a fleet in Black Sea, you're just in much better shape right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So one thing that's worth pointing out here, by the way, is that Jason is going to be putting a unit down. Had that unit in the bank.
Yes. And so will Matt Krill.
And Matt, I think, is going up one here because it's picking up.
Actually, Matt will be putting down 2 in the end because one's in pocket.
So now we have, this seems to me like a real kind of sort of inflection point in this game. Matthew has a real opportunity here, doesn't he? What would you build if you're Matthew Krill?
I think that from your characterization of Matt Krill, I think he builds Army Munich, Army Berlin, and I think he pushes them south.
And what if you're
Adam Siegel? What do you do? Yeah. Fleet Army Munich, Fleet Kiel.
Yeah,
100%. And then you send everything west,
except for to lose.
Yeah, except for all the units you have that are already across the line and can take dots over there.
Well, I think here's the thing, right? Which is, St. Petersburg is functionally piffed, and you have one unit that's across the stalemate line. That's the 17th dot.
Oh, you're thinking
or the 18th dot. Yeah, if I'm Matt Krill, that's what I'm thinking of.
In a time unlimited game, you should be thinking about it. You should be making this count.
All right, let's see what. And then if you're Massbaum, army or fleet here.
He's proven that he's probably going to build fleet Brest, but I'd probably build Army Paris
just for defensive.
It should be an army, but just fleet Brest to make us laugh.
To go to Mid-Atlantic. All right, answer is Army Paris. All right, thank you, man. And we do get the armies Berlin and Munich from Krill. Yarmir had a rebuild here. So builds Army Moscow, and here we go. Spring 1907. I'm going to flip you guys. And although it's really like, unless FG start fighting, all the action is in the east, right? So why don't we just take turns here? And Adam, we'll give you the first crack at doing the whole board. Here you go. Spring of 1907.
I see a lot of black arrows. So it looks like, France and Germany sort of stay on board. There's a bounce in the North Sea and a destruction in Moscow, which is kind of significant. Continue pushing that Jason army forward. And I think actually it's pretty bad for Matt to give Jason the forward position, because if he does want to solo, you want to be the one across the stalemate line and not your ally who can turn around and be helping to fight. But my 2 cents. Karl does realize he does need that fleet in the Black Sea, so he retreats AG into Khan in an effort to get up there. With the PIFT unit and the fact that it looks like Germany falling back to Ukraine, it's unclear really actually to me what the Turkish-German relationship is, but possible that Turkey recovers Sev. Turkey does manage to get into Trieste with Italian support, so it looks like that's a thing that the two of them are still coordinating, which is pretty good given the fact that they have 5 fleets that need to fight against the 5-fleet French player. Jason plays shuffleboard with his units. It looks like Piedmont makes it out to Lyon, Marseille to Piedmont, Gascony, Marseille, Paris to Gascony, which is, I think, the position he had in 1905 when he decided to destroy that army in Piedmont and rebuild it as a fleet. So other than that, looks like continued movement by the FG. I'm surprised they decided to work with Yarmir, actually. I would have thought that they would have kept him alive at least until a fall turn to make sure that Turkey doesn't make gains in Sev.
Siobhan, how do you feel about this turn?
I think it's fine. I agree with everything Adam said about having Jason be the forward mover in the East. I don't like it. Matt, you need to be the one over the line. You need to be in Moscow. You actually really don't need Jason over there anymore. You can make a huge argument to just, it's just easier if they're all my units. You can rebuild it back home. I promise I'll walk out in the fall. It'll be fine.
It's not just that he doesn't need Jason over there. It's that he doesn't need Jason.
He doesn't need Jason at all, but I mean, he clearly thinks he does, or that he wants Jason around. I mean, the southbound's in North Sea, which is completely useless.
Why do we think that Doug Kent used Vienna to support Bohemia to Galicia instead of using Vienna to block Bohemia and try and work with the Turk? Because I just have to say, it seems like a death knell for him to surround himself by black units.
I mean, I agree with that, but I think that we're probably at the point of the game for Doug where he will help anyone who will give him 30 seconds of their time. I've been there on one unit and people are just like, I don't need you. I don't need you. I'm like, okay, I'll support the first person who says yes.
He may also figure that Karl is just going to kill him. So his only, the only interesting thing to do is to work with Matthew. Like Matthew might at least go around him until he, needs 18. All right. Let's push into fall of 1907, and Siobhan, tell us about it.
And Doug lives through the year. Good for you. But a ton of red arrows over there this time. Matt is trying to just hit just about anything he can, which is fine. Keep Karl from making any progress, but also you're not making any progress. Jason makes a little progress, finally successfully convoys into Tuscany this year. Well done, you. You didn't lose anything along the way this time. Very proud of you, Jason. Good luck getting those 2 dots.
Well, I think especially with Trieste falling here, Italy's going to have to pull. I feel like Jason's situation is pretty good here. Although I would rather have a fleet in Tuscany at this point.
Yeah, I think actually the other thing that's really interesting about Jason's position is that he takes Moscow, and Matt Krill does not take St. Petersburg.
Mm-mm.
So Jason's going up 1.
But Matthew is ahead by 1, right? So this is to keep things equal.
Yeah, but from a builds perspective, and I'll just keep saying this, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units in the Mediterranean holding down Tunis and fighting over a potential of 3 more dots.
Yeah.
Right? 8 units, 3 dots is just so much commitment by Jason in the Mediterranean. And we'll see how it works out, right?
But look at Matthew's army deployment, right? He's got 2, 4, 6, 8. Well, let's leave Finland out of it for now. 7 armies across the stalemate line. The difference here, right, is that Matthew has access to a lot more dots, and 2 of those dots are Jason's.
Yes. I mean, how many could he of those pieces that are over there right now? He could easily pick up St. Petersburg, Moscow, Vienna. That's 3, and while doing that, stabbing for Belgium.
Mhm.
4, pulling 3 of Jason's units. Although Jason's units are all in the Mediterranean, so how useful are they anyway? If you were going to fight Matt.
But I do wonder, if either of them can they're both butting up against Turkey right now with some buffer, just small buffer in between them. It does feel like it's getting to the point that it would be hard for one of them to attack the other without it benefiting Turkey too much.
I think that Jason could keep enough pieces to keep Turkey from moving forward, because Turkey only has 2 fleets. And I bet that there's an army build coming down here for the Turks.
So you think Jason has a better opportunity to stab at the moment?
No, I think Matt has an opportunity to stab Jason. I think Jason has no stab.
Okay.
I think that if Matt stabs Jason and Craig can keep Carl bottled up long enough. I don't think there's an issue there.
Yeah, but why would they? That's the thing. So, why would Jason leave units down there to hold Carl back if Matthew was stabbing him?
To stop Carl from flying all through. I don't know. To hold Tunis.
It's been a long time since he played a game with Jason Massbaum. There's no way he's stopping Carl. He's stabbed right here.
All right.
I don't know. Given the play, I don't see the stab coming. I'm getting more and more depressed, waiting for the stab to come.
No, and I'm in complete agreement with you here, Adam. And you've been saying this for a couple of seasons now. The time seems like it's passed for both of them, for any of them.
So, Adam, get those antidepressants out, because Jason has waived the build here.
You know what? If you're going to commit to it, you might as well commit to it, right? What's the build for?
Yeah. What are you going to do with it? Not attack Matt with yet another unit on the board?
Yeah, I mean, you can't fit any more pieces in the Mediterranean. So if you can't build and put it in the Mediterranean, you might as well waive it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it really does have every square there, every spot. All right, so Craig pulls the army in Venice, which does mean that that Jason can guarantee himself Venice. So, my complaint about him not having a fleet down there ends up being better for him. So he will presumably get Venice here. And
you don't think Trieste supports Tyrolia? Oh no, I guess you're right. The three they're working together. So if Tyrolia was going to be supporting him they wouldn't have been able to hold it anyway.
Right. So it could have been guaranteed anyway. But and then he'll be able to tap Romania and Rome. I keep doing that, man. Anyway, let's not get bogged down too much. Yeah. We do have a lot of game to cover. Here are the spring 1908 orders. And Adam, I think it's your turn to call the whole board. So let us know.
Tuscany, in a fear of getting piffed, goes out to Venice. Which seems fine. That's probably not the way I would have done it, but it seems fine.
No, Piedmont has to go, right? Like, why wouldn't Piedmont go? Sorry.
No, Tuscany went.
Gulf of Leon supports Tuscany hold, right? How does that die? Why doesn't Piedmont move? It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're just giving up the space for no reason.
Yeah, Piedmont should be the mover. It's hands down that way.
Mm-hmm. But we're here now.
Yep. Anyway, go on.
I think the interesting change here is that Doug moves. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Doug is still working with the German. Nothing else is going anywhere. There's a lot of red arrows. Some interesting tactical choices, but the France-German alliance is also keeping Sèvres alive. They're keeping Vienna alive. My guess is that whenever they decide they want to end the game, they'll take those dots and then call it.
Yep.
All right.
Agreed.
All right. Then let's see how it goes. Fall of 1908. Siobhan, this is your turn.
Having just vacated Tuscany in the last season, Jason decides to fill it with yet another convoy. Well done, you. That was an incredibly efficient way to go about that. Carl shifts some fleets around. Fine. And a ton of red arrows. And Matt takes St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Right now, so they both have one in pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Italian disband will be interesting here.
Well,
Jason might get Rome.
Jason has one in pocket, and he's I see. Right, he didn't actually. So wait, why doesn't he? Oh, because he lost St. Petersburg. Got it.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, so here are the builds. We get 2 more armies in Marseille and Munich, and I now have to confess something. I know this game is still going.
Oh my God,
Adam, I'm sorry.
All night.
Adam, I'm sorry. We tried to, we wanted to choose a game for you that you're in the East Coast that would end, sooner, and we have chosen the one that's going longer than any of them.
You know what? I applaud the fact that this game is still going because I actually think that there's a lot of play left. I personally think that, and I'll say this, I've been saying this for seasons, I think that Matt has a great stab.
Yep.
I think that Matt has 2 dots over the line in the East. I think he has a 2-dot stab on Jason, and I think that there's almost no risk, and he can get 3 builds in that year. What's his risk? His risk is Sevastopol falls to the Turk. His risk is that the Turk picks up Venice, Rome, Naples, Tunis. But if I'm Matt Krill, I'm beelining here for a solo. So
We can hope.
Siobhan, you feel that way as well?
I think that's spot on. If anyone's going to make a stab with that Western Alliance here, Matt's the only one with the chance to do anything reasonable with it. Jason can pull fleets back, but how fast can he funnel them out through MAO?
I think more to the point, why else is this game still going, right? If the game is still being played, it's because that France and Germany are fighting. Because Turkey can, unless barring some sort of horrible disaster, Turkey's position isn't really going anywhere from this point.
All right, Adam, do you mind sticking around?
No, I'll be here.
All right, great. We will bring you back on. We are going to do the other 2 games. So we have done now, let's see here. Next up is Jay, which is supposed to have David and Karthik. All right, so Adam, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you very much. And we'll do that. All right, Siobhan, we'll give you a break. We were going to have you host this game, but you are unable to for technical reasons. So
yep. Sorry, Brandon,
right.
No breaks for you.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. And David is still there. Don't go too far because I'm going to try to get us through the next 2 games in as quick fashion as we can because we have taken up a little more time than we intended to. So don't go too far. All right, Karthik and David, welcome back. We have 2 games to go through in full, and we can go through both of them in total. But we're only doing one with you guys. It's Pacific Heights here. So let me pull up the player list, and then I'm going to ask you guys to, we're going to try to do it 1 minute per phase if we can. So I'm going to have each of you do 1 phase and just pick out the highlights. Don't try to be comprehensive. Before we do, though, we need to find out who is in the game. This is Pacific Heights finds Ed Sullivan in Austria, Corey Nesland in England, Katie Gray in France, Dave Maletsky in Germany, Morgante Pell in Italy, Seva W in Russia, and Ben Kelman in Turkey. This is a fun board, I have to say. So I hope we'll be able to take a breath here and there and give some analysis that makes us all feel good. It's worth pointing out here that not only are these players really good, but 3 of them are in the top 10 of this tournament. And so very much come into this game having a legitimate shot to try and win. All right, let us pull up the map. And so those 3 players, just to keep in mind, Morgante Pell is in first place, Katie Gray is in second, and Ed Sullivan is in sixth. And obviously anyone can win this with a solo. All right. So Karthik, let's start off with you doing spring of 1901. I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock, and you can see it in the upper right-hand corner. And here you go for spring 1901 orders. Take it away.
Sure. So the biggest thing that I would point out first is that there seems to be a relatively strong RT forming from the very get-go. We see Russia open north, going Moscow to St. Petersburg, while the Turk opts to send Ankara to Constantinople, hoping to gain control of the Aegean quickly and early. On the other hand, this should work because Italy and Morgante chose to open with the Alpine Chicken, sending Rome to Venice and Venice to Piedmont, and then Naples Ionian. Austria does get into Galicia, possibly violating a DMZ that was agreed upon. So that's a really, really interesting East that I'm really excited to develop. In the West, there seems to be an agreed upon bounce in Marseille and in Piedmont, while France gets into position for taking Portugal and Spain in the fall. England opens up very normal. nothing to comment on.
All right. That's a fascinating bounce. And Morgante and Ed in Austria and Italy, that's definitely worth keeping a watch on.
For sure. This is going to be a great East.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that the two of them do have a history of some less than copacetic relations. So, all right, here are fall 1901 orders. And David, we got to unmute you first, and you can tell us what you see.
Well, I see the French getting 3 builds is the thing that jumps out at me. The English had to support the convoy to Norway because of the army in St. Pete. Going to the east, you can see that the RT really is working together. They put the Russian army in Romania with support, and the Italians have borrowed Trieste here because they wanted to do the beat move against Aegean, which of course bounces the Turks because the Turks had moved there in the fall turn. But otherwise, how about Galicia to Warsaw, which is something we don't hardly ever see in the game, and we've seen it here. So Ed Sullivan, kudos to you for taking Warsaw.
This, a fast-moving AI is not something you might have predicted coming out of the gate here. But kudos to Morgante and Ed for playing against type and fooling everyone. All right, so we get a bunch of builds coming down on the block here. I'll run through them in circular order, starting with Ben Kelman putting down a fleet in Smyrna. Morgante puts down a fleet in Naples. We get the 2 armies from Ed, no surprise. The excitement here is from Katie Gray, who had decisions to make. Thankfully, did not put down 3 armies. Here we get 2 fleets and an army. And, there's a lot of flexibility in that, right? Those could go in several different ways, including a possible Western triple. We have Dave Moletsky putting down a fleet in Kiel and an army in Berlin, which also is Western triple consistent if he wants. And Corey puts down the hopeful fleet in Edinburgh, which I think, if from Corey's perspective, Western triple would be the best solution, the best possible path forward here. All right, let's get into spring of 1902. And David, we'll have you do spring this time.
Well, I hope you're wrong, but the French do move to the mid-Atlantic with to the Mediterranean here. So that's an interesting situation, although there's a bounce in English Channel, which doesn't appear to be a ranged bounce, given the fact that it prevents the English from doing anything. So it's a little weird. But look at the Germans. The Germans are going east. So maybe this is a Western triple. Let's look at the East and see what's going on there.
Everyone did Western triple things except for Corey. Anyway, go on.
And maybe the idea is that she's going to stay relatively stationary while the other ones move, which may be the safest thing if the other ones are going to do Western triple. As far as the East is concerned, the supported attack on Aegean versus the move to Eastern, Ben just simply guessed wrong there. And that's always a 50-50 guess in this situation. Austrians did take Romania because Bulgaria didn't support it, which is not much of an RT situation, is it?
Presumably a misorder or miscommunication.
I would think, yeah.
Bulgaria could have tapped Greece here, right? Bulgaria holding is just not good.
Not good.
All right. Then Karthik, you are on for fall of 1902.
Okay, so in the fall of 1902, we'll start off with Corey, who moves into a great position to take St. Petersburg from the Russian. The German takes Sweden from the Russian, basically collapsing the entire Russian northern position in one fell swoop. We see some interesting play from the German walking back from the east with the army, potentially setting up some sort of aggression against the French, likely taking Belgium in the in the spring of next year, while the French continue to move into the east. They move south. They take the Western Mediterranean. They take the Mid-Atlantic. And Morgante convoys Naples to Tyrrhenian, hoping to create some sort of defense against it to hold Tunis. It also brings the Aegean back, saying that he basically telling the French, I'm going to create a line here. You shall not pass. We also see some sort of little shuffle going along in the Balkans, with Trieste going to Serbia, Serbia going to Bulgaria, and Greece supporting Serbia into Bulgaria. Well, Bulgaria goes into Romania, a little nice little conga line. Everyone wins besides the Russian here is basically the tale of the year.
Well, it looks like actually Ed is the one that is going to go down one. So
I see.
Seva managed to retake Warsaw. So
that's unfortunate. Yeah, I missed that part.
Yeah, and Morgante goes up 2 here. So it's a question of whether the question for me is whether this was arranged between the two of them, whether Ed is okay with it. We'll find out. The answers as far as the disband goes for Ed is to pull Army Silesia here, not Greece. So Ed is definitely saying he'd rather stay involved in the south than continue to fight with Seva. Dave puts down an army in Berlin, and Morgante, for his part, puts down Army Venice, Fleet Rome. Army Venice is interesting, right? Question of whether it could be used to continue to prosecute a war against Ed, if that is in fact happening, or just defend against Katie coming in Piedmont. All right, let's find out which ones. We'll stay with Karthik for the spring here.
Sure. So as you mentioned, this is army going to be used to defend or try to defend against Katie prosecuting a war against the Italian. And unfortunately for him, Leon supports Marseille into Piedmont, mooting that defensive attempt. Morgante does pull back from Ed, sending Serbia to Trieste. Despite blowing up Silesia, Morgante seems to have placated Ed with some diplomacy as Morgante returns to his attack on the Russian. Seva chooses not to send Romania. Ben basically holds everywhere. Support hold, whatever. Seva makes an attempt to take Ukraine back, fails due to Warsaw being cut. The East is definitely very interesting and will remain so. In the West, we see Katie advancing her fleet attack against Morgante. But based off of where the position is right now, I don't see it necessarily going anywhere great. In the West, we see Germany pulling back armies, but making no attempt to take Burgundy. I'm not exactly sure what Dave is thinking here, but Dave is 3,000 IQ, so he definitely has a plan that I cannot see. And Corey is also sending some fleets down into Helgoland. There seems to have been some breakdown in communications there. It'd be interesting to see in the fall if there's an attempt to take Sweden. I wouldn't be surprised if Helgoland tops Denmark and then Norway supports Finland to Sweden. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Corey's in a really nice position here, I think, in terms, at least tactically, for the short term. All right, David, tell us about fall of 1903.
Yeah, she does take Sweden. There wasn't really anything that could be done about it. Interestingly, the Russians do not go after Berlin. I thought that might have been what they were going to do, but they don't do that. The Italians, when faced with the French just barreling down on you, decide that they are going to convoy out of Tunis, and the French take Tunis, and Morgante takes Vienna from the Austrians. I guess that's a trade for Serbia, so that doesn't really mean anything. But the convoying out of Tunis is an interesting situation in a fall time.
Curious, isn't it?
Very interesting. The Turks come back and take Bulgaria and do not lose Romania, which is important given that it's a fall term.
Yeah, so the Turks end up +1 here. Ed drops another unit, presumably. Now we might have thought that Serbia was arranged last turn, but it's hard to believe that Ed would be fine giving up another dot here. So it's just curious. And the trading of Tunis feels a little bit prearranged, but this is a very fluid board right now. Corey only getting 1 dot. She could have taken a supported swing at Denmark there and didn't do it. All right. Well, let's see how the builds work out. We get an army from Ben Kelman. We get Morgante pulling the fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea. So this is really either an open invitation to Katie to come on in, or a suggestion that Katie has better things to do, say further north on the board. Dave pulls Munich, keeping 2 fleets in the north. And we have Corey putting down an army in London. Which is an interesting build here, and you kind of have to wonder what exactly Corey's going to be able to do with that. All right, let's
Holland.
That would be the ideal, right? And the question is, would you rather have a fleet in Skagerrak to get some more purchase? All right, let us talk about spring 1904. David, I think you are up.
And Corey says fleet in Skagerrak, even though I just built the army in London. The Russians now do go to Munich. after Dave didn't have to cover Berlin last time. The Russians go to Munich now. The French say, you're going to leave Tyrrhenian Sea? Okay, fine, I'll take it. I'm not going anywhere else because, I'm coming after you, Morgante. Morgante, I'm not sure what that gambit was, but it didn't work. And the Turks are coming out to Ionian and Greece, so that's interesting. It is a little puzzling what the relationship is between Italy and Austria, except that it doesn't much matter because the French are going to smash you.
All right. Let's go on into Fall of 04. Karthik.
Or not.
Sure. In the Fall of 04, let's start in the east with Seva. He does a nice little rotation where Warsaw goes to Moscow, Moscow goes to Sev, and Sev goes to the Black Sea, presumably testing Austria to make sure that no shenanigans were going on there, while also realigning his units.
Karthik, I think we lost you. All right, David, take over.
Wow, the Turkish guy gets killed. It looks like maybe Dave let the Russians into Munich so that it would help. That would help him take out Belgium. Maybe that was the theory. Is that that's not something that Dave cared that the Russians were going to take Munich from him. He made it a shot at taking Sweden, but that wasn't going to work unless he hit. It wouldn't have worked even if he'd hit Denmark. The Russian switch around is probably the most interesting thing I'm seeing there.
Yeah, it's, Seva's getting a build here and suddenly has position. The only problem is just that Munich is far away, but has an ally in Dave now. David likes to teach people lessons. So, if you can get him angry at someone else, he will do a lot for you. So
look at Morgante bouncing back here to killing Piedmont and, hasn't lost anything to the French invasion. Except for Tunis.
Yeah, it does seem like, Morgante made this offer to Katie to turn around and do some other stuff, and Katie didn't take it. And so now Morgante is doing Morgante stuff, which is putting himself back into play.
Yep. All
right, here are the winter builds for 1904. We see Corey putting down another army. These armies could be good if she can get them into play. So Corey just needs to do that and needs to do it now. We have Seva putting down an army in Warsaw. That seems to make a lot of sense. And Ben puts down an army in Ankara. That must have been a rebuild. Indeed it was. Picked up Greece, lost Romania. All right, it looks like Karthik is back, so let's bring him back on here. Welcome home, Karthik. Oh no, that's not a good look. Oh, Karthik, we're gonna give you a chance to get your stuff straightened out here. All right, spring 1905. David, tell us about it.
Okay, Dave Miletsky, what do you have in store for us today under your big sombrero? And the answer is convoy to Finland, and move Holland to Kiel and just sort of go backwards. There's no telling what's really going on here, except that Corey really does get one of her armies in somewhere. In this case, into Denmark.
Yeah.
Denmark is not the best place for an army, but it's better than it being in London. So you got to like that. Looking at the east, look how much stasis there is now. The French got the advanced position on Tyrrhenian, but I can't really do anything about it as long as Italy has that many units defending the Italian boot. Congrats to Ben and Ed for letting him do that and keeping the French at bay. The Russians, though, are wanting to make a play to get bigger in this game, and the only play that the Russians think they've got is to go to Armenia, which I think is an interesting move.
Yeah,
it's not going to work.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit stuck on the impasse between Katie and Morgante here. This is just a case. It seems to me Katie is the one with the power to unbreak it, and I think Katie needs to recognize that there's just not much room to be made there, and it's just better to
maybe she doesn't care. That's essentially a static front now. She's going to make her gains in Germany.
Yeah. All right, picking up Belgium here. Let's see. The army in Finland is just kind of fun for Dave Miletsky. It threatens Norway here, it's hard to believe that Dave would give up on Seva so quickly and turn. That doesn't seem like Dave's style, but let's find out. Here we go, fall of 1905, and Oh no, I'm sorry. This was right. He had Sweden guaranteed, but had to risk Kiel to do it, and so ends up with the 1-to-1 trade here. All right, I'll just finish calling it out. And but Dave loses Belgium and Holland for it. Holland goes Russian, while Munich goes French. So
And
French
Kiel. And Kiel.
and Kiel, right? Kiel. So Kiel ends up being the swap for Sweden from Corey, who has a unit piffed and is now going to be putting down 2 unit. Just rebuilding the 1 unit. Sorry. But Katie's going to be putting down 2 and is going to be in the lead in this game. Because there's really no one else near her except for Corey, and Corey's staying even. Seva is picking up Bulgaria here, and Holland as well. But losing Munich here, right? So Seva's only going up 1. But Seva and Ed, Austria and Russia, are clearly working together and doing it well. All right, winter 1905. What we have here is Corey putting down that rebuild, which is an army in London. So Corey just keeps building armies. It's just been army for a while now. Katie puts down Fleet Brest and Army Paris. This is a delightful situation to be in as France, where you have no choice but to put down that fleet in Brest. We know from what we saw in Katie's first game, she didn't seem like that aggressive of a player. But this is an opportunity now to have a big turnabout and win the tournament, because she comes in second place here into the game. Seva puts down an army in Sevastopol, suddenly has some growth opportunity in Turkey, and that's it. All right.
Seva's comeback is pretty impressive. Comeback to being an interesting part of the game is pretty impressive here. Yeah,
it really is. Only problem though is that one of the dots is Holland, which is all the way on the other side and can't be defended, but still fun to watch. All right, Karthik, you're back. Are you back?
Yep, fully back.
Back for real. All right, good. All right, we're going to throw you right into it. Spring 1906. You get to call the whole board.
Sure. I'll start with Seva, since we were just talking about his comeback. Unfortunately for him, there are some huge positional issues that he suffers this turn as Serbia causes Bulgaria to be piffed. Budapest and Romania rotate upwards, putting a unit on Ukraine, putting 1 unit on Warsaw and 2 on Sevastopol in theory. Though the retreat from St. Petersburg to Moscow will allow him to potentially defend against attack on Warsaw from Austria. But with both France and Germany moving on Warsaw, that becomes much, much, much more dicey for him. Then he will be able to guarantee a Turkish dot, though, however little that counts. On the Italian side, just seems to be some reordering of units. Cannot get himself back into the Ionian, unfortunately, with Katie applying some pressure there. Then with France, we see just more units getting in position to do some damage both to Russia and to Italy, with Brest going to Mal. And the Russian unit in Holland wisely walks out as the convoy for London to Holland succeeds, just giving more and more ammunition to the English-French alliance that seems to be doing an incredible job this game.
All right, let's push ahead into fall of 06. David, what do you got?
Well, I've got Ed switching around again and now working with Seva to block the Western attempt on Warsaw. So Ed is really doing a lot of dancing around in here, which I normally wouldn't want to see Ed Sullivan dance, but in this particular case, it's actually fun to watch.
More nimble than you might expect.
It's amazing. So the French are in Piedmont and Western Med. They're really still committing to keeping the pressure on in the Med. I mean, honestly, it's just another EF smushing everybody. We've already seen that 2 or 3 times tonight, and we're seeing it again on this game. I mean, we've seen a lot of fun moves and stuff, but ultimately all that stuff fails to a well-executed and well-coordinated EF.
But we have to talk about Corey right now, because Corey is picking up 4 this turn. Holland, Berlin, Sweden, St. Petersburg. That's a lot.
It's a lot in particular, given the fact that the French are picking up 0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Corey's positioning is pretty darn good. What do you build if you're Corey? Karthik, start with you.
Let's see. This is hard. I'd probably say Fleet, Liverpool, Army London, Army Edinburgh, I think.
Do you go after French dots here?
I would. I think you have to.
David?
I don't think you have to take the contrary position. I think another option would be to build an army or a couple of armies, maybe keep a couple of builds in the pocket, build a couple of armies, and you still got some progress you can make in Russia, for example.
If you're thinking 18, if you think that's what you need to win this tournament, then you really need to go get Warsaw and Moscow and secure them before you can start going after the French dots.
I mean, of course, a lot of this depends on the relationship, but I'm going to guess that Katie is expecting Corey to stick with her.
Yeah. All right, here goes. We've got just 2 armies. So Corey waged
That's exactly what I was suggesting. Leave the other 2 in your pocket. You don't need them immediately.
So Corey has, I think, built like 6 consecutive armies, something like that. Built 2 twice, and then I think built 1 twice as well. Wow. That's phenomenal. Budapest finds a new army, and let's see. We say goodbye to David. Thanks for playing. While Seva drops the 2 southernmost units. All right, this is a fascinating moment for the game, I think you guys would both agree that Corey has the inside track for the board top. The question is, how does she do it? But man, you've got all these French units bound up in the south. And you still got 3 southern powers, which are very viable there. All right, let's do it. I think, David, you're up.
Continue to march your armies is the way Corey can do it. Army to Norway, army to Ruhr. It's just continual pressure to the east. I mean, another argument is Corey can top this board by making Katie realize that only Corey can really top this board, and Katie says, "Okay, we had a good alliance.
He's okay with it, yeah.
Yeah, top the board. That's just the way it works. As far as the east goes,
sorry, I was just going to point this out. We often criticize self bounces as waste of units. This is a case where it is a glorious use of a self bounce.
I agree, and I think we criticize too much. There are times when self bounces make absolute sense. Yep. 2 units, 3 spaces. Yep. That's just the way it is. Sometimes that's the right answer.
And this is actually 4 spaces because you want to keep your army in Burgundy. You want to keep your army forward in Silesia. You don't want this Russian army to be able to go to either place, but you want to pop it. So it's perfect. All right. And then in the east, it looks like IART are now a 4-way alliance.
They're trying to get in position to do something. Yes.
Yep. All right. Moving forward into fall 1907, Karthik, we'll give this one to you.
Sure. So I think they got a little too clever here. No, it's French. Never mind. So actually, very much like this move. Then the convoy of Kiel to Prussia and bringing St. Petersburg down to Livonia. Then Norway to St. Petersburg. We're getting a lot of the armies deployed. I think I would have rather seen the North Sea convoy London to Denmark, or basically anywhere that would have allowed Baltic to convoy it somewhere with some rapid repositioning. But it's not terrible. It's not the end of the world. The most important thing is getting armies into positions where they can be used. I'm assuming that the moves that French are making are arranged, but actually maybe a clever stab as well. But if I was Corey, I would have wanted a lot of my armies to be around Holland, Ruhr, Kiel, Berlin, and Prussia, because you have 2 builds in pocket. And if you can basically create a line or create a position where it becomes exceedingly difficult to take the German dots away from you, then you are in a position really to force your hand against France and then drop a boat into Mao and really just lock up the position. But now it's much more precarious for her.
Well, I think she's basically given up on that possibility here.
Right, she has. She very much has. Losing that's what I was getting at with the move by Katie there. She's losing a lot of the positional advantages she had.
Yeah. All right, let's push forward here and check out the builds. We have Katie putting down another Fleet Brest and another Army Paris. I mean, now suddenly the pendulum has swung towards Katie. Now Katie could really lock up a board top here, and make a challenge for the tournament win. So, and could even do it honestly with Corey's blessing. Corey may recognize that that she can't top the board or can't win the tournament, and may be okay with Katie doing it. So Berlin being a cheeky retreat, but honestly, there's a good argument for the retreat to Berlin, just because you would sacrifice so much positional advantage without it. I think we're in agreement that it's the taking of Holland that's actually the real problem for the Alliance.
Agreed, 100%.
All right, so spring 1908, David.
So Brest to the English Channel seems interesting. You guys think that's interesting?
I think it's interesting. I think it's delightful.
How about Holland to Kiel? Is that interesting? You guys think it's interesting? I think it's interesting. Otherwise, there's a lot of red arrows because Corey was trying to advance without success. I mean, we were thinking Corey was in such a commanding position, and man, how things have changed because of that cheeky retreat and because of that deal to give her Holland. Wow, it's really quite a turnaround. And she's continuing to basically keep pace in the Mediterranean. It's not like the Eastern powers are making any progress against her, which at this point is all that matters, is making sure that stays put. Not that she has to make any progress there, but just stays put. Now, I think the real question after this turn is, does Corey think or anybody else think that somebody other than Katie should top? Because if not, maybe they should call this.
And I don't think that Corey thinks that. I think Corey is fine with Katie topping. I don't think Corey moves north to Helgoland if that wasn't the case.
Right. I think the move to Helgoland tells me that, you have the number 1 and the number 2 players in the tournament right now on this board. You have Morganti in Italy at number 1, and then Katie at number 2 in France. I think these moves suggest to me that they were looking at scores. They were saying, okay, Corey probably is thinking, I can't win the tournament. My first round score isn't good enough. I like Katie. We had a great alliance. Let's see if we can put Katie in position to win the championship.
All right, let's see how fall of 1908 goes. Well, this is an easy one to call. Oops, sorry. Katie takes London, keeps Kiel, and Khan moves to the Aegean. All right, I'm going to go out on a wild guess. I'm going to go out on a limb, take a wild guess, and say that the game is going to end very shortly. And let's see. For builds, we get Katie's favorite set, Fleet Brest, Army Paris. Corey drops the 2 beyond. And at this point, this game should draw here, correct? Unless Katie wants to go for more. But everyone else on the board should take a draw here, correct?
Yeah, at this point, the result is obvious. It's just a question of how many centers Katie needs to get first place. If she needs more, she can take more safely.
Well,
really all she needs to be able to keep is Ruhr, I think. I think every other unit Corey has is takeable, is leadable. So Katie can take as many dots as she needs to safely get first place. So,
all right. So because it's public draw votes, I think these these votes are I think easier to predict, and the answer is indeed that the game's over.
Nice.
So congratulations to Katie. This is a very nice board top, following up on a good first round board top, which definitely puts her in pole position and in the clubhouse leader. And we will need big results on other boards to either pass her or catch her. So,
and this is a diplomatic victory for her, probably, in addition to good tactics. It's a diplomatic victory, which is great since the game of the game is diplomacy.
Karthik, final thoughts on this game?
I agree with David 100%. The game isn't called tactics; it's called diplomacy for a reason. The ability for Katie to build a useful relationship with Corey to such a point where Corey was able to say at the end of the game, "Hey, Katie, you're in second place. I really want you to go get first. Let's take some dots and make it happen." So, well done to Katie. Brilliantly, both in tactics and diplomacy.
All right. Well done, Katie. We will get to see very soon if you are, in fact, the winner of this tournament. For now, let us move on to, let's see. Let's go back and bring on Riaz. So, Karthik, we're going to give you a break here. and if I can figure out how to do that, and we'll bring back Riaz Virani to the stream. Riaz, welcome back.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say about Turkey before we get back into the game?
Sure. Let's add some more fuel to the fire here.
Save Turkey. Foul is fair. All right. Let's see. We were doing game I, the Hate, and here is how we left things. In winter 1904, John Jameson was doing John Jameson-y things and was tied for the board top with Wes Ketchum, who was being the steady cerebral weasel, according to David's description. All right, let's keep up with the fast pace on this. We need to. We got still some game to cover here, so if you guys don't mind, I'm going to try to keep you to a minute per description. And here we go. Winter or spring 1905. David, we'll give you first crack at this.
Very good. Well, for those that haven't seen this before, lots of people, specifically John Jameson, like to order to weird places instead of actually doing any moves, particularly when the moves don't matter. Those armies weren't going to move yet anyway because he's got to move his fleets in position before he can convoy them. So, of course, they order to Syria. In terms of the east, though, look at the Turks taking out Sevastopol and killing that army. And the Italians move some fleets around and get in better position in their fleet situation. So, again, Wes knows what he's doing. The French basically do nothing, in at least nothing that's successful. So we will see how this goes. It's really going to be hard to defend if John's really coming at France. It's going to be hard to defend with just the one fleet in the mid-Atlantic, although I'm assuming the Italian fleet in North Africa might be there to help.
Yeah, you could see that, or certainly, to help by, say, displacing Wes and allowing it to rebuild. But with Eric coming in, this is tough. All right, let's go into fall of 1905. Riaz, here's your chance at calling the whole board at once.
Absolutely. What I see in the east is some more coordination here between Italy and Turkey. And I really like the Turkish position here because it looks like things are shifting away, which is always nice. In the north or in the west, I see more advancement into Belgium from England, but I see France also moving into Munich, pushing Russia back. And what did Munich actually do? I'm wondering because it looks like Kiel supported Munich. Italy supports. Okay, so it looks like Italy's made a friend in France, and is now slowly advancing into Iberia.
Yeah, and West takes Spain here, and this may also have been arranged. That's really possible.
Look at Christopher getting a build.
Yeah, Chris Moorman getting a build here, going from 1 to 2. Well done, sir. All right, here we go. Are the builds for winter of 1905. Chris Moorman gets that army in Vienna. Wes is probably kicking himself a little bit for his tactics there, but Wes is up 2, down 2, so even. Stephen Hogue puts down an army and suddenly has lots of possibilities. John Jameson tries to put down 2 units, Fleet Liverpool and Army London, but only had 1 build, so that Fleet Liverpool is and Sabi pulls that army in Portugal, which had a good run, that army. Spring 1906. David, back at you.
Oh, look who took Munich back, this time with English help, the Russians. The Italians moved to Venice because they got to cover against the suddenly resurgent Austrian remnants. So they have to cover things and spend Ionian to Adriatic. But ultimately that may be okay because Italy keeping some units around when the Turks are that big is probably not the end of the world. So it'll probably be okay from a long-term strategic way of thinking. Turks, on the other hand, are making some progress by convoying to Romania and going to Galicia. So that it's interesting to see if Hogue can make something out of this position, I think. The English have gotten into Burgundy and Ruhr and convoyed to Holland, and none of that's good for the rest of the board.
Yeah, it's like an exploding mushroom colony of British armies flooding the continent there.
It would not be the first time or the last time that John Jameson has been compared to a fungus.
But it's just pretty, isn't it? All of these armies, you just don't. That doesn't happen too often with England, and it's really pretty. But this is the turn of armies being convoyed and reorganized. All right, Riaz. Here is fall of 1906.
Well, unfortunately, the gains that Chris made the previous year have been taken back, and now I'm not sure I like his positioning anymore, because Italy has a whole bunch of armies in place, which is something that we saw in a previous game where they couldn't make any additional progress because of where those armies were. Additionally, we keep seeing more advancement from Turkey in the east. Those armies are getting into better and better spots. Italy continues to move away, and it looks like there's a whole bunch of bouncing and equal force attacks in the Mid-Atlantic. While England's armies, just like Turkey's, they continue to advance into better and better spots, and it looks like they've now taken Munich away from Russia.
I think with respect to Steve Hogue, what you're saying is foul is fair.
This has been an IT for a while. Remember, we released the Kraken earlier, and I think they exchanged Bulgaria to have to transfer units back and forth, and they just worked really well together. It's been really nice.
Yeah.
All right, so winter 1906. Here is we end up with yet another. God, this is the night of the English army builds. Just one after another after another. It's kind of great, but also it's a lot of freaking armies. We have 2 Russians. These must have been PIFs for rebuilds for the most part. And we do have West putting down an army now, which is potentially interesting, right? It means that maybe it's headed for Piedmont. Maybe it's probably not presaging conflict with Turkey, but you never know. All right, spring of 1907, and let's stick with this, David. Why don't we switch up? Riaz, you do the spring this time, and David will have you do the falls.
Again, in the West, Mid-Atlantic, there's a standoff, but we do see Italy moving from Venice into Piedmont. They may be making a play there for Marseille, or they may be helping protect Marseille. At the same time, the real thing to watch out there is that English army that has now advanced into Gascony, because Gascony is such a key position against France. Anybody who holds Gascony tends to hold the key into advancement against France. On the Eastern Front, unfortunately, Austria says goodbye to Vienna at this point. Barring some miracle, it looks like they've actually disbanded the army or gotten rid of the retreat, and Turkey kind of stuck in place. But again, it's a nice spot to be in, because their armies or other units are continually moving away from Turkey, which is a great spot to be in if you can have the patience to wait.
So what we're saying is there's not going to be any more man.
I love it. Chris just says, "Screw this," and take this piece off the board. It's like you guys fight it out. I'm done. All right, and Stephen doesn't get one of those Russian centers yet, but should get Warsaw here if he gets the tactics right. And he does. David, tell us all about it.
Oh, hold on, had a little screen problem there. All right, we're back. All right, so somebody took the Mid-Atlantic finally, which is probably because the Italians took Portugal, tried to take Marseille. English actually took Paris. There's a lot of taking here. The English actually took Berlin because Berlin walked out, which might have been some kind of arrangement, possibly, probably some kind of arrangement of some kind. Turks take Warsaw. Lots of people taking stuff. Lots of units being destroyed, piffed, centers being killed of the small fry. So this might be sort of some kind of let's get the center situation figured out so we can figure out how to end this game.
But so John gets in the Mid-Atlantic. So the net effect here is that John Jameson sits at 12, 2 ahead of West, the closest competitor, while Stephen is being very gentle in the back at 7. Probably very adroitly recognizes that he can't get dots off of West without simply giving even a bigger board top to John. But where does this game go from here? Let's let me read out the winner builds here. First, we get 2 more army builds from England. Like, this has got to be a record for number of army builds, English army builds per game. We get 2 army builds elsewhere, from one in Venice and one in Constantinople. We get Eric trying to disband more units than he has to, so is forced to keep the army Moscow. Yeah, where does this game go from here? Can anybody stop John Jameson from topping this board?
Maybe. I mean, the reason John had to build the armies is they're actually probably pretty good builds. Fleets for what purpose?
Yeah.
He really needs armies in the middle of the map. If he can get them there fast enough, then great. If he can't get them there fast enough, then maybe IT can make some progress. It's hard to understand. It's hard to see how you make enough progress to knock John out of the board top, because he's going to have Paris. At some point, he'll have St. Petersburg at some point in the future. So it's kind of hard to see, but I mean, you know, hope springs eternal.
Riaz?
I agree. John is in a really, really good spot, especially now that he has the Mid-Atlantic. I was a little bit surprised with the second army build. I might have built maybe another fleet in Liverpool just to really lock down that position in the Mid-Atlantic. But I really don't see any spot where Italy and Turkey can attack each other, because the position and the strength of England is so strong, and they really have no opposition right now.
Yeah, so it seems to me there's 2 problems for John. One is that he can't keep Mid-Atlantic, assuming that France still works with Italy here. But also, yeah, just like you guys pointed out, that middle of the board is a soft spot, and Italy and Turkey have the units there now to cause problems. So, all right, let's see what keeps this game going. Spring of 1908, Riaz, you are up first.
Sure. I believe that England has made some sort of mistake with one of their errors. It looks like the convoy didn't work because they made a mistake, and that's going to cost them St. Petersburg, at least for one turn. Additionally, Italy, Turkey continue working together. They take Moscow away from Russia. Russia decided not to retreat that into Livonia, and those IT armies are continually advancing further and further into the middle of the board, to the point where they're probably either going to get Marseille or Munich, one or the other.
Wow, what a queer turn here, though. With Italy, and so Italy attacks France in 2 places. England supports Marseille here, but then also takes Brest. So I can't even imagine what the diplomacy would have been like this turn. It was probably just really messy.
Yeah.
All right, and shout out to Eric Silverman for pulling a Chris Moorman here and just pulling the unit rather than retreating it. Just said screw it. You guys.
To be honest, I was a little bit expecting Warsaw to Prussia there, so they take a shot at Berlin in the fall. You worry about taking Moscow out later.
Yep. Yeah, because then you follow Ukraine to Warsaw, and then you can still do the same thing.
Still do it. I mean,
you can even go aggressive and Sev to Ukraine, and then do the convoy behind it. And, it's a pretty good bet that all of that would succeed. All right, and but here we are in fall of 1908 with a set of orders for David Hood to tell us about.
Because now they can't take a center from England in Germany yet.
Right.
I'm not saying they won't, but they haven't done it yet. The convoy that he messed up last turn, Jameson messed up last turn, really hurts him here because he can't convoy to Holland now or Denmark or wherever he was going to convoy his other army. So it's not the end of the world, but it certainly has cost him some position. Did he just try to convoy to Portugal? He did.
He
which
did.
Is probably okay. See, that's an example of using a convoy to block something. I mean, Mid-Atlantic was having to stay there and stay put. A way to deal with this is you block Portugal, block the move to Portugal, and you block anybody from going to Brest behind it. So that's actually a really good tactical move.
Well, but this is exactly what West Ketchum wanted to happen, because he gets to keep Spain now. He doesn't get into Portugal, which he probably wants, but
he wanted to move both of those units.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're right. But at least he gets to keep Portugal and Spain. So there's that. Sabi is going to have to disband 2 units here. And the line is vulnerable. What's that?
Just Gascony, I guess.
Oh, because was one piffed earlier?
Yeah. The
Oh,
fleet.
yeah, in Spain. Got it. Okay, well, still is going to be left with 1 unit, and let's see. The answer is pulls Gascony. John finally builds another a fleet and puts it down in Liverpool. Wes puts down an army in Rome, probably makes sense, and it looks like Stephen Hogue waves. That's a surprise. Unless
his builds can't do anything at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Steven is acknowledging. So this is similar to the last game we were just looking at. Steven is acknowledging that he can't win the tournament. Wes Ketchum can. Wes had a board top in the first game. So he is being a good ally and trying to, get some goodwill for a future game, or, keep alive the possibility for a solo. I'm sure if you ask Steven, he would say that he would take a solo if the opportunity presents itself. But maybe that's the only reason he would stab Wes. All right, let's move on to spring of 1909. I think I'll switch you guys between fall and spring. So, David, you are up for spring of 1909.
All right. Well, now they can take Berlin, which they do. And in fact, they take Munich too, because Burgundy doesn't support it. It tries to move tries to rearrange for defensive purposes. So that's significant that John is being stopped there. He neither defends Munich nor he defends Marseille with Army Burgundy, which is a decision. I mean, he was trying to figure out the position there to go to Ruhr, and he was maybe hoping that they wouldn't take Munich this turn or something, but it wasn't great. He does take St. Pete, but he was always going to take St. Pete, as we know. That's something the English can do from their side of the board, but. I guess he needed to do it right then before the Turks got in position to defend Eric.
Yeah.
So interesting.
I wonder if this is getting very close to game end, because if you look at Budapest going to Romania, this may be a sign of Turkey saying, all right, well, Italy, I want to help you with the board top.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, John is going down 1 here because, losing 2 and gaining 1. And Wes is currently set to go up 3.
Well, it's a spring turn, so we have to see what happens in the fall.
Indeed we do. And here it is. And Riaz, you get to tell us all about it.
Oh, boy.
Well, it looks like that wasn't the case, and Italy has lost Romania. But on the other side, they've picked up Marseille. They've picked up Munich. At the same time, England has lost 2 German dots, gaining St. Petersburg in the process. And everything else is basically locking up the Mediterranean. And John, I think, has got his armies in a spot now where he's locked up whatever he needed to lock up, minus the losses of the 2 German spots.
Stephen is not on board with Wes at all. That's why the move to 7 Moscow alone tells you that.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if it was, you can take it if you need it, but now it's clear you don't need it, so give it back. Although I see Wes in the comments is saying that it wasn't intended, but Wes is a weasel through and through. All right, so at Winter 1909, this puts Wes in the lead by 1 center. And gives him 2 builds. Turkey also gets 2 builds because had waived 1 previously. And John has to pull 1 here, probably north. I think it's not really needed. So from west, we get another fleet, which, if he's wondering about fisticuffs with Turkey is probably a good thing. And then an army in the center as well. This game feels to me like it's one that should be ending soon. And let's find out if it does. It does not. So wow. David, tell me what does and doesn't happen here.
They have patched it up, it looks like. I'm talking about the IT has patched it up. Now, West wasn't sure of that, which is why he moved those fleets back and that army back. But the Turks really didn't do anything offensive here. They just stayed put. In fact, they got back in position in Livonia. Now, they did try to go to Munich. That was supported by the Italians. So this looks like a rapprochement there. And that should be it, unless somebody wants to change something here. Wes is going to be the board top. I don't know what John's going to be able to get here, given the position.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if there was a draw vote that didn't pass here. Yeah, it looks like there was one in winter of 09, which already happened. Which it looks like England turned
Yeah,
in.
it would have
Yeah.
been Jameson. Yeah,
And why not? He doesn't have
and
an ally.
possibly for no reason at all. It's just
Yeah.
John.
He doesn't have an ally to piss off or anything like that. Right. So, all right. So fall of 1910. Then, oh, wow, Riaz.
Interesting.
Big surprise in Munich here, yeah.
Absolutely. Big surprise in Munich. Again, it could be some sort of arranged 12-12-10 end game scenario, because I really don't see where England's going to grow from here, unless this conflict goes further. Everywhere else, it looks like there's a whole bunch of standoffs in the Balkans. The Mid-Atlantic area, I mean, that looks like that looks like everything's locked down and nothing's going to happen. But again, the interesting point is Munich here, and was that arranged or was that not arranged? It looks like it may be, because I think Italy has supported those in as well as England.
Yeah, although those supports don't actually function in any way.
Yeah,
because it's in it. But just to pull back here, is this game? Yes. So John Jameson comes in 14th place. So he's definitely not going to pass Wes with a board top. So if the idea here was that we need to placate John Jameson in order to end this game, it's hard to see why Wes would agree to that. Unless West already knew about the results in Katie's game and knew that he couldn't pass Katie.
That's probably what happened.
All right, so winter 1910, we get another army in Ankara, and then let's see. Presumably the game would end here, and it does. All right. Wow. So it'll be interesting to see how close Wes came to catching Katie here and snagging this tournament win. What are your guys' thoughts on this board? David?
This was a really enjoyable game to watch, I think, honestly. Lots of really good play. And I rag on Jameson because he's my friend. He played this game pretty well, other than a couple of misorders and things like that. It was just what a fun game to watch. It was fun to watch the IT cracking up here. It was fun to watch good alliance play, stopping a big player on the other board. It was just a fun game to watch.
Riaz?
I agree. I like the fact that Italy and Turkey came together. It was something that you don't often see, and it was done for the betterment of the board and for stopping England. And I think it was a well played board. I'm just a little bit disappointed for West because he came so close to having that lone board top. But sometimes that's just the way that it goes. I think all three should be really happy with their play, and everybody else. I don't think anybody did anything outwardly wrong, other than perhaps the army builds in 01, but that was something that could have been rectified.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I thought this was a pretty fun game and well played as well. And the IT rising and releasing the Kraken in a way that actually did push back a big board leader on the other side that was really cool. It was really great. A little disappointing to see, Wes come up short, to be honest, because he was so close to really making a charge for the tournament win. But yeah, I can see that Wes in the comments is saying John refused to accept a draw unless it was a shared board top, and Steven was willing to take the dots. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. If Wes needed to convince Steven to refuse John's request and wasn't able to make that diplomatic sale. So that's how this game ends, with a shared board top between John Jameson and Wes Ketchum. Nets each of them 140 points. And that will do it for that game. And Riaz, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you on your rookie appearance on the commentating stream.
It was my pleasure. I enjoyed it, and it was awesome even to work with both of you, Brandon, and also with David, who I have a tremendous amount of respect for the both of you.
Riaz, it was a pleasure to work with you, my friend. Come back.
Thank you.
All right. Any parting words for Turkey before we let you go?
No, I think I've said all I need to say.
Can we have a Fez sighting? Can we leave on that note?
Done. One more time. I'll even show you the tassel.
Nice. All right, save the turkey. Turkey has done better tonight than in the second half of last year. So
I'll take partial credit.
Thanks to Rios.
and you deserve it. All right, man. Have a great night.
You too.
All right, David. Are we going to give you a break, or is that it for you for tonight?
That might be all three of my games.
I think that's it. Yeah,
Awesome.
The only two that are left are ones with Siobhan and Karthik and Adam. All right, man. Go get some sleep. If you're still around when we finish, then feel free to jump back on. But
I shall not be. All
right, man. Catch up with you tomorrow.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you for your service as always. Excellent work.
Thanks.
All right, and here is Karthik. Good night to David, and we bring back Siobhan. Siobhan, welcome back. Karthik, welcome back.
Hello, good to be back.
All right, we have one full game to finish, and then we've got Adam's game, which is still going on.
Yes.
So game K we can go through. I'd like us to go through it in the rapid fashion, so 1 minute per phase if we can. Karthik, especially, you like to use a little bit of extra time, so I'm going to try to keep you a little bit on pace here.
I don't know what Brandon is complaining about. It's only 11:30 where Karthik and I are at.
Yeah, exactly. They're very early in the night, I would say.
It's almost Monday over here.
Anything for you, Brandon.
Yeah, and thanks to your technical malfunctions, Siobhan, I have not been able to have a break.
I know, and I apologize.
I know. I've been expecting a stab from you any time now, and I think it's happening.
You deserved it after the broadcaster brawl. That's all I have to say.
Indeed. Round 2, Board K, Twin Peaks finds John Anderson in Austria, a rare John Anderson sighting out of Utah. In England, we have his brother, Tommy Anderson, the other Anderson, playing out of Boston, Massachusetts. In France, we've got the DBN Invitational Champion, the DBN Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara, coming to us from Melbourne. Peter, welcome, man. Germany finds Saren Kwok playing from London. This game kicked off at 7 p.m. Eastern time. I believe that is either 11 p.m. or midnight Greenwich Mean Time. Italy has Jonathan Frank out of Baltimore, Maryland. In Russia, we have Dave Smith coming to us from Connecticut. And in Turkey, we have the inimitable Hunter Ketcher coming to us from New Haven, Connecticut. Here we've got two players in the top 10 of the tournament coming in, plus John Anderson and Peter McNamara, who had stellar performances last year on the tournament circuit and the DBNI. This is a stacked board, and this is going to be fun. And we're going to go through it quickly, but with a lot of enjoyment and relish. All right, Karthik, we'll start with you in spring of 01. Here are the orders. Tell us about them.
Sure. Let's start with Russia. Russia opens with the normal southern opening, bouncing the Black Sea, bouncing Galicia. Similar openings for Turkey and Austria, very, very normal. Italy does a little switcheroo, which is basically the equivalent of Venice Hold, Rome to Apulia, just a little more stylish. And in the West, we see also standard openings there with Liverpool to Yorkshire, and then opening north for England, the Paris going to Picardy, Munich, Marseille going to Burgundy, making it very, very clear, saying, I want Belgium, it is mine, from Peter. And relatively straightforward turn.
It's an aggressive opening from Peter, which
very,
is,
very.
being such a ballyhooed player, right? You might think that he needs to be a little bit more cautious, but nope. Fall of 1901, and wow. Wow. Siobhan, help.
Speaking of not being cautious, it's not Peter McNamara's style. He may not talk much, but he speaks well with his moves. And here we are in Munich, and something supported in, I believe that's Fleet Denmark.
Indeed.
So it looks like Peter and Saren have talked about this a little bit.
Saren wanted us to know that it was intended.
Yeah. So message received. Also, speaking of people not being quiet and tame, in 01, we see Italy walking into Trieste and following it up with the move into Venice, which tells me that maybe this wasn't entirely arranged with the Austrian. Elsewhere on the board, we see that Austria has been denied Greece because the Turk tried to support the Italian in. So everyone's trying to make decisions quick and fast and get their alliances in.
And oops, John Anderson doesn't get a build.
Oops, does John just sit there on 3? Did that happen?
Yep, was denied Greece and lost Trieste. There should be an award. There should be awards for players who don't get a build in 01.
Depending on how he does for the rest of this game, we have one special award that has not been awarded yet, and this is a good launching point for it.
All right, let's see if he earns it. For the builds, we have a fleet in Brest and an army in Marseille from Peter McNamara. We have a fleet in London from Tommy Anderson, who has to be wondering why he didn't get Belgium. Dave Smith puts down a fleet North Coast St. Petersburg, another fleet build in St. Petersburg in 01. Really great. Really love to see that. Army Moscow as well. Hunter Catcher puts down that fleet in Cannes. And we could be seeing a really early Kraken developing here. Saren puts down that army in Berlin. You know, I'm expecting to see Munich head over to Silesia, something like that now. Have another one of these French units on the other side of the line. All right. Spring 02. Karthik, you're up.
Sure. So given the build of sending Khan down to Smyrna to open Constantinople for a fleet build, I expected there was going to be a fight over the Black Sea. Turns out no such thing. Ankara holds. There's an agreed upon bounce in Armenia, and Constantinople goes to the Aegean. I guess there's going to be some sort of RIT going on here. Everyone's killing the Austrian, and the Austrian will die dead very, very soon. This gives the Italian time to head west as they send Naples to Tyrrhenian. Probably going to pick up Tunis in the fall as well. Marseille goes to Piedmont, while Venice goes to Tyrolia. Portugal goes to Mau. Bounce in the English Channel. Don't think it was agreed upon. There's a self-bounce in Kiel to deny the retreat, while Munich is forced out. And France takes Belgium in response. Norway is asking for Denmark to go to Sweden. Saren says no. I'll be curious to see if the support is reissued again. Wouldn't succeed anyways, though, because St. Petersburg is cutting it. Very curious to see that Sweden didn't support St. Petersburg in there, and it just held instead.
Yeah, so that prediction about Peter McNamara and Saren working together was immediately falsified. How is Austria going to die? What's the
die dead? They're going to die dead.
They're going to die dead. All right.
Yeah.
I would like to point out something I heard in the comments is that this was apparently the speedboaters board. So when they're signaling these support orders to us, it's not just to us, it's to everyone on the board, because this is...
Oh, they were playing this speedboat.
No, they were not playing it speedboat style, but this is full of people who play speedboat frequently and together. And so they're used to signaling things through support orders.
Got it. All right.
Dave Smith, commonly known online as New England Fire Squad, and Saren, both two of the best gunboat players I know.
All right. Siobhan, tell us about Fall of 02.
I mean, we come into Fall of 02. Dave or John Anderson gets to keep Budapest in the end, if I read that correctly. Well done, you. So John stays on 3. Good on you. You love to see it. Meanwhile, we see a delayed Matt Sundstrom from the Turk moving to the Black Sea and Armenia. And let's go over to the west. Peter is flipping around Spain, MAO, but who's there behind him but Tommy Anderson, who just wants to be so kind and say, hey, Peter, I'm your neighbor. I want to be right next to you. I want to be in the Channel. I want to be in Wales. Can we be friends now? Is that how this works? Is this how friendship and diplomacy works?
It's one way. Peter McNamara does not support Belgium to hold with Burgundy, which actually would have saved the unit. He probably was expecting Munich to tap, but that didn't happen. Kind of wonder if that's arranged somehow. You know, we'll see if...
I mean, I think this could be a late blooming relationship between Peter and Saren here. It's no one owned Belgium going into this, so it's not like Peter is losing a dot by giving it to Saren. So,
although it's worth pointing out that that Saren supported Tommy into Sweden, so you know, it's certainly not, doesn't look like an obvious FG against E in any case. But Saren's builds here are going to be illuminating, and the answer is Fleet Kiel and Army Berlin. And I think that if you're Tommy, you are just not happy to see that Fleet Kiel. Really anything but that. Peter puts down a fleet, which makes sense. It's presumably why he was willing to give up the channel so that he could get that fleet in the water. And Hunter puts down an army in Constantinople, which is very much IT friendly here. He's clearly going after Russia here. Now, Dave puts down an army in Moscow. So Dave has plenty of defenses to make in order to maintain that position. All right, let's switch you guys up. Have Siobhan do the spring for a couple of years and Karthik do the fall. So Siobhan, you are up for spring of 03.
Sure, I'm going to start down in the southeast as Hunter does some shifting of units as the Turk to get the armies ready to push against either what remains of the Austrian or the Russian as needed. We'll see where that goes. Saren's fleet in Kiel goes to the Baltic. So clearly wants control of Scandinavia. Tommy cannot be happy to see this. Tommy doing his best to put some units on the continent. It's not working as of yet. Peter McNamara sees it coming and says, hey, I'll just go to NAO. I'll go to MAO. This is cool. I've got nothing to worry about from the Italian. I've got all the time in the world to fight you, especially if Saren's on side.
All right. This is just a really nice set of tactics by Peter here, right? I think the obvious thing would have been to use Brest to support, say, either the Mid-Atlantic into the English Channel or Spain to the Mid-Atlantic, and instead correctly identifies that Tommy and Saren are going to collaborate despite Saren's fleet build. So,
yep.
Wonder if that fleet Baltic is headed to Bothnia here and not to take Sweden. That would be a.
We shall see.
No, it's Sweden.
Correctly calling that one.
I haven't gotten anything right with Saren here. All right, tell us about it, Karthik.
So I figured we'd start off with Saren since it's the most interesting part of the board. She does take Sweden. There is some interesting moves going on with Peter there. Double bounce in Burgundy to make sure it can't go anywhere. Probably trying to probably prevent it from going to Ruhr, Picardy, wherever, and also trying to cut it from supporting anything. Works fine. What is odd is Tommy Anderson does vacate the North Sea, going to Norwegian. As an English player, I just do not like to have the North Sea vacant at any time. Nothing much doing in the far western seas, as there's just a lot of red arrows, with Wales going back to cover Liverpool. If we go to the east, we just see support, hold, support, hold, support, hold, support, hold, and all red arrows where moves are attempted. So really speaking, Saren's the only one doing anything this turn is the best theme of the turn, I think.
So first of all, well done. Let's see. Well done, Dave Smith, for holding on to Trieste without any of his units being involved in keeping it.
Yep.
So it's just Italy and Austria, don't agree on who's going to get it. And then well done, Tommy Anderson, for guessing right here and keeping both Irish Sea and English Channel despite being outflanked on it. But, loses Sweden here. You got to, but Saren is also moving into position against Peter. So this really feels like a gunboat game in the West, to be honest.
It does.
That Saren is winning. All right, winter 1903 finds another fleet in Kiel, which, God damn it, Tommy says to himself. And
I love it.
He pulls the army Liverpool, and if you're Tommy, you just got to be thinking like, what do I do? I don't know. What do I do?
This is the anti-Ariel Mendez Pinate. Instead of building Army Liverpool, we pull Army Liverpool.
Dude. Dave Smith drops another army in Warsaw, and suddenly his game has a lot of opportunity here. And in fact, if he can go and mess with Saren, that might give Tommy a little bit of hope, but probably benefit Peter on the other side. And John pulls his army that now just got covered up. Fleet in Albania. Good Lord. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. Spring 1904. Siobhan, you are up.
Oh, so speaking of the theme that you just put on the screen, no longer is that the case. I see a lot of black arrows this turn. So Peter McNamara and Tommy Anderson decide maybe it's not worth us just being embroiled in this fight anymore, and they both pull the other direction at the same time, which is very prescient by Peter McNamara because where is John Frank coming? Into Western Med, into Tyrrhenian Sea, into Piedmont. So we'll see where that goes. It kind of feels like Peter's fleets are going one way and the armies are going the other, which is a little confusing to me, but we'll see. There's a master plan there.
Why did the armies? Well, it could have been protecting Picardy, maybe expecting Maybe figuring that he couldn't hold Burgundy, and why not at least cover Picardy?
Well, and I was going to say last turn with Saren's move into Ruhr, that feels very threatening, and you have to protect what you can. And Saren's been a little all over the place, and Saren has clearly decided that Scandinavia is the place to be and wants control over all of that and is going to take it as soon as possible.
Well, can't get it without help from Dave, but there's a guess here with North Sea, actually, so between North and Norway. But maybe Dave will sort of help out Tommy and take the guess away.
Yeah.
Let's find out. And the answer is something.
Nice. That's what I thought was going to happen. Saren's going to support and then try to make a play for the North Sea and take whichever one she gets. So let's start right there. Norway falls as Dave takes it successfully. The attack on the North Sea does fail, but one of them had to succeed, and I'm sure Saren's happy either way, knowing that she'll get the North Sea in short order. Tommy's troubles do not end as Brest goes to England, and to make matters worse for him, the French defense against the Italian attack seems to be going very well. Spain supports Malin's to Western. Gascony ends up in Marseille, forcing Western into North Africa, while Tyrrhenian does slide into Lyon successfully. In the east, we see Piedmont withdrawing to Venice to defend against the German army in Tyrolia, while we see Serbia forcing its way into Budapest for another loss for Dave Smith this turn, losing Trieste, Budapest, and Romania. Just a catastrophic turn in the Balkans for him. Sebastopol is tapped, but which means basically the attack on Romania fails. And suddenly the Balkans have gone from purple and red to a nice little color wheel.
A little kaleidoscope here. Shout out here to John Anderson for staying on 3, or getting back up to 3 units, I should say. Unfortunately, doesn't have a home center open for a build, so we'll be playing short here. All right, winter 1904 finds a new fleet in Naples, a new army in Ankara, saying goodbye to Fleet Wales. Yeah, Dave Smith taking Norway here. It's I understand why he did it. He felt desperate to just keep some dots, but it's it collapses Tommy's, or it really harms Tommy's position and benefits Saren. I don't see how it benefits Dave in the long run. And Tommy says, you know what, F you, I'm keeping my fleet in Barents. So this looks like a late blooming EF Leviathan. Question is, can they keep enough units in the north in order to make progress? I kind of like Hunter Catcher's position sort of in long term here. I don't know how you guys feel.
If I had to pick up any of these positions to jump into at this moment, Hunter's is the one. He's been very patient. He's willing to wait in the corner. He's helped people here. He's helped people there, but he hasn't made a commitment either way, which means that there's a lot of strategic flexibility ahead of him.
Yeah, if he can get some of those Austrian centers, maybe get Russia on board here. All right, spring 1905, Siobhan, you are on tap.
Okay, so we've got a mix of red and black arrows here. We see the Austrian helping the Italian up into Tyrolia out of his home center. Will John get another center? Will he be able to build? We never know. The Turk is moving away from the Austrian. I feel like I'm like in John's position more and more as time goes forward. Meanwhile, Saren set herself up to take North Sea and does exactly that. Sweden supported Norway to Holmes, which, after helping Dave Smith in there, makes sense. And a convoy to Wales with help from Peter McNamara. Thank you very much. So,
all right. So much for the Leviathan. It's now clearly an FG. And
was there a Leviathan on the books?
I thought it was a possibility.
It felt like it was going to happen.
Yeah, I thought it was a possibility here with Tommy disbanding Wales. Question for
I thought the move to the English Channel, I thought they were just going to kill Tommy really quickly.
Well, that is clearly the intention here. So, Karthik, let's see exactly how it happens.
Oh man, this is brutal. So let's look at the north first. So starting with St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg is forced to retreat back to Barents. Saren winds up in Norway. Just a great turn for her there. The French fleet in the English Channel takes London. The German army in Wales takes Liverpool. And just like that, Tommy is reduced to 1 dot. That is just not a great place to be for him. And
You have to come over here. Sorry.
I'm
Just-
having a really hard time. Can we talk about John Anderson for
Yeah,
half
come-
a
come
Oh,
second?
yes, I'm literally about to jump over there. This is beautiful. Had to happen. He opened up 2 home centers and also has 2 builds to work with because he has 1 in pocket and 1 from Trieste. Chef's kiss. Bravo, John Anderson. This is what I came to watch John Anderson for. We are getting our money's worth for sure.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Dave Smith's troubles and guesses continue, though, as he loses to Bastapol. I mean, normally he's a great guesser, a great gumbo player, but this is just more bad luck for him as Sevastopol gets blown up by the Turk. Armenia ends up in Sevastopol. Won't be losing it anytime soon without some Austrian help.
God, what an insane turn. So it's going to end up with Saren up to 9, Hunter up to 7. We've got Peter hanging around at 6, and John sort of, is skyrocketing all the way up to 4. Wow. Yeah. This is now a game that just feels pregnant with possibility all of a sudden.
I really want to see Fleet Kiel, Fleet Berlin from Saren, please.
I think with an AT brewing and Austrian units going down, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
And Saren already has 3 fleets in the water, and all those other fleets are going away. So Saren puts down 2 armies. We got Peter putting down a fleet in Brest. We've got 2 more Austrian armies, and Hunter puts down a fleet. So fully on board with an AT here, and hoping to see those Austrian armies heading to the north. All right, let's keep on going here. And spring of 1906. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
I can't help but focus on my favorite country to play in this game and John Anderson, who's just doing a fantastic job and just growing and growing and growing from what was a truly awful start. So well done, you. All the black arrows that are happening. Turkey is pivoting back possibly to deal with a growing Austria that he wasn't sure was going to become as much of a problem as he's apparently going to be. Germany is just going in every direction. Burgundy, Galicia, North Sea, Norwegian, Edinburgh, just Saren. Wow. And
yeah, let's look at this position here. Saren is in Burgundy, North, and Galicia.
And Norwegian.
Yeah, has 3 fleets now outside of the Scandinavia and Germany.
This is just dominating.
Yep.
That's gorgeous.
This is beautiful.
That's
gorgeous.
gorgeous.
I was going to say, when you mentioned the AT, I was like, Turkey definitely wants the AT, but I don't think I ever saw a move from Austria saying that they wanted the AT.
I think that it's clear that that Hunter got wind, figured out that John was not on board, and so made these defensive moves to come back. But it just benefits Germany. Nobody is fighting Germany, the board leader.
Yeah, literally no one is fighting Saren right now, and John was there for the AT as long as the AT got him back on the board. And now that he's back on the board, he doesn't need to be a part of the AT anymore and can reevaluate his possibilities.
But if it just means Saren, gets a huge board top, then
well, we'll see where that ends.
All right. Of course, still have Peter McNamara on your side, except that.
But do you?
Peter McNamara is, I think, famed for winning 50-50 guesses, against top players. And Karthik, doesn't happen this time, does it?
It does not happen this time. There are a few people I think that are better than Peter McNamara 50-50 guesses, and looks like Saren gets the better of him here. Well done. She gets Paris. She supports Tommy into London. Tommy will probably be like a nice little janissary for a little bit at least. Will probably help her get English Channel in the future. But at the very least for now, forces Peter to go down 2, which is just fantastic for her. Silesia moves into position to Bohemia to create more issues for John Anderson, which makes me sad because just like you, Siobhan, Austria is my favorite country to play. But I think John Anderson will find a way out despite having Greece blown up.
Well, he gets to rebuild it now.
Very much wanting to get his revenge there. Other than that, just normal realignments from Italy and Russia.
Wow, that was quite a turn. Again, this year for Saren was another phenomenal year. This has been three phenomenal years in a row for Saren.
Mm-hmm.
John gets to rebuild that army, so this actually is really good for John. I think
Mm-hmm.
having that army piffed, and maybe that was something he and Hunter talked about. I don't know. All right, so Winter, we get 2 more armies. It's the night of the army builds.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like that, because if Tommy Anderson is on board as a Janissary, that's an automatic army automatic fleet that you have already on the front lines. You just don't really.
Agreed.
Right now. All right, and we do get that rebuild. Peter McNamara has to pull 2 here, Spain and Leon, and
Makes sense.
Yeah, I have to say, getting Tommy on board to take London, that just feels
huge.
Like such a huge thing here.
Well, and Peter having to pull 2 as a result of losing Paris and London is huge for Peter. And yes,
game defining turn.
Southern units, but how long until Jonathan Frank says, maybe I can get a little bit from that?
All right. You know what? I want to switch you guys up because it's an odd numbered year. So Karthik, you are going to be first up here in the spring. Tell us what you see.
Awesome. So I thought when I called it last year that Tommy was going to put Saren into the English Channel. Turns out to be the reverse. Saren puts Tommy into the English Channel. Norwegian goes to Now. Eddie goes to Yorkshire. Presumably, the plan is to put Tommy into Brest maybe, and then Edinburgh takes London on the backside. Or maybe Edinburgh gets convoyed down back onto the continent. Both are good possibilities for Saren. She has just so many reasons to be happy with her position. Berlin goes to Silesia. Kiel goes to Holland, probably just to cover Belgium if it was to retreat there. Peter McNamara sees that, chooses wisely not to retreat there, trying to create a position of a defense in Gascony, Marseille, and Brest. Well done. On the east, Austria starts to make some more big moves with Saren's help. Budapest slides into Romania. Vienna goes down to Budapest. This makes me very, very happy. I guess Jonathan Frank is trying to see what he can do possibly to help here. I think that's what NAF is going to do. It's less threatening than going to Western. So I think that the fleet in NAF is going to support Hold Mao for the time being.
Boy, it's really great to if this is the better option, right? If Tommy is willing to go forward, it's much better to push him forward and leave the dot behind
for sure.
And then also if John is willing to work with you, she gets John, and then she gets Russia, Dave Smith, to help her hold Galicia. I mean, the only thing here, right, is going into this fall, do you let John get a build here? Obviously, the best would be if John is okay with you taking Vienna behind him, but what if he's not? Do you just take it anyway?
I wouldn't take it anyways. I think John serves a really, really useful purpose in bottling up Hunter. And with the army positioning that Saren has, the issue of John moving up into no man's land doesn't seem like a huge issue to me anymore. So I think he'll be a very, very useful vassal. I think Saren is very happy to let him serve his purpose. But if he's willing to let her take Vienna, that's just beautiful.
You definitely ask, right?
You for sure ask. And I mean, at this point, Karthik nailed it on the head there. Is like John is willing to point himself anywhere but Saren as long as Saren is willing to work with him. Why not use that as long as you can?
Yeah, you just don't want to create a Janissary that turns out to be big enough to bite you. I was wondering why this this army ended up in Holland, but I see now it's because Saren worried about a retreat to Belgium. So,
yep.
All right, so here we go into fall of 1907. Siobhan, you are up.
All right, so speaking of being worried that Saren might walk into Vienna behind him, John decides to cover it with a supported attack. Leaves Trieste open for a build, and which he will get because he keeps Romania. Turkey makes an effort to retake it, but loses Sev instead from the Russian and Austrian efforts, which is just a rough turn for Hunter, who I think is probably just so frustrated in these negotiations. Like, I'm not the problem. Like, it's not me.
Do you not see the German right there? Like,
do you see what Saren's doing? It's speaking of Saren, fantastic. Just keep on chugging. Little bit of repositioning, doesn't need to be as far in the east. The convoy back to Denmark is, I guess it's fine. Yeah, you want to leave Tommy alive. You've got the fleet there for you. It's going to take you forever to get your own out, even if you build one. So go for it. And good repositioning in NAO and Irish Sea.
My guess is that she's putting the army in Denmark. She intends to have it go to Prussia, Livonia, somewhere possibly.
Mhm.
If not, I would have preferred to see it go to Picardy or something like that.
But now she now has to worry about Russia and Austria.
She does.
And they're both getting builds. Austria certainly has the armies to push her back. And Russia is a pin in the back of the balloon right now. Dave could completely destroy Saren's game here. All right. Dave does not build in St. Petersburg.
Fleet Trieste.
And a fleet Trieste. Oh, wow.
The mad lad.
John, you have listened to me do so much commentary for DBN. And from the bottom of my cold, dead heart, I thank you. I thank you.
Siobhan, can we get him like a bear? I don't know what for, but
I will buy a new bear just for this.
But where is it going? Is it going to Adriatic or is it going to Albania?
Doesn't matter. Don't care.
Doesn't care. Okay.
But no, I think it was Adriatic. I think they moved to Adriatic.
Because anti-Italian here. It's not actually anti-Turkish, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. Spring of 1908. Coastal. Why build a fleet? Just for the hell of it, I think.
To amuse me. That's why.
All right. You know what? I'm going to call this one out here. So the fleet goes to Albania, clearly anti-Turkish. But now Russia and Turkey are working together. And they take Romania here while Saren is evicted from Silesia. Saren moves Denmark to Sweden just in case. Dave moved an army up to St. Petersburg, while Saren and Tommy switch places. And I think this is actually not good for Saren. I think that she does not want to let that unit behind. I think it would have been better for her just to take London in that case in the previous year if this was going to happen. Otherwise, she and Peter just play to a standstill while Hunter sneaks into the Ionian Sea, and that's really not something to sneeze at here. Great. All right, that is it.
And is in position to force Mao, though.
Right, but that could have happened last
time. No, I agree. Like, I prefer the position there, but I mean, it's important to know that she can do it by herself now.
Yep. Okay. Will she do it? Answer is no. And otherwise, I'll just finish this whole year so that you guys can call the next year. Saren gets back into Galicia. John loses Serbia here and has 3 units piffed. Loses Romania as well. So he's going to get to rebuild in Trieste here. Presumably it'll be a fleet. And let's see, Hunter is going to get a build and Dave is going to get a build. And that's just really funny. And I feel like this game should probably end soon.
This game is the gift that keeps on giving, is all I have to say.
Agreed 100%.
Saren just isn't putting herself in position to grow. And I think that this game probably should end soon. So it'll be interesting to see if it doesn't, why it doesn't. Dave puts an army down in St. Petersburg. Delicious. Now we have some play here, and we get an army in Trieste. We get an army in Constantinople. All right, orders in the box. Karthik, back to you for spring of 1909.
Yep. So let's start off with Saren, since that's where the game kind of revolves around right now. Now goes back to Norwegian, presumably to deal with the St. Petersburg crisis. Possibly going to punish Dave for that mistake, or that decision, rather, not a mistake, but that decision. Maybe we'll take St. Petersburg off his hands in the near future. On the plus side for her, she does pick up Brest finally, and most importantly, piffs that unit. That's another fleet off the board that cannot be built since Marseille is occupied. Also gets Vienna, piffing that unit as well. So she will go up potentially to, if like all things hold, great position for her. In the rest of the board, just some realignments. Constantinople ends up in Bulgaria. Greece ends up in Ionian. And that's about it. Support holds for the most part everywhere else.
This is a nice turn for Saren.
Yep.
We were just kind of down, poo-pooing her play for the last couple of years, but boy, did that just turn in her favor again. Yeah, that is gorgeous. Now, but this thing with English Channel and Brest, they could have done this last year and put Tommy into Brest and then taken Mid Atlantic as well. So
I assume Tommy got a little scared and apprehensive of losing his home center and then going into Brest, which is a much easier destroyed territory, as we just saw. So I'm assuming that was what the motivated.
Yeah, but at that point, this is about Janissary management. So
yeah.
But that's a skill you develop over time. Saren is still a relatively new player. All right, fall of 1909. Siobhan, you are on tap.
We see Saren losing some of her gains in Vienna to the Italian witch John Anderson puts in there, which respect to that. I mean, if you can't have it yourself, at least don't give it to the person who attacked you. Can someone show me what happened in Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian?
Yes, Tyrrhenian Sea went to
Naples.
And Ionian.
Oh, okay. It looked like they were swapping places based on where the arrows were, but and meanwhile, Hunter Catcher yet again marching forward, getting more dots. I don't know why anyone lets him do that, but there we go. And let's see what is going on around Brest there. Tommy makes
Mouse Sports English Channel.
Actually, England. I'm sorry, Tommy went to Brest here with support from Gascony and
Paris and Picardy support.
Yeah.
So it was 3 against 3. But interesting that Tommy, went against Saren here.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say elsewhere, Saren self bounces an NAO, which fine, but maybe not the best use of your time.
Saren still goes up 1 thanks to Brest. So is going to be building here. Still is pretty good.
Oh yeah, Pip in Vienna.
Yep.
Right. That's why she's putting down 2 units. Dave Smith is going backwards 1. Sad face there, although he hasn't his chart, his center chart line is pretty interesting and unusual. Hunter gets back up to 7. That leads to Army Rome, Army Ankh, and Fleet Kiel, Army Munich. And this leads to spring of 1910, where the game ends.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, Saren is up 12-7.
That's a huge board top. That's 152 points here. That's pretty massive. And what can we actually, do we think we could have counted to 18 here?
She could have, I think. She had the armies in nice places, like across no man's land.
So what's
the East wasn't stable. Like, the East was just like just gigantic clown fiesta, I guess, clown rodeo, whatever they call it. So I think there's like a lot of chaos there that Saren could have taken advantage of to either pick up Warsaw or Moscow and then take Iberia.
Well, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Iberia would have been a fight, but
it would have been a fight. But I mean,
also, to be fair, I think probably by the time this game ended, it was something like 5 or 6 in the morning for Saren.
Per time,
yes.
Now, keep in mind that Marcus Zelstra did this, soloed in the middle of the night in the second game of the day in the DBN Invitational. But,
No, I don't remember that. We don't want to remember that. When did that happen? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Were you on that board briefly?
No, the DBNIs.
Oh, yeah. Bad memories. All right. Oh, Karthik, were you on that board?
Which board?
The one that Marcus soloed on?
No, I was the one Peter soloed on.
Okay. Right. It was one or the other for both of you.
Me and Siobhan did actually get showings at the DBN.
Solo Whisperer. I actually have a diplomacy award from a tournament for being a solo whisperer. So. All
right. This game ends with Saren with a big board top, 12 centers. I don't remember how big Morgante's was from round 1 or Katie's was from this round. It's already been a long time. But it's really
score of any game.
I think this is the best score so far.
Of any single game, yeah.
Of any single game, yep. All right. Well, this is how the game ends. All 7 players survive to the end, which is kind of awesome, especially given that Tommy only gets by in 1 center. Final thoughts on this game. Karthik, we'll start with you.
Oh, just a masterclass by Saren, I would say, especially against some of the best competition, both in face-to-face and in gunboat. I mean, you have Peter and John, who are just like 2 of the virtual face-to-face, physical face-to-face, like just complete legends of the scene. Dave Smith, probably one of the best gunboat players there is. Jonathan Frank, Hunter Casher, Tommy Anderson, all great players in their own right, and Saren kind of just schooled all of them.
Siobhan?
Start to finish, this game kept me on my toes. I never knew quite what to expect next, and it was thoroughly amusing and well played by so many of you on this board. Saren, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, Saren. This is certainly from a sort of overall game management perspective. This is, I think, the best game that we've seen you play on these virtual face-to-face circuits. So congratulations. Well done. Look forward to seeing what place this lands you in. And that will do it for the game K of round 2. And I believe this does it for Karthik. You're welcome to hang out while we finish the last remaining game, if you'd like. Otherwise, we'll catch up with you again soon.
Awesome.
All right. Karthik, it was great having you on Game Day Live. This was your first appearance on Game Day Live. Your other one was on League Night. So
yeah. I was also on the sideline reporter for the broadcast brawl, but yeah, this is my first
right.
real appearance on Diplomacy Live, Game Day Live.
Well, welcome into the club.
Thank you.
All right, man. All right, Karthik, have a great night. We'll see you soon. And that means that it is time to bring back to the stream the rookie, Adam Siegel.
Why would we do
Hey,
this
guys.
to a parent of a young child who probably isn't getting enough sleep to begin with?
You know, I will say actually that the true stab, the true golden blade of this tournament so far is Jason Massbaum, keeping this game going and keeping me up till 3 a.m.
This is going to be great. I do not have a Best Stab award for this tournament, but Adam, if you would like to buy one and award it to Jason yourself, I support this.
Handing Jason Massbaum a golden blade. Okay, yeah, I'll look into it.
All right, here's where we left this game, which, by the way, is still going.
No! Also awesome, but no.
Brandon, if you need 2 minutes, Adam and I can hold the fort down. Don't worry, but
I actually kind of would like a glass of water.
yeah. I can hold this down with Adam for a bit. We can talk about the players on the board and how Adam's feeling. So
why don't you refresh? Get yourselves refreshed on where you were. I'm just gonna go fill my glass with water.
Yeah,
right.
Sounds good. So Adam, do you remember where we left this off?
Yeah, I remember that France and Germany were attached at the hip. I was criticizing Jason for shoving too many pieces down into the Mediterranean, which I think it's hard to get that many pieces back to defend against the stab. I think that Matt Krill is in a really great solo position. He's got a lot of dots. He's got Warsaw across the stalemate line and a lot of dots in front of him with a potential 2-dot stab coming. Personally, I think if I mean, Jason does also have growth potential here. It looks like he may pick up Rome and Naples in the coming seasons, depending on a series of guesses between Craig and Carl. But the two of them have been working together really well, and they've been coordinating. For those who are just tuning back in, Doug has predominantly been working with Matt, so that Austrian unit is sort of a German unit at this point. And the French and German have also been supporting Jaromir there in Sevastopol, keeping the Turk out of it there as well. I don't know. I think that you had picked Jason Massbaum for the board top back in 1904, 1905, and I had picked Carl, but I don't like that pick anymore.
Hey, do we both want to go pick the same person, and by that person I mean Matt Krill?
Oh, I think we're both ready to switch to Matt Krill. But here's the thing, actually, is I do think that based on a series of guesses and potential stabs and where the builds are, I do think that both Jason and Matt have it, or Jason and Carl still have chances here on this board. I don't think that it's a fait accompli.
No, absolutely. And can we just say that the real winner of this board is obviously Chris Wardy from England, who got eliminated early and got to go to sleep or have a beer or whatever it is that he wanted to do when this was all over.
Yeah, although it's an interesting game of diplomacy, right? I mean, you know, I actually think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on, and I'm happy for the people who are still playing.
All right, let's dive back into it. Here we are in spring of 1909. Siobhan, we'll start with you since you just happen to be on top. Here are the orders for the spring. Tell me about it.
Oh, that chain of red arrows from Jason Massbaum. Starting in Venice, going back to Piedmont, going back to Marseille, going back to Spain. That's just a little painful. He does manage to get into Tyrrhenian Sea. Well done, you. We are making some progress, finally, mercifully. Our 2 1-dot powers, Jaromir, Doug, you're holding on. Keep on keeping the fort. And Matt continues to do a whole heck of a lot of nothing.
All right. Moving on. Fall of 1909. Adam Siegel.
So what Yeah, after all that praise with those 1-dot powers, they both go out in the same year.
Womp womp.
So it looks like in an attempt to take Romania, which I don't super understand by Matt Krill, they lose Sevastopol to the Turk. And what's going to be key here is that there's pretty much no way for them to get that back. Matt does take Vienna, so he's going to be building again, while Jason takes Rome, which means that he will also be building. Yeah, it's really interesting here with the loss of another Italian fleet. It puts now there's 3 Turkish fleets, 4 counting the Italian fleet in Naples, which will be the last one, and a build in pocket, to 5. So that's 4 to 5 fleets. So we're looking at probably a new fleet by Carl in order to keep parity down there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what do you build if you are Matthew and Jason? You take Matthew, Adam, and you take Jason, Siobhan.
Given the way they've been playing it, or based on the fact that I know the game is still ongoing, because those are 2 totally different things.
Well, if you are in this position playing this game, and say, for sake of argument, it's me in France next to you, what do you build right there, Adam?
And we've been working together for 9 game years. I wave.
Which I know it's impossible, but
No. If we've been working together for 9 game years, I'm waving my build.
And I should do the same.
All right, 2 waves. I will be delighted if we see 2 waves.
No, because here's the thing, right? If I'm Matt Krill,
it's 2 waves.
it's 2 waves.
We did it!
Here's the thing: is that if I'm Matt, first of all, I don't think Jason has a stab, right? Best case scenario for a stab, he's building Fleet Brest and he gets to stab for 1 for London, but he has no army to fill into Burgundy. If I'm Matt Krill and I'm looking to set up a stab here, I don't need another piece right now because I still have the walk to Burgundy North Sea to get Belgium and Paris. So why build?
Yeah, I mean, let's just look at at Jason's unit distribution here. He has 10 units on the board, and all of them, only one of them is on a home center. They are all in the Mediterranean except for one, which is in Moscow. That's freaking amazing. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1910, Siobhan.
A lot of black arrows again from Jason here, taking Trieste, moving the units even further away from those home centers. Let's not even keep one in Marseille. That's just special. And meanwhile, Matt Krill, still just a lot of red arrows. I don't know if this is bad guesses. I haven't analyzed it closely, but feels like we could be doing better by Matt here.
I'm impressed with Jason. That commitment to getting 4 armies in northern Italy has gotten him Trieste.
Mm-hmm.
And with only Army Budapest, Army Serbia, and then the next closest are Army Rum and Army Bull, he's going to start holding that stuff. He's going to be breaking out into Albania, and then there's going to be all sorts of problems that the Turks going to have. Yeah,
and he's got a fleet into Rome now, and so if he can slide that down into Naples, or get training scene in Naples, once he gets more fleets on Ionian, if he can, then it's like, can he get another one into Naples, and then can he break through? But then the pendulum swings back to him, right?
Maybe. I guess if I were him in the situation, I probably would have been pushing for Apulia instead of Trieste, because now Venice has to support Trieste to hold reasonably, and you can't be tapping that fleet, because you really need to be in Apulia. You really need to be in Apulia.
But I think I said Naples. I meant Apulia.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that if you have the army in Rome instead of the fleet in Rome, you can get Apulia. With a fleet in Rome, you really can't.
That's a really good point. All right, here we go into fall of 1910, and Adam, you are on tap here.
Is that a black arrow from Tyrrhenian Sea into Naples?
Uh-huh.
It is.
Ionian ordered to the Aegean.
Yep. Presumably to bounce the French fleet sneaking up through the Nile and coming out into the Eastern Med.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what the purpose was there for that. But I would have built another fleet in the back anyway. So I guess I'm just sort of trying to think through what the thought process was. It looks like Carl made some bad guesses, right? He went for Trieste and didn't make it. I don't really know what tapping Trieste was doing. I guess it saved Budapest. Is that I'm trying to understand what's happened here.
It would have saved Budapest here.
Yeah, but I mean, Naples and Ionia are so much more important than Budapest, right? Because letting Jason get a breakthrough down in the Mediterranean is 5 dots, whereas Budapest is 1 dot, and then you can still defend most of the Balkans from where you were. Jason +3. Siobhan, your prediction looking pretty good.
Not waving anymore.
I have a feeling he's gonna wave at least one.
Really? No, I think. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
man. All right. I have a sick feeling about how this game is headed, I have to say. All right, let's switch you guys up.
What is this? What is this?
Adam, you had the immediate reaction. Go for it.
I'm sorry. It's the. I mean, first of all, congratulations, Matt Krill, on the number of black arrows moving all to the east. Congratulations on Matt Krill for making it to Budapest. We see Turkey trying to slide backwards again. I'm not sure I understand the strategy behind that. Because
he's trying to avoid getting popped, but it happens anyway.
Yeah, but okay. I'm not sure what the you're going to lose the dot. You're going to lose it in the fall. So having the extra unit for one more season doesn't necessarily do that much for you. I guess maybe it might have saved Serbia. Anyway, there's only one fleet that moves through the Ionian at any given time. Jason Masbaum has 5 seasons of fleets to move through the Ionian, and he's putting another fleet into Gulf of Leon. I'm impressed with the commitment at this point. Yeah. I don't have that level of vision, and clearly Jason has way more vision than I do because he's making it work.
There's a plan. It is coming at him. He will prove it to us both.
He's proven it right now. He's proven me very wrong.
Oh my God.
It's just unbelievable, this concentration of French firepower in the Mediterranean basin. Like, that's just extraordinary. All right,
but here's the thing: is that I had criticized 8 units to go after 3 dots, but now he's sitting on 5 down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and he's he's in the lead for the board top, but I don't necessarily think a lone top is what he's going for, unless it's unless they are playing a game, Matthew and Jason, where they're telling each other they're going to go to 17-17, and then one's going to try to sneak a solo at the end.
17-17 to try and pry Turkey out of the corner is pretty hard, given that Turkey has a 6-dot stalemate line.
With a 17-17 split between France and Germany.
Like, that just doesn't happen. There's no way someone doesn't go for the solo in that case, right?
No, but again, it's impossible because Turkey has a 6-dot stalemate line that he can,
if he collapses back into.
He can, yeah.
God, I've never thought about Turkey having a 6-dot stalemate line. That is so hilarious that that's a thing that you know about. All right, maybe we'll see if it comes to that. But Siobhan, tell us about Fall of 11.
Meanwhile, Matt starts to pick up another couple of units in Budapest and Serbia, not just evening things out, but actually overpacing Jason in terms of dots right now. Jason does some repositioning going into Albania, shifting more armies that way. Gascony goes to Spain as further proof to say, Matt, I am not a problem for you.
Because why not?
Because why not? Just to frustrate me. It's going to go to Portugal next time.
No, that thing is getting convoyed. That thing's getting convoyed.
100%.
Definitely.
It's going to be an awesome convoy.
So France now has an army in Albania and an army in Moscow.
And an army in Spain.
All right, so we've got +2 from Matthew and +1 from Jason. Matthew has now leapfrogged back into the lead at 14-13. I presume we're going to see a wave here.
No, Fleet Marseille, come on. You're going to do it. You might as well do it. Interesting.
1 wave from Matt.
Yep, a wave from Matt. We do get an army Brest. Part of me wants to ask who you think has the better stab opportunity, but I feel like that's not the right question to ask for this game. And it's we highlighted those French units. Just look at this glut of German armies down here, on or east of the stalemate line. That is 3, 6, 9. That is 9 armies east of this stalemate line.
And how many other armies are down there? Really, is the question, right? Counting St. Petersburg and Moscow as canceling each other out, there's 3 Turkish.
Yep.
And 4 French. I mean, he's outnumbering both of them together.
Everyone.
What were the Turkish pulls in the last winter? And I'm only going back because I think we're trying to give the game time to finish out, right?
Romania.
Pulls Romania. See, that's the stalemate line right there. You
Yeah.
needed to pull Adriatic.
There is no more stalemate line.
No, you gave it away.
All right. Let's keep
Let's
on
go.
going here. Spring of 1912. Adam, you're up.
Germany keeps moving forward, takes Romania. Looks like they got France into Greece, which I gotta say, my only disappointment here is that it's not Spain. Jason doesn't move up to Picardy to cover Belgium because, of course, that's fine. I'm really impressed. This is some good maneuvering. It looks like Turkey also makes it out to the Ionian, which is not ideal for Jason. I would have thought that he had the overwhelming power there, but I guess it was 3 on 3.
Well, no, this is a tactical mistake here because Jason needs to get a fleet into Naples here, and he has the army in Venice, and so I think he should have supported Naples into Adriatic and Tyrrhenian Sea into Naples, into Ionian, and one of those was guaranteed to succeed, right? But instead he's lost Ionian, and he's got now has an army in Apulia. That's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, it's not great.
But he's got an army in Rome, or a fleet in Rome,
and an army in Greece,
and an army in Greece,
and an army in Moscow.
Look, that's great, man.
Yeah,
showing me I'm wrong. Keep it going.
All right, fall of 1912. Siobhan, your turn.
Jason loses the gain that he made in Greece in the spring, which not the worst thing in the world. Things start to shift around a little bit. Convoy to North Africa, because why not?
Yeah.
Why the heck
he's
not?
He's setting up the convoy to Syria, the Lepanto.
There we go.
The famed French Lepanto.
The famed French Lepanto in 1914.
But now he does get fleets into Naples and Apulia here. So this is a really nice
Ionian
and Ionian.
Apulia.
And he gets the Ionian as well. Yeah, even better. So yeah, if you lose your forward army because of that, then big deal.
Not keeping Greece is really just who cares.
All right, so
Turkey will be pulling one, which is also sort of significant here.
Yeah,
right, because of Romania. All right, so now Matthew has opened up a 2-dot lead because Matthew picked up 2. What did Matthew pick up? Picked up Romania, and did he have a PIF?
Wave.
Oh, thank you. God, it's hard to keep track of these.
It's almost 3:30 in the morning for you, Brandon.
And right, and Jason had a PIF as well. Yep. All right, so Matthew has opened up a little bit of a lead here. Only needs 3 dots to solo at this point.
Moscow, Trieste, Belgium. And I have to ask this question because Jason is the kind of player who, and I think rightly so, pays attention to standings and pays attention to the exact number of points he needs to do well in a tournament. And he was 3rd in the tournament going into this round. Jason will be asking himself at this point, what do I need as a result to get what I want out of this tournament?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't know where Matt was.
Well, 100%. Jason lost a tournament a number of years back because he wasn't paying attention to the live standings. He lost by like 0.3 points to John Jameson.
All right, so let's see. Matthew was in 10th place, so he needs to do better than Jason. Not sure how much offhand. All right, let's keep on going here. See how winter 1912 shakes out. We get another army in Brest. I don't like why army Brest of all things.
And another wave from Matt.
Yeah. Now this feels like the moment that Matthew has it almost in the bag, right? Or do you think he has to wait a little bit longer before it's almost guaranteed?
I mean, I think here's the question, which is what is Matt Krill trying to get out of this game?
I mean, so I'm just interested in talking about solo right now.
Oh, if he were going to solo this board?
Yeah.
I mean, why not throw another unit down? Was what I would have said, but I mean, with the pull, the way Turk pulled, I mean, this game is if Matt wants to solo, it looks like it's done, right? Because he can force
almost. The question is, he'd probably lose. Well, he wouldn't even lose Serbia in that case, right? I think he's got enough glut of armies down there.
No, I think he puts both units down and the solo is guaranteed here.
Yeah. All right. He doesn't, and he doesn't move west at all. So,
well, Moscow to Sevastopol without St. Petersburg to Moscow.
Yep. Will we see it in the spring or in the fall, rather? I don't know. We get a very optimistic convoy from North Africa to Greece, which doesn't work, but
Nice
it's
try.
across. It's
Across Lyon
four,
too.
well, yeah, across Lyon, right? The unnecessary part of the convoy. So that's four. Or no, wait a minute. Are there two different convoys here?
Oh. Wait.
No, there can't be.
See, Lyon should have convoyed like
No, you need
Spain
Ionian for
somewhere.
both of those. Convoyed NAF to Greece.
Yeah, they all
I think
convoy.
Jason, I did an award a few years back for like the convoy that used the most fleets, and he was hoping that I was going to do that again. Jason, that award is not for this year. Not doing it.
All right, we get lots of. Well, we do get the Spain to North Africa here. We get the delightful Prussia to Berlin move, which should send shivers down nobody's spine. St. Pete does not take Moscow here, so this is going.
Jason's up too.
Jason's up too.
Brings it to 15-15
because he takes Greece again with the fleet. Now has a fleet in the with an army. Now has a fleet in the Adriatic, and that means that.
Tell me they don't.
So still, Jason has waved one. They are
and Matt, yeah.
Matt is no longer playing short. Matt has 15 on the board. I mean, how many consecutive turns has there been a bounce in the North Sea? It's got to be like.
Oh, we're going on like 5
7.
game years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
All right, we get a convoy over to Albania. We get Bulgaria being taken. We have Karl Ronenberg questioning the meaning of life. And
so I think here's the question: is what are they playing for? Are they playing for 17-17?
I think they are.
I think they are.
But the question, like, this is where it becomes a game of chicken because somebody's going to have an opportunity to take an 18th dot with these two countries. So let's see. We now have. Oh, so Jason is still playing short now. He picked up 2, or he picked up 1, and is still playing 1 short because he's waving 1.
Another army in Brest, as you do.
We have how many consecutive army breasts is that? Army's breast. Karl Ronenberg is just
he just doesn't even build.
But
there's a fleet down there.
He's got East Con in Syria.
Yeah.
All right, so he goes to Armenia because why not?
My God.
There's a bounce in Moscow because why not? We just have Jason advancing a fleet. We have a bounce in the North Sea. We've got Jason self-bouncing in Piedmont via convoy. That's just funny. All right.
Awake past midnight for this.
Yeah. All right. So we have Khan being taken by Jason. We have Matthew taking Moscow. We have all of the units advancing. +1/+1. Do they build? No, they both wave builds in 1915.
This is what I stayed up for.
This is what you stayed up for, Adam.
What is this travesty?
We have France getting into the Black Sea.
As you do.
In 1916. We have Karl actually entering orders because he's a kind person who believes.
Thank you, Karl. We appreciate your sacrifice
in goodness.
Yes, Peter. Yes, it was.
All right. I'm going to keep pressing buttons because the contract requires it. And we now have
17-17 too.
Did Jason do it?
No,
losing.
No, -F.
Right.
Was there a way for him to? There was a way for him to go to 17 and leave Matt at 16 and potentially get it next year, but clearly they didn't want it, right? Because he could have saved Sev and taken Smyrna, and then they would have been interesting.
God, poor Karl. Stay.
No, they wanted the 17-17
game years.
But I'm sorry. At this point, Jason has a guaranteed solo in 1 year. Like Bulgaria, it can't be held from this position.
Yeah, but I mean, if Jason opts to vote the game down, aren't there? I mean, Serbia can't be held, right? Because there's only, and then that's a PIFT unit, and then Trieste falls in the fall.
And who gets to Belgium first? Who gets to? I mean,
and he's in North Sea. I mean, Matt's in North Sea, right? Well, I guess there's an army in Burgundy now as well.
But he put down a fleet in Brest here. You've got the fleet in Spain. Doesn't Jason eventually end up with Bulgaria? Oh, he doesn't.
Eventually, he ends up with he probably ends up with quite a number of dots, right?
Yeah, both
Bull, Rum, and Sev.
Yeah, and Trieste and Serbia eventually as well, I believe.
No, I think he loses Trieste and Serbia, right? Because his units get piffed and he can't replace them.
Well,
I see Matt Krill in the comments saying, "This is called being an alliance player."
So all right, so then here's the moment of truth. Oh no, so the builds were waived. So then, although I see Matt put down an army, Matt went to the North Sea, but Jason waiving the builds means it should be over, and it is. Okay, obviously this makes us uncomfortable because we believe that somebody had a chance to go for a solo.
Y'all are going to make me interview Jason Maspon as the winner of my tournament, aren't you? Y'all set this up to make Siobhan.
Look, if Jason wins the tournament off this, and if Matt thinks it's a win because they both got 200 points, then bully for them. They both won, right? Like, we can't take that away from them. I don't know. What do you want to say, right? Like, did Jason win the tournament off this results? Then Jason wins, or like, I don't know.
I haven't done the math.
Here to help us understand how this tournament has concluded is the tournament director, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome to the stream.
Explain that to us, please.
Help us.
I feel a little bad, and Brandon knows what I'm talking about because I've been messaging him on Discord for the past hour and a half saying, cut the game, don't show it, stop now. So,
turn this shit off. Seriously. Nothing to see. Just move on. Seriously. Don't bother. But out of respect for the viewers, you should not bother covering the rest of this game. Don't show it. And then he sent me a picture of the Care Bears.
Oh my god.
Look, here's the thing, right? And that there's a lot of people out there who will say that the only victory in a diplomacy game is a solo. But the truth is, when you sit down to play a tournament game of diplomacy or any tournament structure, the victory is winning the tournament. And if someone came out of this board winning the tournament, then they won, whether we all like the results or not. We all have to congratulate them because they won the tournament. If, however, Jason, knowing that he needed more points, did not win, I don't know.
We'll see.
Adam, would you like to announce the awards?
I would love to announce the awards. Siobhan, do you have them handy to show off as we do this, or
I do not, unfortunately, and it would take me a few minutes to go grab them.
Okay, so we won't worry about that. So we have a few special awards that we like to give every year. And actually, there's another special award that we hadn't intended on giving that I think we're going to give. But so the first one, as everybody probably knows, we have these lovely bears that we give out for best country awards or outstanding play of the various country awards. But we also have some bonus bears that are special awards. And so we actually have 3 of those this year. And the first one of those is an award we're calling "That is No Basis for a System of Government." And this award is going to go to Steve Hogue for his performance in the round 1 game called the Castro. Steve managed as Austria to get 0 builds in 1901. He managed to get himself down to a single center, Vienna, in 1902, and decided to keep his fleet in Albania. His fleet was destroyed in 1903, but somehow Vienna wasn't taken, and he rebuilt it and managed to survive all the way to the end of the game in 1910. So, pretty cool, Steve, and we're happy to give you this as a reward for that effort.
This is his center chart here. It's a daybed.
Fantastic.
All right.
Our second special award is called the "I'm Not Dead Yet" bear, and this one is something actually we've been talking about giving out for a number of years at the previous live whippings, and we've never had the opportunity to do it. And the idea here is to survive for a year or longer with no units on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually go ahead, Siobhan.
We dreamed up this award actually several years ago, and I bought a bear for it and didn't tell anyone that the award was out there. And when I had the actual dog tags printed for the teddy bear, I did not print a year on them because I felt like it would take several years. I believe I got these ones made in 2018. So it took 3 years for someone to finally manage it at a whipping. And to JJ Raymond, who survived for at least one game year on 1 dot, but no units on the board. Congratulations. You're not dead yet.
And almost kept it for the whole year. Oh, no, he did, right? He did, right?
He was in the draw with no units on the board. He could never build because it wasn't a home center.
That's great. All right.
And our third one is the bear that we're calling "'Tis But a Scratch." Siobhan, do you want to explain this one as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So anyone who gets Monty Python references the way I do will know that these are all from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. If you didn't get the references, go rewatch it again. But 'tis but a scratch, as you know, the Black Knight, when he fights King Arthur, gets his arm lobbed off. And he's just like, it's just a scratch. It's just a flesh wound. And so John Anderson, who had just an atrocious start as Austria in his round 2 game, didn't get any builds, kept losing, came back to rally, and actually wound up on 5 at one point. And that just goes to show you the game's not over till it's over. We'll ignore the stuff that happened in the last couple of years.
Right. Let's go back to his peak.
So congratulations to John Anderson.
Congrats, John Anderson. Won something. It's been a while.
All right, let's go to the best country awards. Or actually, in whipping, we actually typically call them outstanding play of various country awards. And the reason we do that is gives us tournament directors a little bit more flexibility over who we decide to award them to, not necessarily entirely based on score or centers alone. And that will come into play with these awards this year. Because let me just remind everyone, these may be bears, but they're not Care Bears. They're badass bears. And to get a badass bear, you have to play like a badass. And some people who scored very well in terms of points did not play like badasses tonight. So they won't be getting badass bears, for example. Okay. All right. So Austria did absolutely miserably this tournament. But we do have to give an award out, so we will give it to John Jameson for his 8 center performance in round 1. England, we had a number of good Englands. Actually, we had 3 very good Englands, and this was very close. We're going to give the outstanding play of England to Morgante Pell for his 11 center board top in round 1. Okay, France. So not with the highest score, but our outstanding play of France will go to Katie Gray for her 12 center board top in round 2. Our outstanding play of Germany, I think probably many were, based on the commentary, were really pleased and impressed by Seren's performance in her round 2 game. 12 center board top, really dominating performance. So the outstanding play of Germany will go to Seren. Our top Italy, this was pretty undisputed. We had one Italy that was far superior to the others in this tournament. That goes to Wes Ketchum for his round 2 performance at 12 centers. The outstanding play of Russia. Well, we are going to have to give Jason Mastbaum some awards in this tournament, and this is one of them that he's earned. His 11 center board top was by far the best Russia in the tournament. So congrats, Jason. And then in outstanding play of Turkey, that will go to Doug Moore for his round 1 board top with 11 centers.
Oh, good. Just what Doug needs. Another teddy bear from my tournament.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So those are our best country awards. Shall we do our top 7?
Yeah. And just so everyone's aware, on the broadcast, we do give out awards for 1st through 3rd place. They're bobbleheads. I will be posting pictures of all of the awards in the Discord rooms probably tomorrow sometime. Oh,
before we get to the top 7, I do want to one other award. So at Whippings, we do typically give out some awards related to the whipping theme of the tournament. And so never have I felt that we've given these out in the past, and never have I felt a pair of handcuffs was more deserving than to Mr. Mastbaum and Mr. Krill. So you guys will be receiving the Handcuffs Award. So well done, folks. All right, let's get to our top 7. In 7th place with a score of 203.6 is Hunter Catcher. In 6th place with a score of 204, close one there, Morgante Pell. In 5th place with a score of 230, John Jameson. In 4th place with a score of 245 is Wes Ketchum.
Woohoo!
And now we get to our top 3, which will get those cool bobbleheads. In 3rd place with a score of 289 is Katie Gray.
Well done, newcomer. Well done.
Great to have a newer player in the top. In 2nd place with a score of 298 points is Matt Krill.
Well done, Matt.
And Siobhan, I'm going to make you say it. Our tournament champion with a score of 325 points is...
Y'all mass bombed me, and I'm not happy about it.
Congratulations, Jason.
Congratulations,
It's
Jason.
it was a great tournament. I was thrilled to see so much participation in the virtual world. Wow, some crazy fun boards. Thanks everybody for playing and participating and making this such a great event. You guys really blew me away. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add before we close out for the night, I want everyone to give a huge thank you to Adam Silverman, who literally did all of the work for this. I just got to show up and be here on the broadcast and have all the fun, but he was the one sitting around all day doing the GM duties. So thank you, Adam. Very much appreciated.
My pleasure.
Yes. Congratulations, both of you, especially Adam, for a mostly successful tournament. Condolences on Mastbaum. I'm being Mastbound. There's only so much you can control.
It's late. We're tired.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, let's bring Karthik back on the stream here to say goodnight. All right, Adam. Hey, we'll let you go. Congratulations on running a successful tournament.
Good night, guys. Great job on the commentary.
Thanks, man. All right, and we'll see you on. You going to be on next week's broadcast for League Night?
I will be off next week, but I'll see you at the next one after that, or maybe at one of the tournaments coming up.
All right, we'll see you soon, man. Get some well-deserved rest. All right, Karthik, welcome back. So you had to witness that from off screen. How does it make you feel?
Terrible, just terrible.
You guys are awful.
Adam does
If
not.
you can take a solo, you take the solo.
Right. So who do you think should have taken it? Do you think it was Matt?
I think Matt Krill had the easiest access to the solo there for most of the last few years.
All right. So Karthik, I'll give you a chance to wrap up your thoughts on the tournament as a whole.
I thought the tournament as a whole was run really well. I thought there were tons of really good boards, tons of great play. The play I would like to call most attention to, I think, was Saren's play in round 2. I mean, that board was just absolutely stacked, and Saren just dominated some world-class players. I think 12-7 was the score between 1 and 2 in terms of center counts. And just watching all the units move, I mean, the score doesn't even show how much of a dominant masterclass that game was. Well-deserving of the bear.
So congrats to Saren on that. All right, Karthik, we're going to let you go. You have a great night, and we'll see you again soon, yeah?
Yep. Thanks so much.
All right, man. All right, before I get your guys' final thoughts, I have to Mastbaum everyone. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Jason Mastbaum.
Welcome, Jason.
Right?
2021 whipping champion. First of all, how does it feel?
It feels really good because this is the first time I've won the tournament.
Hey,
First ever tournament win.
that's overdue.
It only took like 10 years to make it happen, so I'm really happy it's finally happened.
Congratulations. What do you think, in your opinion, was the key to your victory?
The 17-17, which I have, since I just ended, I haven't really been seeing all the head shaking about that. But that was very much like that was a situation where, I knew Matt knew me. I think each of us plays that game very differently. If somebody else is their neighbor, there was a lot of trust there that was born out partially out of knowing that we could trust each other, and partially out of knowing, like, once we got into that like 13, 14, 15 territory, that it was going to like permanently damage our relationship to work, our ability to work together in the future if we decide to screw each other after staying up all night doing that.
How did you keep Matthew on side, knowing that he wouldn't win the tournament, that you were ahead of him, and a 17-17 split meant that you would win?
I mean, frankly, you know, he knew, like, he was just fine with it. Like, you know, I mean, he's still got second place. Like, that's still an awesome result for him. You know, I mean, both of us were kind of side-eyeing each other, right, about a little bit about, like, you know, could the solo happen? And we both made an agreement that, you know, like, we don't know, like, we didn't know the exact scores, right, since there wasn't Diplomacy TV running. That, like, whatever, like, we've committed to this, let's just do it, like, and we will just accept, you know, whatever the outcome is, whether, you know, because it was possible, right, like, that somebody else could have beaten me. Like, I didn't know if there was a solo out there. I didn't know if there was, I didn't really know from the first round if there was somebody with like a huge score, since I was busy, since I was, you know, I was playing like the entire broadcast, right? Like, I wasn't sitting there like able to try to keep track of like who had what.
Got it. So people hadn't shared the scores, so you really didn't know exactly where you stood.
Yeah, like we were mostly flying blind on what the exact standings were, like, you know.
So did you know that you were ahead of Matt?
I knew I was ahead of, like, me and Matt knew that we were ahead of each other, right? Because we obviously knew what the scores from our games were, since we could just calculate that. But, you know, I had like you know, a three-way board top in this system is a solid result, but it's not a commanding result. So, like, I have, you know, it's the first time I've played the scoring system. I imagine it's the first time most of us have played the scoring system. And I was like, 200 plus 125 is probably enough, but, you know, but like, it's not a lock either. Like, it was kind of just my sense of it.
I got a question for you, Jason. If you had known when that board was being played that he was ahead of you scoring wise going into that round, would you have played it the same way?
Probably.
Very diplomatic of you. I know Matt is still in the chat, so.
I mean, yeah.
I think Matt Krill would have played it the same way, right? I mean,
whatever. Like, I'm just tired. Like, I would have played it the same way. Like, it was, you know, I mean, like, because like I said, like, I wasn't 100% certain that I was gonna have enough for first place. Even playing this exactly the way that we did, I knew that the only way to guarantee first place was to go for a solo, right? And I passed on that, so I don't really see what else would be differently if the position is flipped.
Yeah. So, Jason, so in your opinion, were you maximizing your score with this result? Do you think this was the best possible score you could have gotten this game? Like, given sort of all of the uncertainties around whether you could have actually gotten the solo had you gone for it? Or was this a case where the relationship became more important than the score?
I mean, yeah, the only way to get a bigger score, I think if I had ended like, if we had ended like 17-16-1, I'm not sure how the math works out, if I would have ended up with a few more points. But that was a non-starter diplomatically anyhow, right? It was really 17-17 or decide to swipe the solo. And, you know, I guess the maximization, quote unquote, was just, I was like, 200 is a lot of points. It seems like it's a good shot of being enough. You know, deciding whether or not to go the extra distance for the solo really was just maximizing the relationship, both for this game and every future game I will ever have to play with Matt and everybody else watching the stream, right? Like, it is a little different when it's not just like, it's not just the ballroom of the Hotel de Anza and like the 3-4 boards, the people there see what happened. Instead, it's like half the hobby gets to see how you played it, right?
Siobhan, do you have anything you would like to ask Jason, your favorite player?
No, I don't think I have any more questions to add, but I will say, well played. It's in terms of maximizing the score, you do have to weigh what you think is good enough to win a tournament versus your future relationship with said players. But Matt Krill did say he's watching you after that little answer about whether you'd play it differently.
I mean, the only thing I was really worried about, was like, was there a solo somewhere out there that I didn't know about?
Mm-hmm.
Right, which is possible, like not super likely with pretty competitive play. And I was like, all right, if it doesn't seem like there's awesome odds that there's a solo out there, then why am I like? Because really, right, then it's not the 200 extra points. Then I'm really worrying about like 30 points. So like I was like, all right, I'll be top 2 or 3. I'll get a trophy. Not worth burning the bridge there for just to get like a nicer trophy.
That's fair.
Well, you do get the nicest trophy. Presumably, the first place finisher does. Siobhan, is it another bear or something else?
No, the first through third trophies are bobbleheads.
Okay.
I will be sharing photos of them in the Discord tomorrow.
All right. We look forward to seeing that. Jason, we congratulate you and honor you for your first ever tournament win. It is the first win on the North American circuit this year. You have earned an invitation to next year's DBN Invitational. You will not have to be an alternate this time.
I will look forward to actually getting to choose my rounds with some amount of planning ahead of time.
Well, you lucked out because you got max points for both rounds.
Although it didn't really do me any good. Like I think like I went like max on. I think I maxed out my country choice on both times, and like somebody with a higher seed decided to max out on the same
one.
So this time maybe you'll have a higher seed and you'll have more options there. All right, man. Well, go get some rest, or if you can get some sleep. Maybe you're too jacked for to get to sleep right away. But good luck. Go have a beer, whatever it does.
I just want to say thanks to Siobhan and Adam for running this. Thanks to everybody who I played with. Thanks to everybody else for coming out. This was a really great event. Look forward to doing this in person as soon as we can, because as I always say, I would not fly around the country multiple times a year to play this game if it was just to play the game. Right? I fly around to see the people. So looking forward to being able to get back to that.
And the mass bombing isn't, such a bad thing.
That's just a bonus.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. It is time to wrap this up. And Siobhan, I will give you last word. So Adam, you get the first word here.
Well, definitely congratulations to Jason. All kidding aside, you get first place in the tournament. Nobody gets to say anything to you. You deserve the win, period, regardless of whether people approve of the method or not. And maybe the takeaway is that all of us need to be thinking more about alliance play. If a scoring system tells you that a 17-17 draw is a good result, then you need to be considering that 17-17 draw. For me, my takeaway from this tournament, honestly, and not to go back and crib Karthik's comments, I thought Saren's play in round 2 was really fantastic, and I was really impressed by it. I look forward to seeing her play more.
Yeah, and I'll add that Katie's play in the second round was also really impressive. And in fact, she had 2 board tops. So play overall in this tournament was excellent. And just with with those center counts, I think with those results, I should say, I think in a lot of other scoring systems, she would have topped this tournament. Of course, the play might have been different if the scoring system had been different. All right, so Siobhan, I'll add a couple thoughts here before I'll turn it over to you. People talk about natural and unnatural play in diplomacy, and that is something that has never made sense to me. It is, if the scoring system and the culture of the particular tournament that you're in are such that a particular method or a particular result maximizes your score and your ability to win the tournament, then that is what is natural. There is no a priori naturalness with diplomacy. And I'm sure I can imagine one person in a big sombrero is, feeling very hot in the face at the moment.
Don't know who you could possibly be talking about, Brandon.
But yeah, I mean, I echo your sentiments too, Adam. Like Mass Bomb, there's nothing unnatural about a 17-17 split. It's a range, right? They both had to give up opportunities to get a better result in order to do it. But we all do that at different times in diplomacy, and it's a strategy that worked really well for Jason. You can question whether it worked that well for Matthew, but a second place finish is nothing to sneeze at. And with the larger competition of the Invitational, that is something that can factor into this. That second place finish will be very good for Matthew. And that should be good along with one other high finish in a tournament, probably good enough to get him in the Invitational. So well done to, it's hard not to feel sad for the passed up opportunity. But there is a bigger picture, and so well done, you guys, for showing us where to look to see that bigger picture. And Siobhan, take us home.
Yeah, I won't spend too much time repeating everything you both have already said, but I just want to say one last time, thank you so much to Adam Silverman for all of your work this weekend. I literally could not have done this without you. Running Whipping is one of my favorite parts of the year every year, and I missed it last year. And we're back, at least virtually, and hopefully next year we'll be back in person. We'll get everyone out, and I miss y'all. So on that note, everyone stay safe and stab well.
Good night, everybody. And that
Good night.
is it for tonight.